and changemakers to this conference in Lucknow. They're coming not just to talk, but to find real solutions in real classrooms. So come be a part of this journey from 18th to the learn.org. Let us shape the future of education together. We look forward to welcoming you here in Lucknow. Thank you.
Namaskar. My warm congratulations to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and her team at the Global Education and Training Institute, KT, that the Path Movement for Transforming Education is being launched at this roundtable. Education must be purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic. India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, right
So, what is the word? Sun! Give me a high five! Yay!
What is that? This is apple. What is the first sound of apple? What is this? This is a cup. What is the first sound of cup? Cup. And the sound. F, cup. There. Duck. What is the first sound of duck?
Good morning, Tina.
Good morning, Toto.
How are you?
I'm great. What about you?
I'm doing great. Now, Tina, shall we read the unique words?
Yes.
Let's start. K, K. So cute. Now your turn.
K, you, th. This girl is cute. Now your turn.
K,
D, you, dude.
two, mute.
Mm, you, mute.
T, you, n, June.
T, you, b, tube.
Well done, Tina. Shall we change the rules?
Yes.
Now you start.
K, u, b, cube.
K, you, two, cute.
D, u, duke.
D, you, June.
You, mute.
You, mute.
T, you, tune.
T, you, two. Well done. Shall we read some more words?
Yes.
What is this written, Toto?
Volume.
Well done. Now my turn. Excuse.
Confuse.
Refuge.
Well done.
Now, can you show me how to play a tune with a flute? Well done. Okay, now we are moving to the next word, that is
First helped me to learn with my friends, we work in pairs and help each other. Therefore, I sit with a new partner every day. I help my friend and my friend helps me. We both learn faster.
We use Tina and Toto puppets, number flashcards, and name engines in the class. My teacher made them once, and we use them every single day. Learning with these things is so fun. I never get my partner of the day is Shanti. Shanti, come.
Hello, Tina.
Hello, Toto.
How are you?
I'm fine, Toto. How are you?
I'm also great.
Okay, Toto, can you read this question for me? Okay, Toto, it means you have to divide 11 small snakes
equally between two friends. Can you do it with the two kids? Yeah. Okay. You're making which number? Two? Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I get the green signal to commence this event. And as I see all our beautiful ladies here, draped in green saris and green dresses, green colors, as Savan has already knocked the doors and reached us, we celebrate this day. The festivities are on, and so is the Educational Fest conducted by Global Education and Training Institute Leadership Circle 2026. On behalf of Getty, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you to the Getty Leadership Circle 2026. Today is not merely another conference. Today is the day to celebrate ideas, to celebrate innovation, to celebrate leadership. Most importantly, a celebration of every child whose future will be transformed through the ideas that we share with each other. The Leadership Circle brings together people who believe that classrooms can become places where curiosity replaces fear, where research replaces routine, and where learning becomes more joyful for every single child seated in the class. On behalf of Global Education and Training Institute and the entire team led by our director, ma'am, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, I extend a very warm welcome to all our eminent dignitaries to this event. Today, we are gathered because we all believe in that extraordinary power. Every child deserves the opportunity to read with confidence. Every teacher, we believe, deserves the opportunity to innovate. Every school deserves the opportunity to become the center of excellence. And every leader, like you all, deserve the opportunity to inspire change. Across cultures and civilizations, light has always symbolized knowledge, hope, purity, and wisdom. So we begin our today's day with the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request Akhan sir and his team to please be ready as I call upon all our eminent dignitaries, along with Ma'am Dr. Gandhi, Mr. Nixon Joseph, Group Executive Director, Major General Manoj Tiwari ji, Director Outreach Getty. Also requesting all our eminent guests to please join us as we begin the ceremonial lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request all Getty representatives to please escort our guests to the stage. Bushra ma'am and all our guests can be escorted, please. When a lamp is lit, darkness disappears. Similarly, when education reaches a child, ignorance gives way to opportunity. The ceremonial lighting of the lamp reminds us that every teacher lights thousands of lamps during a lifetime. Not with fire, of course, but with knowledge. May I most respectfully now invite our distinguished dignitaries to grace the stage for the lighting of the lamp ceremony.
All over the world, for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever. May this light all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep His light always burning forever and ever. May this light spread far all over the world for peace and harmony. May the Lord keep light always burning forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever.
ख्वाहिश से नहीं गिरते फल झोली में, ख्वाहिश से नहीं गिरते फल झोली में, कर्म की शाखा को ए दोस्त शिद्दत से हिलाना होगा। कुछ नहीं होगा अंधेरे को बुरा कहने से, कुछ नहीं होगा अंधेरे को बुरा कहने से, अपने हिस्से का दिया खुद ही जलाना होगा।
Always burning.
May this light continue to guide us in our shared mission of transforming education and empowering every learner. At the same time, I request everyone to please align yourself for a beautiful capture, but the photograph will not be complete without the garland that is being given to you. So requesting everyone to please wear the garland. Requesting all our guests who are there at the back near the registration table to please come and join us for this group photograph. Some beautiful memories that we are definitely going to cherish for long. We are also ensuring that every single delegate here is garlanded, gets that beautiful garland as a mark of respect. So are we ready, Benita ma'am? Dr. Benita? Yes. So our camera persons, they all are ensuring that everyone comes into that frame. So everyone will say, Jai Jagat. Louder, Jai Jagat. So अभी अभी हमने ये ज्ञान का दीप बड़ी शिद्दत से जलाया है और उस खुदा को, उस ईश्वर को याद किया है। उस ईश्वर के नाम ये दो पंक्तियां मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगी। As you take your seats, please, we seek your attention to these two lines. मत तोल कर इबादत को अपने हिसाब से, मत तोला कर इबादत को अपने हिसाब से, रहमतें उसकी देखकर अक्सर तराजू टूट जाते हैं. So we all are blessed with the blessings of that Almighty who is looking and blessing us from the top above. And He also joins us all in this mission of transforming education. The NEP 2020 gave us a powerful promise. We all know that. Today, we need to answer one critical question. How do we realize that promise for every child? This room holds decades of experience and a shared belief that education can and must transform. Over the next few hours, ladies and gentlemen, let's challenge, collaborate, and commit together. Education is not only about developing brilliant minds, it is equally about nurturing compassionate hearts, disciplined habits, and responsible citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the students of City Montessori School, Kanpur Road campus, with a huge round of applause as they take over and lead us to this morning assembly session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning and Jai Jagat to all the respected dignitaries present here. It gives me immense joy to welcome you all to the Getty Leadership Circle. Today marks the first day of this remarkable event where we will share powerful ideas, meaningful conversations, and visionary perspectives from education leaders. To begin this beautiful morning, we have something truly special. Our young learners, the bright, curious, and confident alpha superstars of Class 1 Kanpur Road campus are all set to present today's assembly. Guided by our dedicated galvanizers, these little ones are ready to showcase the joy of learning. Let us begin this beautiful morning with their delightful assembly. Over to Ekam. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. We are the children of class 1 CMS Kanpur Road campus. Today we feel very happy to conduct this morning assembly for all of you. We welcome you all to today's assembly with love and respect. Let us start this beautiful day with a positive mind and a grateful heart. Thank you.
A healthy mind lives in a healthy body. Let us stretch, breathe, and relax with the yoga time.
Yoga time. Do you know the yoga pose? I know you know, and the little cat knows how to do the chair pose. The chair pose. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yoga time, yoga time. Do you know the yoga pose? I know you know, and the little cat knows how to do the tree pose. The tree pose. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yoga time, yoga time. Do you know the yoga pose? I know, you know, and the little cat knows how to do the warrior pose. The warrior pose. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yoga time, yoga time. Do you know the yoga pose? I know, you know, and the little cat knows how to do the triangle pose. The triangle pose. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yoga time, yoga time. Do you know the yoga pose? I know, you know, and the little cat knows how to do the yoga pose.
To fill our heart with peace and begin this beautiful day, let us join our hands and close our eyes for the morning prayer.
To my devotee and to thy will. There is none other God. Subsisting. What I protect my heart
are powerful.
Every prayer carries a deep reflection to share the purpose. Here's my friend Anjushi. Jai Jagat everyone. Repeat after me. The purpose of the prayer is to remind us that God has created us to know Him and to worship Him through His manifestation. Thank you and have a nice day. Pledge. Pledge is a promise that reminds us our responsibility toward our school and nation. Now, Samika will lead us in the school pledge. Take out the right hand for the pledge. I pledge before God, whom I love and worship, to be a worthy student of my school and abide by its rules, to love and respect my parents and teachers and follow their guidance, to consider all the people of the world as my brothers and sisters, for we are all creations of one God, to uphold the motto of Jai Jagat at all times, for truly I am a citizen of the world. Jai Jagat and keep your head down. A single positive thought can brighten our entire day. To share inspiring thought, I invite my friend Ahan. Good morning and Jai Jagat to everyone. The thought for the day is alone we can do so little, all together we can do so much. It means when we try to do anything by ourselves, our ideas are limited, but when we join hands, every big task becomes easy. Working together brings out the best. Thank you. Have a nice day. Virtue are the golden key that shape our character and make us better human beings. Let us welcome Sandika to share the virtue of the month. Good morning and Jai Jagat to everyone. The virtue of the month is cooperation in working together with love and team spirit. When we cooperate, we share our ideas, help each other, and solve big problems easily. It makes playing, learning, and growing together much more fun. We should remember when we work together, everybody wins. Thank you. Now let us shake off and boost our energy. Get ready for a fun exercise.
Dolphin says move it. Dolphin says jump. Dolphin says move it. Dolphin says jump. Move it, move it, jump, jump. Move it, jump, jump. Ow, this is jellyfish says move it. Jellyfish says bounce. Jellyfish says move it. Jellyfish says bounce. Move it, move it, move it, move it. Bounce, bounce. Ow, this is the super fun lotion song. Hey, hey,
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, at the back, please, everyone. These small kids are here to energize you all.
Shark says move it. Shark says jump. Shark says move it. Shark says jump. Move it, move it. Move it, move it. Oh, this is a super fun ocean song. Hey, 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 Octopus says move it, move it. Octopus says wiggle, wiggle. Octopus says move it, move it. Octopus says wiggle, wiggle. Move it, move it. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Move it, move it. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Oh, this is the super fun ocean song. Hey, hey, ooh, ha, ooh, ha. Hey, hey, boom, boom, boom. Hey, hey, ooh, ha, ooh, ha. Hey, hey, boom, boom, boom.
Thank you so much, little children, for uplifting and energizing presentation. The music can stop now. Thank you so much. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, you would definitely agree to what I'm saying right now. वह न कागज रखता है, न कलम रखता है और न किताब रखता है. वह न कागज रखता है, न कलम रखता है, न किताब रखता है, फिर भी सारी दुनिया का हिसाब रखता है. और वो है हमारा परवरदिगार, जिसको अभी हमने याद किया इन छोटे नन्हे मुन्नों के द्वारा. Moving up ahead is a very significant and important video message by none other than Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Great leaders inspire us not only through their actions, but also through their vision. It's now time for a very special message from one of India's most respected statesmen. We are privileged to have the endorsement and the blessings of our own Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, Member of Parliament, a visionary leader who has always championed education that builds the nation. He has graciously shared a special video message appreciating the transformative impact of alpha implementation on ground. May I request everyone to please turn your attention to the screen and watch this video.
Namaskar. My warm congratulations to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and her team at the Global Education and Training Institute, KT, that the Path Movement for Transforming Education is being launched at this roundtable. Education must be purposeful, active, transformative, and holistic. India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, rightly emphasizes moving from teaching to learning, a move from memorization to understanding, from passive listening to active participation. I firmly believe that the four C skills, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, Geti have demonstrated that these are not just ideas, but realities that can be implemented across schools of every size and type. Leaders, educators, parents, and communities to come together for this transformative journey. Education leaders gathered Education Leadership International Roundtable in Lucknow, and those joining this event virtually from across India and around the world, and wishing this event a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Rajnath Singh ji, in absentia, delivering that message to all of us. Such thoughtful words that remind us that education remains the strongest foundation for national development and global progress. Ladies and gentlemen, for transformative movement begins with a visionary, a leader who sees possibilities where others see obstacles and hurdles. A leader who believes that every child can learn, every teacher can inspire, and every school can become extraordinary. It is now my immense privilege to have Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhiji on stage for her keynote address. Dr. Sunita Gandhi is internationally recognized for her pioneering work in education, foundational literacy and numeracy, teacher development, and educational innovation. Her work has inspired educators across India and around the world to rethink what is possible in classrooms. खुद से चलकर नहीं ये तजुर्बे सुखन आया है खुद से चलकर नहीं ये तजुर्बे सुखन आया है शागिर्दी की है बुजुर्गों की तब जाकर ये फन आया है सोचिए
Very good morning, everyone. I'm feeling so blessed to have you great educators here in Lucknow mulling over education. As we know, education requires a lot of thought. We cannot continue the way we are doing in the wake up call of AI. Do we agree? So, the sooner we embrace that beast called AI, the better. But then how? There are a lot of questions that come to our minds. We are still very much, as we'll all agree, pretty much in the past vein of doing things. The new education policy, an amazing, most progressive policy of the government of India, was released in 2021. And of course, we were just coming out of a major crisis, but it was like a breath of fresh air, as we can all agree. And I think it has within it the formulation of an amazing education if you were to behold it. And what does it really mean when, for example, NEP 2020 says that classrooms should be active, that every child should participate and not just some, and not a passive learning environment anymore? What does it mean to us? We're running the show where teachers still at the front, where the children are still spectators like I'm speaking, you guys are listening to me, and not just for a few minutes that I'll speak, but for the whole day. Not just the whole day, the whole week, the whole month, the whole year, and not just the whole year, every single year for the rest of their education career. This is not necessarily what the NEP 2020 meant. We have changed to some extent, but I dare to say that we have not changed enough. We talk about holistic education, we talk about a holistic report card, we make one, but does it mean that we have truly become holistic? What does holistic even mean in the context of our current education paradigm? How do we ensure that children are growing up to be collaborative, communicative, um, endowed with all the 21st century skills that Michael Fullan spoke about, that NEP 2020 endorses, um, and beyond that, certain other things that we can aim for and aspire to. So, for example, NEP 2020 emphasizes collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. In addition to that, Michael Fullan's framework talks about character, which is also underscored in the NEP 2020. And we've done character education way many times with morning assemblies like we saw today, and just so beautifully these little ones inspired us and reminded us how important that anchoring is with values. We do that. We do a lot of things. We're also doing, for example, quotations across the walls. City Montessori School, the children are writing quotations in their notebook. Every single page is a small quotation. These are things that they make an imprint on the psychology of a child for life. Um, Michael Fullan's framework also talks about citizenship, and so does our NEP 2020, that we need to make citizens good citizens of a country and good citizens of the world. So, what does it mean to make these global citizens or good national citizens? uh, Civic responsibility. How do they behave with animals, with plants? What do they do with each other? The diversity of the human race, the diversity in our classes, the diversity of the skill level, the diversity of religions, caste, color of skin, languages across the board, cultures. We have to really, to create world citizens, we need to work in a very, very directed way. So these six, and then two others we've added, which are climate consciousness, very, very important today. Kids grow up to be conscious of the environment. And the last one, which is probably the most important in this age of AI, that is connectedness. So these are the eight, we call them 4C skills and the 4C traits. 4C skills are the first four, and the traits are like climate consciousness, the trait. Character is a trait, it's not a skill. And similarly, connectedness is a trait, not a skill. So, how do we teach connectedness? And we hope that in these 2 days, and I hope you're here with us for both days, that you will see a spectrum of difference that is now in the classes, which is dramatically altering, not a little bit altering, what we have done in the context of nurturing these eight aspects, eight C's of education in the 21st century. Connectedness would mean that we actually don't necessarily need the mobile to feel connected. We're connected because we enjoy being with each other. Now, how do you nurture that? It's so very important in this age of AI that children feel connected. It's not just teacher talking. They're not even connected to the teacher because teacher sees 40 kids. But how do we convert that to where truly there's a lot of sharing all day long, not just constructivism where we say, okay, and we did that for many years in City Montessori School as well. I'm so delighted that Kathy ma'am is here, principal of CMS Rajan Nagar 1 campus, which is a big campus of City Montessori School, and formerly principal of a smaller campus called Rajajipuram Campus 2. So very delighted to have her here because we have done all these wonderful things before. Every school aspires to be a good school. So, ma'am, would you like to be here with me for just a second, right? So, every school aspires to be a good school, and every school has a lot of good in it. The question that we have been dabbling with here at City Montessori School is, can a good school be a lot better? Can a good school like City Montessori School yield far better results than it has ever done before? That's the question. Not can I improve this coming year? Not that I can do something, that's iterative, that's a marginal change or a incremental change, but actually that's a paradigm shift, that is transformative change, that is really delivering a good school into, I would not say the best school, because we really cannot compare ourselves and say, I'm the best school, we are the best school. And wherever we have that little bit of sense of we are the best, I think we stop learning because we feel we are the best. So any school, good school, should continue to aspire because we know that till every single child in our classroom feels good, till every child in the classroom is endowed with those values and virtues that we consider important, till every child maximizes their learning potential, each one as a different individual, till that happens, we are not going to be done. And even then, that won't happen. It's like perfection. We aim for perfection, we grow towards perfection, and there is no finish line. We continue to find something or the other we need to aspire to. So that's what my dear father, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, who started this great institution, City Montessori School, inspired us to do. And he learned about this philosophy of Kaizen from Japan in 1990s. And he brought it in Bharat. I'm so delighted that Bharat sir is here from Mumbai. He is the founding member of NISA, National Independent Schools Association, of which in the morning Kulbhushan Sharma ji was here. He came yesterday just to be with us for one evening. And he hopefully will be back there tomorrow. He missed the 2 days. But it's so wonderful that the president of National Independent School Association was also here. Many eminent members of that group are here through the 2 days. So very, very grateful to Bharat Malik ji that he's here. Can we please clap for him? Um, and I'd like to have, ma'am will be speaking in a little bit, so we'll definitely hear from her. But the idea that we used to have this constructivism, as in think, pair, share, and you all probably know and do it. So the kids would face each other, they, for 10 minutes, teacher would say, now everybody do this question with each other. So they'll do the question with each other and say, okay, you stand up and you share how did you come to whatever conclusion you did. So that is okay, still highly teacher led. Teacher with holding the reins, teacher like a master puppeteer, and the children as puppets, literally. So, can we change that? That's the challenge. And if we change that, what happens? Does it change the scenario in terms of learning? But more importantly, are we creating the foundation of a more humane world? Are we creating children who are truly collaborators, not just for 10 minutes in a day, not just for a project based learning, not just for this or that, like cooperative games, but actually living cooperation every single moment. Because we want to see that they grow up with diversity, random pairing, random working with each other. And therefore, are they, if we focus on the values, if we focus on all these other outcomes, do we miss out on the academics? So I'd love to have just a couple of words from ma'am about good school becoming better.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning and Jai Jagat, everybody. I would just like to say that any change that happens, there is a lot of resistance and hesitation right at the beginning of it. But as the time passes by, the change itself is something that we adapt to. And same was the case with Alpha. It is not just a pedagogy, it is a change in mindset. And that's what I have witnessed as a principal of City Montessori School. When Alpha was first introduced to my campus in particular, first to Rajajipuram campus 2 and now eventually at Rajin Nagar campus 1, I have seen remarkable change in my students. And when I say remarkable change, one thing that I see in them is that they have become more confident in sharing their opinion. And as ma'am mentioned about a strategy called Think, Pair, and Share. So over here, we see that the, the teaching is not teacher centric, it is more of child centric, and students get an opportunity to speak in the class, which generally was missing initially in the traditional way of teaching. I would also like to mention that there is going to be noise in your classes, but that's a good noise. The conversations are going to be meaningful conversations. They are not meaningless conversation. However, the teachers might face certain hesitation and they would crib a little in the beginning. Eventually, they will understand that the only thing constant over here is the change that we need to bring in our life and the life of our kids. Ma'am asked me that how the school is better, and of course not the best, because we have to make changes with every day that is happening around the world, be it AI, be it the values that we hold in our school. As our founder manager said that every child is potentially the light of the world. So that potential needs to be limitless and not limited. That's what I would say. And in through our conversations and even through the demonstration that the kids will be showing you, you'll understand that why we are promoting alpha. It is because we need to change our mindset first. If you are convinced, your teachers are going to be convinced. And that's how I brought alpha to my previous campus. Thank you. That's all from my side.
So really and truly, we want to see not just incremental change. There's no time left. AI is real. Our kids are getting lost to the machinery around them, and they need to be more connected with each other. So I think that is probably the most important goal that we set our hearts to. How do we connect the kids with each other? So when they go home, like one campus, we had a video recording of a testimonial of a parent somebody sent me, and the parent is saying that first my child would come in the past and say, Mama, may I have the mobile? Today she says, Mama, where's the daily newspaper? That is a transition. No more mobiles. And if that's happening, something tremendous is happening. The question is how? How do we do it? So today and tomorrow, it is not a conference, though it looks like a conference. I wish we could have truly been around. They would have this before. But basically, the idea of sharing with you the transformation that a particular school community and now more schools have joined forces is doing this for a number of years now, demonstrating that within a week, 2 weeks, you will see and the parents will witness a completely, radically different outcome of teaching. So, for example, when do we learn three-letter words, little ones? When do they learn three-letter words? At the age 4, beginning of age 5, yes or no? Yeah. What if we told you in 3 weeks, in age 3, they'll be reading three-letter words? Will you believe or not? Not just a few children in the system. How many of you will believe that 3-year-olds can read three-letter words within like 3 weeks of their being in school? After normalization, after they've settled in and we've begun teaching them. Normalization takes about a month. But normalization, again, they're not doing extra things necessarily, but they're learning something like gross motor skills, fine motor skills, all sorts of things. So ma'am is here with me, but witness to the idea that 3-year-olds can read three-letter words. How? Can you learn to read without teaching the alphabet? Nobody will believe. You cannot teach, everybody will tell us, you cannot teach a child to read without teaching the alphabet. But yet, that's what is happening. It's not letter sounds anymore like in phonics. So letter sounds would say C says, etc. It doesn't teach you first the letters A, B, C, D, and A says and, B says but. None of that at all. And yet they're reading faster than any other system. So how old are your kids, ma'am, who are reading newspapers?
They are as old as 4 years of age, and they are reading newspaper. And one of the campuses will be demonstrating it for you today. And it is not scripted because the newspaper will be of today's date. So they've not read it before, and you can ask them any piece of news to read, and they'll do it. And this goes for all 22 campuses of CMS, not just one campus.
I think we have to think very differently. That's when the difference will come. If we think incrementally, we're going to create incremental change. Yes or no? Like, we don't, one of the things I keep talking to our teachers who are implementing the change, and of course, initially, like, I just want to stand in front of my class and lecture. That's a normal reaction of a teacher, especially senior teachers. And we have principal of City International School, Indranagar, Savita Makita ma'am. So there, this idea that children can learn by themselves and with each other has been implemented till grade 12. Last year we had CBSE UP topper from City International School. So the point is that it is possible that this alternative education, not just alternative, highly alternative way of learning, trusting the child to deliver on their own learning, is working miracles compared to the old way where we thought we were the repository of knowledge. If we don't teach, the children won't learn was the assumption and still stays the assumption in many of our minds. The teacher पढ़ाएगा नहीं तो बच्चे पढ़ेंगे कैसे? भाई ट्राई करके देखिए. Just give it a try. Leave them alone, but with some preparation. And that is the spark, the initial sparking of that. वो जो दिवाली में लाइट्स होती हैं, एक को लाइट करिए, सारी लाइट हो जाती है. Just spark the class. Show them how to work in a pair on a very simple routine, very, very simple routine, three-part routine, you learn about that, or four-part routine, and the children follow that routine. It's not teaching them how to make some numbers or read something. It's about teaching them how to learn to read on their own, on their own. So till grade 12, it is happening. And but we have, obviously something we tomorrow, I think, or today, I'm not sure where Binduji is here. Bindu Sharma from Nagpur. Binduji, yes, you have. Please come to the front. Wow, you're in the back. So Binduji went to City International School, her team, and they got some ideas from there. She'll share with you later. But MK Sancheti, right? If I got that right. MK Sancheti School in Nagpur. And they tried out in grade 10. Then she sent my team, and I got privy to this PPT that her grade 10 teachers had made. And ma'am, you want to come just for a second? I know you'll share about it later. Just one little thing. How did grade 10 go for you? Because it's a process. It's a way of doing things. Thank you, Nat. Yeah. How did you feel?
Yeah, good morning to everyone. I visited City Montessori School in the month of February, and I would like to tell you all that I had been fascinated. I went to the international school also, and in fact, the other campuses, Kanpur Road also, and other Gomti Nagar campus. But I was very fascinated seeing the students of 9th and 10th over there and following the same method of alpha pedagogy. So when I went back to my school, I discussed this with my management and received permission. And I was blessed that they agreed, yes, you can do it. And I have implemented the same in grade 9th and 10th. And I will be showing you some of the presentations what the children are doing. And I'm very happy to share. Recently, in last month, we held a parent meeting, which was not led by the students, but actually it was led not led by teachers, but by the students. And it was not showing of the report cards; it was showing of learning. Whatever happened for the past 2 months, every topic, children explained everything to each and every parent, and I have seen parents crying because they never knew that children have this much of capacity. It was not at all a pen paper test because last 2 months they were learning by discussions, exploring, researching each and every topic. I myself teach chemistry. I have completed 3 chapters of chemistry within 1 month and only because of this alpha pedagogy. So this is what alpha can do. And thanks a lot to Sunita Gandhi ma'am for introducing us to such a beautiful concept.
Thank you. So, Mr. Joseph Ma'am is a new entrant to this whole mission of revolutionizing education the way we know it. So, one of the things that I keep reminding ourselves and our teachers and everybody that there are two beliefs that are very important in bringing about change. One is belief in the child's innate potential. She said just now, we didn't know our children had so much capacity. Believing in our children's capacity, believing that they are far more capable than our education gives them. Our education is limiting their potential gravely, very much so than we have ever acknowledged in education. You see spotlights of amazing work going on. Uh, in Vishakhapatnam, there's a great school that Bharat Malikji reminded me of yesterday, and there also kids are doing fabulously well. There are spotlights across the country, across the world, but how about as a part of the system of learning and reshuffling the pegs in a different order and producing some amazing results. So that's what we're going to be learning about. That's one belief. The second belief is belief in the pedagogy. Do we believe that 10 years from now, Okay, I want to take a vote. How many of you believe that 10 years from now, your education, okay, sorry, go back a bit. 10 years ago and 10 years today, has education dramatically changed? Please raise your hand if yes. Dramatically changed. Okay, wow, all of you think so. That's interesting. Has dramatically changed. In what ways has it changed dramatically? Pray tell somebody. Can somebody take the mic, please, to the floor? This is important. We're very flexi scheduled. Lots of things planned, but love to know why you think it has dramatically changed in the last 10 years. Pardon? Mic is coming now. So I want to focus on the word dramatic. Okay, let me qualify. Are the teachers still teaching from the front? Yes or no? How many say yes? Right? I don't see more hands up. Are teachers teaching from the front? Yes or no? Are they teaching from the front? Is still yes? Are we assessing children the way we always did? Yes or no? Raise your hands, please. Yeah. Are we teaching from similar books all these last 10 years? Or dramatically different books? Just look, they look better paper maybe, but I'm talking about dramatically different way of content. Are we dealing with dramatically different processes of teaching and learning? Yes or no? Dramatically different. How many say no? No, exactly. Dramatically different, I would doubt very much. Are we treating children with ability groupings, personalized learning? Are we still doing that? Yes or no? Are we still teaching children with differentiation? Are we differentiating among children?
No, not at all.
Not at all. There's a few of you saying not at all. Now convince me how dramatically you've changed your education since the NEP 2020, that's only 3 years ago and 4 years ago, and how you've changed in the last 10 years dramatically, not a little, please, ma'am. Okay, all over to you.
Yeah, hi, I am a learner myself. So my perspective on that is that now, as my time was, teachers were the dominating part, and now at present, students, we are learning from students, and pedagogies like previously it was on what based. Now it is on how based. That's the basic difference. Children are on the front and teachers are in the back. What I feel, AI is there. First, there were only teachers were the informative sources. Students learned only from us, from teachers. But now when they enter the class, they are already informed through many sources. Like AI is here. We can't say it is artificial. I feel it is real, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Anybody else would like to share how dramatically your school has changed in the last, well, since NEP 2020 and last 10 years? How's dramatically changed? Not little, but dramatic. Anybody?
Have any dramatic change, ma'am.
I think it's something to be considered. Not that, your initial reaction was, yes, we have changed a lot. And this is what a City Montessori school principal would normally say, we are the best, we are the greatest. I'm not meaning you per se, but in general, a good school, the principals feel we are the best, we are the greatest. Look, because these 1,000 kids outside, we are the best school of the city, we are regarded as the best school, like Sharda Mandir School, Goa. They have lines of parents sleeping the night just to get a form. These are great schools, obviously, but can they be greater? That's the question. Can we all challenge ourselves to think fresh about pedagogy, about what happens daily within the classroom and in the interactions among the children and with the teacher? What changes so that we have at the heart of it the 21st century skills, not at the margins, not add on. You saw in the morning assembly, value of the month cooperation. We don't need that anymore. This I introduced many years ago in City Montessori School, but we don't need that anymore. Why? Because every day is cooperation day. Every day is communication day. All 8 that C's that I talked to you about are happening simultaneously every single day in every interaction among children. And how is that even possible? This is the paradigm shift that we need to understand and possibly see that this may produce a more dramatic change than we've ever witnessed before, and for the better for the children. So we can't say everything's done. You're here because you're open-minded. You're here because you are maybe seeing that there are ways to cut the pie differently. Because you are here because uh, you are a learner. Every one of us should be a learner. My mother, who's 93 this year, day after tomorrow is her birthday. We're celebrating her birthday tomorrow at 11:30 here in this hall. She has been the greatest inspiration for me. I remember my father, my mother every single day because I want to tell you, she is the biggest learner I know. She'll sit in the audience here when she comes. She'll make notes. She'll hear. She'll ask questions. She wants to learn. She knows the word alpha. She knows high path. She knows all this. But every time she looks at it with a fresh eye and she discovers some new nuggets in it. And it's like when we read the Ramayana, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, the holy texts of different religions, the Bible. Every time we read it, we get a new perspective. Yes or no? जितनी बार रामायण पढ़ेंगे कुछ नया दिखेगा. इसी तरह शिक्षा की पद्धति को जब हम अपने सामने एक वर्ड कहते हैं, कोई कहता है हमें अल्फा आ गया, भाई नहीं आया. रामायण आ गई, नहीं आई. Right? ये साधना है, daily effort है. Teachers grow into what we are calling galvanizers. We are not calling them teachers anymore. Teachers are called galvanizers. They're not called facilitators. They're not called guides, facilitators, mentors. All these words are good. They're all good, but they're all perhaps included and less so of a facilitator and more so of a galvanizer. So, galvanizer, and my mother was the first one to write down what does this galvanizer mean even. A galvanizer is one who sparks the class and moves away. And that moving away is the hardest part for a teacher. Because we're so attached to being at the front to teach. And anyway, so no more much elaboration on this, but we are going to learn from our teachers, from our children, from those who like Joseph ma'am, who's already tried out something dramatically different. How did it pan out for them? So we've done this for 5 years at City Montessori School. Initially, we started with a pilot, 2 campuses of CMS did that. 45-day pilot. I'm so happy Dipali ma'am is here as well. Dipali ji, very good morning. So happy to have you here. Dipali ji, principal of a very large campus CMS called Mahanagar campus. So we're happy to have you with us. Thank you so much. So we started with 2 campuses of City Montessori School in a small pilot, kindergarten 1 and 2. In one campus, we have 9 sections in each of these grades. In another campus, Aliganj campus 2, Samvita Adhikari was the principal. She moved to another campus. So they only had 3 sections. So out of the 3 sections, 1 section did alpha, 2 did not do alpha. In Gomti Nagar campus 2, 4 sections did alpha, 5 did not. So how did we convince them? How did we convince the parents? This was November of 2022. No time to bring about any kind of change. Yet my very gallant sister, Professor Geeta Kingdon, decided that we will do it. Because Ma'am Batra had gone to City International School and witnessed the change herself. And nothing like witnessing. That's why we've opened up for you our entire City Montessori School and City International Schools of Lucknow. And you can go see what's happening in the classroom. Because seeing is believing. We're also bringing a whole classroom on the stage. So you can see that can these kids really read newspapers? Can they do, like grade 2 children do lakhs of numbers, not just numbers to 99 as they expected to do in CPSC board or other boards. So is it real witnessing? So she witnessed in City International School, Ma'am Manjeet Batra, gratitude to her. She said, I want to try it out at my campus in City Montessori School. She convinced Samvita ji, both of them tried out. 39 days later in Gomti Nagar, 44 days in Gomti Nagar, and 39 days later in Aliganj 2, we did a post-test. There was a pre-test of all 9 sections and all 3 sections in Hindi, English, and mathematics. There was a post-test some 40 days later in both the campuses, and the results were dramatically different between a good school, both sets of kids. No, we don't do any kind of ability grouping and ability classrooms. These 4 sections in Govindinagar and 1 section in Aliganj did far better in their own campuses than the kids who did not do Alpha in these 40 some days. Believe it, right? Because what happened next is they were able to convince 11 campuses to try out next day, 45-day intervention. No books, no materials at the time. I didn't have the books ready at the time. It was just पतली पतली किताबें जो मैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल को देती हूँ वो मैंने electronically on screen I gave to the I mean digital copies I gave to the teachers and a little bit of training like half a day training in each of these 11 campuses, maybe 1 day training. And after that, the teachers got going. 45 days later, again, they also did half of alpha, half non-alpha in their own campuses. Again, we collected data, but at 11 campuses. When that came really positive, then at this time, I prepared these books, which are called buddy books because kids work as buddies. So buddy books, and they were then a version of it called Sky High. We took it up in City Montessori School. As the first year, 14 of the campuses agreed to take it up on their own. We don't convince, I don't try to convince the principal, please take it. They have to come up with their own conclusion they wanted. So even though it's sort of like you can say family run school, but actually we really trust the principals and their judgment. So 14 of them took it up. And then that was 24, 25. In 25, 26, 19 campuses took it up. And this year, 26, 27, 21 of the 22 campuses have taken it up, right? So we've seen that transition within the CMS also. We've also had third-party evaluation, a company called CSSL out of Bangalore that does our third-party evaluation of grades 3 to grade 12, some grades missing, but senior grades, but most of these grades, they do a 4 times a year. They make the paper themselves. They give the monitor the paper at school. Data is collected, the data is analyzed, and that data, when it was analyzed for grade 3, for example, the campuses, the 4 campuses that were doing, five campuses that were doing Alpha in grade 3, they came out 10 points and 11 points higher in just 8 weeks than the other campuses of City Montessori School. Same school. So how is that even possible? When you say board results, this year, let's say 60% of our children got above 90%. We say next year, 70% got. It's very rare. In 8 weeks, we could see the difference in English was 10 percentage points. That is not absolute relative. Relative would be even higher. 10 PP and 11 PP in mathematics. In 8 weeks. So something is different because we are really driven by data. My sister, Professor Geeta Kingdon, is an econometrist. She is been a professor of economics in Oxford and in IOE, University College London, UCL. She's been head of department in UCL, professor and chair. She cares for data. And she's made us all care for data. All our principals, everybody, we are really, where's the data? Show us the data. And data has shown this has worked. Now, finally, after all this, and 30 more schools taking it up outside of City Montessori School, 30 schools across the country. Sharda Mandir School in Goa took it up as well. As you saw some of the schools, last night there were some schools here that were with me for dinner and they have taken it up. 30 schools have taken it up and we are now obviously seeing some early results from them, 2 months, 3 months into the process. And that is the data we need from those who do endeavor to try out the new, dare to try out the new, who are gallant, who are not worried about what the parents will say. This year, again, I want to say to Ma'am Batra that she, when we decided, or she decided we will do this, she asked me to come over to our campus and train the teachers so that they can do an interactive parent workshop, a seminar, 1 day, maybe 3 hours or 4 hours, where she invited parents of these 4 sections, all 4 sections, which were going to take up this program for some 40 days. And this was in November. She told the parents, as this happened, that for these next 40, 45 days, the books that you have bought, the textbooks, the children are going to not bring them to school, you keep them at home. Teachers are not going to teach from those textbooks. Teachers are going to teach an alternative system, and here's the presentation on that alternative system. So I said to ma'am before the meeting that with the parents that, ma'am, you have 9 sections. Say some of the parents rebel. They don't want this, right? They don't want this new thing. It's like, no, they'd rather have their textbooks and continue with what they were doing. What will you do? Ma'am, you have these 9 sections. Maybe you can offer them. And my sister also suggested to her, maybe you can say to them, look, okay, you can swap sections and you can be in the non-alpha sections. And guess what she said? She said, no, I will convince the parents. And as it happened, not a single parent said, we don't want to do it at that parent-teacher meeting. Not a single parent. So when we convince the parents, they come along. There's a school here called Lamatnia Girls in Lucknow, and one year they dropped all the books. They said, we will not do any more books till grade 5. And say they have alternative ways like worksheets and some other techniques they use. Did the parents drop the school and walk away? What's your guess? They rebelled for a bit, and the school grew from strength to strength. It is a very popular school of Lucknow. So we, as leaders, as ma'am said earlier, Kathy ma'am, that you have to be the one to say, I know this will work, like ma'am Bhatta did also. I know, I've seen it, I know it will work. And then you convince your teachers, of course, they are your most important next stakeholders in this whole process, if they think this is good. And they must believe that this is better for their children, number one. Number two, they must believe that their work will be more joyful, more well-being based than ever in the past. They will enjoy this process thoroughly. And if they know that and they try it out for 1 week in earnest, then they will see a dramatic change and themselves, and they will become converted very, very quickly. So we've not seen, there have been some resistance on and off among teachers where they kind of, okay, principal is gone, let me just do the old way, right? You've seen those with your teachers as well. नई चीजें आप लाते हो वो कहते हैं अरे ठीक है दो चार दिन में सब भूल जाएंगे तो आप आते हो डोर पे वो ही कर रहे होते हैं जो आपको देखना है हमारा इंस्पेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट जब जाता है लेकिन फिर बाद में वो करते हैं जो उन्हें मना था लेकिन आज की डेट में आई कैन से that within 3 months, 4 months, for all of the teachers, every single teacher has converted to alpha in 3 months or 4 months. Every single teacher. The most resistant of them has also changed. So something is magical, very, very good. We need to convince our parents next. If we do not have that convincing of the parents, again, new is always hard. But when the children come home and they do Tina Toto puppets, when the children come home and say, let's do bari bari, let's do take turns, I'm going to say something, you're going to respond, you're going to say something, I'm going to respond, and they become the leaders in their own families, we have never seen mothers and fathers so involved as ever in the past. Never in the past. Because the child has become the leader. Child is teaching the parents how to do something. Because they've learned the way, not the exact mathematics sum. They've learned the way to create their own sums and learn by themselves. This is the distinction. Anyway, I think I'm elaborating too much on it. Just to say that thank you for being here. You're great educators. I hope that you will consider it in the light of an intellectual debate, a discussion. You're welcome to say your views. We'll invite you, and they should be our ushers here should be having a mic with them in case you want to say something. Keep it very brief so that all of you can give your points of view as and when you wish. So right now, I think the program is back over to our wonderful anchor for the day, Sumita Bhatt ma'am. She was vice principal of City International School, and now for the last several years, she's been helping me with Alpha and other things. Hi, Path, please come. So High Path is the program, and Alpha. So we say Path. High Path is Path X Alpha. So Path is the highway that we need to take, whichever way. We can take any whichever way, but we can all agree Path is what NEP 2020 set out. We are calling it purposeful. That Rajaji also mentioned purposeful, active, transformative, holistic. 4 keywords that we can remember rather than 20 things or 400 pages of NEP 2020.
PATH. Path, everyone can take no matter which way you go, that path is your call. Alpha is the vehicle we are proposing, is a good way forward, and Alpha stands for Accelerating Learning for All. We started with government schools in India, and I'm happy to report that we started with 10 schools in August of 2022 with Anita Karwal, the Secretary of MOE at the time, before that CPSC chairperson. She giving me a break saying, yes, Sunita, let's do it. And we got 10 schools in Shamli in Uttar Pradesh, which is a low performing district of India. This year, 2026, that's 3 years into it after the pilot ended in 2023, and now 3 years later, we have memorandum of understanding for 150,000 government schools. We are already active in 30,000 because it takes time to roll out the program, get the governments trained, the officials trained, and everything. And we've signed up 4 entire states: Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, and Himachal Pradesh. 4 entire states we've signed up with the government. So government is where we began. Government is where our heart is. And I need your help for the government. That's why we're taking our wares out to you, because all of the funds, 100% of the funds that are going to be raised by High Path are going directly to Nixon sir. Please, sir, can you stand up for a minute? Nixon sir is our chief admin officer, and he is running Devi Sansthan, Dignity Education Vision International. All the funds we raise from our current groups that are running our program all go to him as well. So this will be entirely. So you can imagine an education by educators, that's perhaps all of us here who are part of the team here, and we've been trying it out, by educators, for educators, which is not always the case, not by educators, not always the case, for educators, of course, is the case, but for social good. This is the key difference, that we are here to serve those people, young people who cannot afford education. One child that you enroll in the program at your cost, whatever your current costs are, we've got 3 models. They call combo A, combo B, and combo C. In the combo, we include some training, some assessments, all of that depending on the combo you take. For the price of books, we're giving you a lot more, and we're giving you the promise that every dollar raised, every penny raised will go towards social cause, towards making children in government schools foundationally literate and literate. One child, 10 children at a minimum. Thank you so much. Okay, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, for those inspiring words and reminding us that true educational transformation begins with courage, compassion, and a commitment to continuous learning. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you over to a live classroom demonstration by City International School Grade 10 children. Educational theories inspire us for sure. Researchers guide us, but nothing is more convincing than seeing children learn with confidence, curiosity, and joy. This session offers exactly that opportunity. We are about to witness a live classroom demonstration by the children of City International School, Manas City. Can we give them a huge round of applause as they are already ready, seated at their positions? As you observe this session, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to look beyond the activities themselves. Notice the confidence in these children, the interaction between teacher and learner, the joy of participation, and the simplicity with which meaningful learning unfolds. They are here to present before you Alpha Process B Plus classroom demonstration, which says that it is an innovative teaching learning pedagogy implemented with grades 9 to 12, where every lesson is taught through the CBSE prescribed NCRT books. It is not an additional program, but it is seamlessly embedded with the NCRT curriculum, enabling students to master every concept while preparing effectively for the CBSE board examination. So over to you, students of City International School, Mana City campus.
Good morning to one and all present here. With immense pride and honor, I extend a very warm welcome to our mentor and our Alpha Queen, Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am, distinguished educators, honored guests, prestigious schools. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. At Alpha B Plus, we believe that learning is not about completing the syllabus or preparing for examinations. It's about empowering every child to think, question, collaborate, create, and reach their true potential. So today we'll be witnessing the same Alpha B class. Now I would like to call our anchors, Aradhya and Ishita, with a big round of applause.
In today's world, education is not about filling minds with information. It is about empowering every child to learn, think, collaborate, and lead. Alpha transforms this vision into reality.
A very energetic good morning, everyone. Today, we are delighted to demonstrate a live Alpha B Plus model, a learner centric pedagogy that changes classrooms into spaces of active participation, collaboration, and mastery.
Aligned with the vision of NEP 2020, Alpha promotes competency based learning, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and holistic development, preparing learners for the demands of 21st century.
Yes, it also reflects the Bloom's taxonomy, guiding students beyond remembering and understanding to applying, evaluating, and creating knowledge through meaningful learning experiences.
Well, many of you believe that active learning is suitable only for junior classes. However, Alpha B Plus proves that even senior secondary classrooms preparing for the CBSE board examination can become highly interactive without compromising syllabus completion. Let us now witness a live Alpha B Plus classroom.
So, before we begin our today's live session, we would like to invite some volunteers from the audience to please come up and join us. You can see each table has colored cards placed. We request one member from each color group to kindly join. The color codes for the following are orange color card volunteer to join group A, green color card volunteer to join group B, blue color card volunteer to join group C, yellow color card volunteer to join group D, and pink color card volunteer to join group C. We request one member from each color group to kindly come up and join us and get some hands-on experience of how Alpha works. Can we get some hand claps for the volunteers joining us? We request the volunteers from orange color card.
Welcome, sir.
So now you can see each group here has 4 members. The learners are requested to do the skim reading of the lesson Nationalism in India so that we can move to the next phase of our process.
Skim reading is a technique of reading quickly to understand the main idea of the text. The goal is to understand the overall meaning, structure, and key points rather than every detail. While our learners are doing skim reading, we have a QR code for the audience to scan so that you can also participate and join this interactive activity.
Now, it is time to move to the next phase of our process, peer reading and subtopic allocation. So, let me tell you one thing beforehand. Then, when the lesson begins, the galvanizer divides the lesson into 4 or 5 core subtopics. This has already been done for today's session, and we have used color codings for all the 5 subtopics we will be covering today.
Now let's have a look at our group allocation. Orange represents group A, which will take subtopic 1, the idea of Satyagraha. Green represents group B, which will work on subtopic 2, the Rowlatt Act. Blue represents group C, which will work on a subtopic 3, the non-cooperation. Yellow represents group D, which will explore subtopic 4, the Salt March and the civil disobedience movement. And finally, pink represents group E, which will analyze subtopic 5, the limits of civil disobedience.
Okay, volunteers and learners, your time starts now. Dive into your assigned sections. Use your textbooks and classroom resources and make sure you understand every single concept very thoroughly. You have exactly 5 minutes for this step. So let the discussion begin.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask you a question. What skills do you think develop from this activity?
So, hello, this is Dr. Shilpa Sharma. So, I believe the skills which they develop is teamwork, collaboration, of course, critical thinking, a lot of brainstorming being involved, and yes, creativity at some point. And of course, I believe because they have to be really, really quick at this, so involvement of the cookies and all has been. Thank you so much.
What a wonderful answer, ma'am. Excuse me, sir. So may I ask you a question regarding the process we have got here on the stage today? So, sir, my question goes like, can you identify any of the 21st century skills which are being demonstrated here on the stage today? So, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am, can I ask you a question? So, ma'am, what do you think? How is the teacher's role different in the alpha classroom from a traditional classroom?
Good morning, everybody. This is Ratna Hazra. Here, the teachers are first thing topics are divided, so children are taking more interest, and then they will show their own role also. Because one topic when they're getting, they will be focusing more, and then they are very attentive also. They will be listening to the other group also what they have prepared.
Well said, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Group A, I noticed there are 2 copies of the PDF on your table for 4 of you. Why 2 sets instead of 4?
Thank you for the question. That's intentional. We are working in pairs because learning and understanding happens much efficiently when we collaborate and read together.
Looking good, Group A. Group B, coming on you. How you are tackling the role attack section?
Are focusing on key details, actively jotting down important definitions and historical examples so we don't miss anything crucial.
Smart strategy. Group C, what's your technique for breaking down cooperation?
We are using pens and highlighters to underline the keywords for better understanding.
Excellent approach, Group C. Group D, coming on you. How is your discussion going on?
Thank you for the question. Great. We are discussing the ideas. As we go further, we can build reality, thorough understanding of the whole movement.
Wonderful. And finally, moving on to Group E, where do you start analyzing the limits of the movement?
Thank you for the question. We always identify the main idea first. Once we have the core concept down, the rest of the details fall right into place.
Now, what you are seeing here is the power of chunking information. Instead of overwhelming students who are forced to learn an entire lesson all at once, here students become two specialists in just one section.
All right, everyone, time's up for the group discussion. Now it's your turn to work on your own. Individually, prepare either of the two things based precisely on your assigned subtopic. Either a simple flowchart to show the main ideas or a short summary of the section you have just read. Make sure your work is neat, clear, and easy to understand. Your 5 minutes starts right now.
Now, this individual step is crucial. By creating these visual organizers, what we call my presentation charts, students are forced to independently process what they learned. It helps them to organize dense information and retain key concepts far more effectively than the traditional rote learning.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask you a question regarding the on the stage? So, ma'am, my question goes like, how do visual summary improve long-term retention?
The preparing was very good. Different people connect with each other and share it.
Thank you, ma'am. That's what Alpha is all about.
Excuse me, sir, can I ask you a question? So, sir, why do you think students are encouraged to create graphic organizers or my presentation charts?
I think it improves the concepts more clearly rather than oral ways.
Thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your question about the activity on the stage. So, do you think that these graphic organizers can help during exam preparations?
दिस इज सुनीता गुप्ता एग्जाम प्रिपरेशन के लिए उनका इनकरेज करने के लिए हम सॉल्व करवा सकते हैं इनका रिवीजन टेस्ट लेकर एंड देन ज़्यादा उन पे हार्ड वर्क ना दिया जाए प्रॉपर्ली उनके माइंड को समझते हुए उनको इनकरेज करेंगे थैंक यू
Great work with the answer, ma'am.
Excellent work on those presentation charts, everyone. Now comes the ultimate test of understanding, the application. To bridge the gap between classroom learning and board examination success, each group will now tackle authentic PYQs based precisely on their assigned subtopic from the CBSE board examination.
In a typical classroom setting, students will practice three or more of these targeted questions. However, for today's demonstration, each group will focus on solving two. On each table, you can see color boards are placed. Each color here represents a different stage of our assessment. But right now, we are focusing on the orange ball. Inside this orange ball, you will find the slips containing the specific board questions based precisely on your subtopic. We request one representative from each group to kindly pick up the question slip from the orange bowl. You are free to use your resources and you have exactly 5 minutes for this step.
Excuse me, sir, I would like to ask you a question. What learning habits do you notice that are different from a conventional classroom?
Hi, this is for the most part, I think there is a certain amount of understanding that is learning through some, yeah, some more of simulation kind of thing, which eventually makes the entire process a bit more fun and engaging for the children. Yeah, thank you.
That is what Alpha is about.
Excuse me, ma'am, I would like to ask you a question. So, ma'am, what do you think? The students are merely recalling answers or are they applying some concept to answer the questions?
Definitely, this is the concept base. Uh, a team is there for better understanding because they are sharing their thoughts. So it is concept.
Well said, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. May I ask you a question? So my question goes like, which approach do you believe is more effective for meaningful learning? Simply following lecture method or first presenting thought-provoking questions and then guiding them to learn through discussion and reflection?
Of course, the second one. Following the traditional method of attending a lecture would not be that suitable when it comes to children following peer learning discussions. Then attempting questions which are not part of what they have discussed as well, that has been discussed by other groups. So that will certainly enhance their learning.
Thank you, sir, so much. This is the step where the magic happens. By introducing PYQs immediately after the reading phases, students instantly connect the historical concepts they have just learned with the actual board examination expectations.
Time's up, everyone. Now, let us compare our answers with the official CBSE marking scheme. Usually, we display our answers from all the groups on the screen. However, today, we will select one answer from each group and present its model answer. Students will reflect on their performance and get some experience of how it works.
Now that our experts have drafted their answer, it's time for their reflective feedback. So, what differences do you find in your answer and the model answer displayed?
It uses the exact technical keywords that are missing from my answer.
Wonderful.
Immediate feedback like this is crucial. By comparing their work with an ideal rubric right way, we eliminate misconceptions before they have a chance to become a permanent habit. Now, I request Shreya and Sarvagya to take over the lead.
Thank you, Aradhya and Ishita. Dear audience, please keep in mind that while we are demonstrating this process quickly on the stage today to conceptualize how alpha works exactly, remember it is a deliberate daily classroom culture, not just a one day miracle.
Now we enter the teaching terrain. It's time to mix things up. So please leave your original groups and form entirely new ones.
Ensure that every single new group has exactly one expert from each of the five previous subtopics. So go ahead and rearrange yourself.
Now, the floor is yours. Teach each other. You're no longer the students, you are the teachers.
Now let's see what's happening inside the jigsaw groups. So, Group A, what's happening?
I'm from Group A and I'm explaining subtopic 1, the idea of Satyagraha.
Group B,
I'm from Group B and I'm explaining the subtopic 2, the Rowlett Act.
Group C. I'm from Group C. My subtopic is non-cooperative movement and I am explaining my mind map. So, ma'am, as you're representing a group, so would you like to tell what are you explaining?
I joined from that group, and there we were discussing about Gandhi March, and we talked about how it started and what um, what problems were there, and what was the proposal given by Gandhiji, and what letter he wrote, and what was the main idea, main most important demand that he proposed.
Moving to Group E. I am from Group E and I will be explaining the last topic, limits of civil disobedience. Great. Learning reaches its absolute highest level when students teach one another. In this space, a learner becomes both a teacher and a student. So now you're left with 2 minutes for the group discussion.
Excuse me, ma'am. I would like to ask you a question. What benefits do you see when a child becomes a learner and a teacher?
So, when a child becomes a learner and a teacher, the child is able to see the perspective of a teacher as well. The child is a source of knowledge in itself. The child no longer seeks knowledge from external source, but utilizes his brain, his ability, his critical thinking in understanding the concept even more deeply. Thank you.
Amazing answer, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want you to answer this question that how do you think explaining a concept to someone else strengthens understanding?
Till now, what I got, like children were doing in a group one topic, and then they came and exchanged their ideas when they mixed up in all different. I had one question that how they will do they will exchange, how they will exchange, that will take more time, but it is very clear that when other children are coming from other groups and sitting together, they are discussing, it means they are exchanging all whatever they have learned, and it's a very good concept, and it is easy also for the children to learn. Thank you.
Well said, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. Hope you are doing well. I would like to ask you a question. How does this process build confidence in students?
Thank you very much to be part of this event. I am also learning the things. Exactly, it is definitely new to me. Want to implement. Its benefit is to share the views, learning skills will develop, concepts will clear. We will share the views how the better learning outcomes can be done, and the preparation for the examinations. Thank you.
That's quite interesting, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful teaching sessions. But now comes the ultimate challenge to verify that individual learning. So, my dear audience, get ready for the Mastering Challenge Assessment 1.
Now, we move to the high path assessment. In this stage, students take an OMR-based test. They are provided with a worksheet comprising multiple choice questions. For example, 5 MCQs with one question from each topic covered. Students are required to darken the correct option on the OMR sheet, which is pre-printed with their login credentials and student ID.
The timer starts now. Assessment is not about marks, it is about meaningful feedback. And the real value of an assessment lies in how quickly and effectively that feedback can be converted into action. If we look at traditional assessment, a teacher invests significant time in manually checking answer sheets, recording results, and preparing feedback. Challenge is that the results may take 1 to 3 weeks to reach us. By then, the learning moment may have already passed. This is where Alpha's approach brings a meaningful shift. With tools such as HighPath, iProgress, assessment becomes faster, more precise, and data informed. Instead of simply receiving a score, we get a topic wise picture of learning, allowing us to see patterns across children and plan accordingly. Different graphs further help us track whether our intervention is actually making a difference or not. So, as soon as the test concludes, the galvanizer scans the OMR sheets, and the results are generated here instantly. This provides an immediate diagnostic feedback on each runner's performance, along with a detailed galvanizer's report for further analysis and intervention.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like to answer this question? Why is identifying learning gaps important?
Uh, can you repeat your question once again? This identification of learning gaps. Unless we will identify the learning gaps, we will not be able to improve as a teacher, and we will not be in a position to help our students also. For a teacher, it is always that we should do the assessment just after the completion of every topic, so that we'll be able to identify the gaps. We will be able to identify the students to whom we are not able to reach from.
Great answer, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am, I want you to answer the question that how does this model ensure that no learner is left behind?
That's a good question you've asked that no learner should left behind. This is going to create a very good learning by the process of making flow charts. And yes, every topic would be precisely covered by this process. What I've done for this.
Thank you, ma'am. Well said.
Good morning, sir. May I ask you a question? Why do you think assessment one is conducted immediately after the learning?
I think this is a really beautiful approach. I'm really happy to see that children are not at all Googling and they are using ChatGPT for the process. And this is really beautiful. I really appreciate it. So that instant assessment is available and it will be really easy for teacher to come with the right conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your answer.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to answer you this question. That what difference did you notice between a traditional classroom and an Alpha B classroom?
Oh yeah, there is a lot of difference between the traditional classroom and the alphabet classroom. I would say here it's more of student led. Student is able to communicate,
their questions, their opinions and thoughts. I think that way of discussing or learning would be helpful for them in the future.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So now you can also see the results on the screen.
Remember, team, mistakes are not failures. They are opportunities to learn and grow. The orange colored question here in the hyper diagnostic feedback indicate that the concepts require revisiting. The blue colored section indicates that the questions can be fixed or improved with the help of support, and meanwhile green reflects perfection.
Besides high path assessment, classroom assessments, learners also make my excessive effort log, my IEL. Through a candle marked with question numbers, learners give orange dot to the incorrect answer and provide a class card with the question and its correct answer. Blue dot means it can be fixed with peer support, and green dot means that the learners are well acquainted with the topic.
Now that the galvanizer has received the reports from HighPath and CDeep Stative Effort Log, let's intervene and help us work on these concepts, strengthen our understanding, and eliminate each and every learning gap until each concept becomes crystal clear. We call this the step of reflect and perfect.
After this, we have a set of 4 assessments to help the student become experts in the lesson. So assessment 1 is conducted in the classroom, assessment 2 and 3 are given as home assignment, and assessment 4 is again conducted in the classroom. Between these assessments, students revisit the concept, clear their learning gaps, and continue practicing until every topic turns green and is fully understood. The progress of every learner is continuously tracked.
Education is never about completing chapters. It is about completing understanding. And that is why in Alpha, we believe
Learn together, teach together, grow together. This is Alpha B Plus.
the Alpha B Plus teaching model transforms classroom from spaces of passive listening into vibrant communities of active listeners. It nurtures innate curiosity, strengthens conceptual clarity, builds rock solid confidence, and develop lifelong learners. Thank you.
We would like all our guests who were a part of these jigsaw groups with the grade 10 students, if you can share your thoughts on this process, Alpha B process. You were a part of it right from the beginning. You experienced every step of it, how Indian national movement and different other topics were covered. So can we have the mics to listen to them and talk to them on how Alpha Process B can be more impactfully delivered in the classrooms to ensure engagement and involvement of all children. As Bindu Joseph ma'am from MKH and GT School, Nagpur also mentioned a while ago that how she got it implemented with the senior grades after taking clue from her visits. We would now like to listen to our guests who were a part of these groups here.
So those who were on the stage with the children, thank you for being so gallant to come and join them. You didn't know what was expected. So great, well done. Any reactions anybody would like to say? Look, you don't all have to say something, but just very briefly. Thank you.
Thank you. It was actually fantastic to see children learning so fast.
That was something, unique. How I asked them a lot of questions on stage as well, and I told them that I'll be, connecting with you later as well. So there are a lot of questions, and yes, and it was very.
You want to say something?
It was nice to see them very confident. I didn't have so much confidence coming up on stage, but yeah, it was nice to see the kids taking the chance.
Awesome. So, do you think that this process in real life will take more or shorter than master a topic?
Take shorter time period, ma'am, because the process was very clear and the learning output was very much fast. Children were able to learn and the topics were clear at that moment. So it was very good.
Sorry, ma'am.
This process thing, peer and share, really it is very effective. And one thing I noticed that every student is engaged here. So there is no time for even a single student to remain engaged with different activities other than the studies. So really very
Is this different from teacher-led classroom?
It's much different from the classroom because here the children are extremely small, and as you just said that 10 years back, the education was teachers. It was the teacher who was today. Yes, it is exactly so. Today also it is teacher more teacher centric than you are having at present, and this is I think a wonderful process which we have begun, and it is going to yield results very soon. This is brilliant.
So, do you think, audience now, that the gain is academic alone or a little more than academic or a lot more than academic? How many say a lot more than academic? Lot more than academic or just academic gain? Do you believe there's academic gain in this? Yes or no? Raise your hands if you think there's academic gain. Okay, great.
Ma'am, it's fully stepwise method. When you are developing cognitive skills, you're developing social and emotional skills, you are helping children move away from the traditional rote memorizing to learning by doing, learning by developing, learning by collaborating. And this process might look a little difficult for people to assimilate just the first time. But I think the beautiful stepwise method demonstrated, and bravo to all the students, because this is creating a huge possibility, friends. And everything is created first in belief, then trust, and then a process. Thank you for making such an amazing process, Sunita ma'am. Amazing and bravo.
Okay, one more thing that I think the children might be able to say themselves. Do you compete with each other? Yes or no, and why or
No,
why not?
no.
Who would like to take a go at this question? Who would like to say?
Now I would like to take that question. As the motto says, we compete with ourselves, not with another person, but with ourselves first.
Awesome. And why? Why do we compete with ourselves? Do you think this is a better way to go forward or a competition with each other? Because I think the rest of the world believes the only way children will do better is when they compete with each other. Right? We create a lot of competition. There's competition in everything. Competition in sports, in music, in dance, in just everything. There's competition. Should we drop competition? We should. And they do so much better, so much more. 80% of the class does not feel good because they're not in the top 20%. Those in the top 20%, top three positions, they're stressed out like anything because they have to maintain that position, that expectation. Carol Dweck, in her work, her research, 20 plus years of research, she came up with a book called Mindset, which many of you may have read. And it talks about two kinds of mindset, fixed and growth mindset. Very dangerous to have fixed mindset, and especially among children about ability. We prejudice little ones onwards for the rest of their lives about ability based on some marks. Should we be doing that? So there are deeper lessons in this debate and discussion we're having. We probably have to walk away from the kinds of assessments we've always done.
because they are probably the big culprit. They are the negative that we need to do away with. Can we do without those assessments? That's what you will see at City International School, at the schools that are trying this out, City Montessori School. It's a different kind of weighing the child and their success. We're putting onus on two things, and two things alone: effort and progress. क्या बच्चे ने प्रगति करी is most important question. And अगर प्रगति करी तो वो effort खुद ही करेगा, क्योंकि प्रगति becomes the next propelling force for him. अंदर से आना चाहिए, बाहर से आप पुश कर रहे हैं, पेरेंट्स पुश कर रहे हैं. How many of your parents push you to study in the evenings, or are you studying on your own? How many of you say that your parents push you for your studies in the evenings? No. Okay. How many of you say that you are self-motivated to study by yourself? All of you. This is the key outcome, because that's what we want. If they have इनको चाबी लगा दी तो रोकने की जरूरत क्या है, right? Are you spending less time on mobile than you did earlier? Yes or no? Right. Excellent. So you can ask them any questions. They're here, and I think in the back, some CI students from different grades will be coming and being with us, from little ones to the older ones. Hello. So please feel free. I think there's a display of CIS materials and all that here.
Hello, hello everyone. My perspective is little different. What I see from here, see, first of all, Alpha being fantastic presentation on stage. What I feel that teamwork and a peer group, when they sit together and they have a confidence and they just discuss with the one topic. I think age group is the same while they have a very confident. They discuss, they learn beautiful. This is my perspective.
So they'll walk
Yeah.
out into the school, outside of the school, when they walk out into the community, and in real world, they will be fending themselves better because they have the skill to communicate, to work with each other, to work with diversity of the classroom. They rotate pairs, they rotate groups. They become learners in one group. They call the learning lofts. They become teachers in the teaching terrains. And so they're learning to be both, and they're learning to be very confident young people, as we can see. And the goal, should it be confidence or marks? If you have to weigh between the two, if you have to make a choice. How many of you say confidence matters more? Raise your hands. Confidence. ठीक है, ट्रम्प क्यों प्रेसिडेंट है अमेरिका का? कॉन्फिडेंस. सबको बेवकूफ बना लेते हैं. Right, okay.
What fascinated me the most is the data that we collect afterwards. Extremely, extremely important for teachers to see how the children are growing. And what is the most important thing is that the data is not within the teachers' files. It's been shown in the classes, which makes learning very visible. And as the children said that, yes, they want to compete with themselves only. So they see the progression. So right now I'm here, like within the 10 minutes of learning or 15 minutes of learning or so, I'm here. So what should I do, to move ahead a little one step ahead? So getting better. Thank you.
Sure. Just very quickly, please. Because we shift gears if people. No, no, just quickly.
There's just two things I want to say to sum this up, because it's really touched me to see the way it is going. Firstly, it's so very aligned to NEP 2020. I think rather than saying so many words, I fall short of words. So I will just quote NEP 2020. Secondly, the kind of confidence you've put up, it says holistic development. Nothing more can be said beyond that. Thirdly, what ma'am just said, the results are right there. So that's what is required, instant, so that we know where we stand. There's nothing hidden, under the registers, where you will get to know 2 weeks later what you've done. So you progress instant. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We have something called ipsative, which I hope somebody will share at some point. Ipsative means compared with self, not with another. It's a term in psychology, and we're using it for example, there's an ipsative sheet that every child fills. It's called um, ipsative sheet is like a metacognition sheet, a self-reflection sheet, which they fill at the end of every assessment. So that way they know what next to do. Okay.
Ma'am, I would just like to add one thing here. I would like to add one thing here.
It was a pure reflection of confidence, collaboration, and creativity, to sum it up all. Thank you. Joyful learning, yes. Creativity and joyful learning, yes. Thank you so much.
So good morning, ma'am. See here, we are also following the same method. I am from Oak Valley International, Hyderabad. Uh, See, I joined in the middle of the program. Actually, I didn't see completely. But we are following the same method in classroom every day. And we divided children into 5 groups or 6 groups based on the number. And here the children are divided into groups and given different, the same topic is divided into topics. Um, uh, Here, what we did is like the entire topic, what we teach the same day for 30 minutes. uh, every group will be discussing the same topic and everybody is going to present it. And so that the learning happens 7 times. Once the teacher is teaching and when they are discussing the second time learning is happening, and every group when they are presenting 5 times or 6 times the learning is happening. So altogether 7 times learning is happening. So we are also following the same. So I'm so happy seeing the children followed here. Thank you so much.
जय जगत
Ladies and gentlemen, they really deserve a big round of applause once again, as it was a perfect depiction of confidence on stage by them, where they made learning so seamlessly. चिराग में रोशनी माना कम है. इन्हीं बच्चों के efforts के लिए I would like to, okay, I would like ma'am Dr. Gandhi to felicitate our volunteers, our guests who were on stage and they joined our students to be a part of these groups. So may I request once again all our delegates who joined the students to be a part of these 5 groups on stage to please come up once again in front, and requesting Ma'am Dr. Gandhi to felicitate them with the bouquets. All our delegates who were there, a part of the group right now with the children, can we please have you once again here? Requesting our delegates to please come ahead in front, and also requesting Ma'am Dr. Gandhi to please felicitate them for their contribution to execute Alpha Process B here on the stage. सो इन बच्चों के एफर्ट्स के लिए मैं कुछ कहना चाह रही थी. चिराग में रोशनी माना कम है, मगर मेरे हौसलों में भी दम है. हवा से है दोस्ताना मेरा, हवा से है दोस्ताना मेरा, और उड़ान के वास्ते ये आसमां कुछ कम है. So that was the jazba, that was the josh that we saw. And this is not one day that is coming up on the stage. It happens, this is a story of all 365 days in a year in the classrooms. On that note, I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan ji, To transform schools, we need to empower the leaders who lead them, ladies and gentlemen, and to talk about how we can accelerate school excellence at scale. We have with us a leader who is enabling this transformation for thousands of schools across India. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan ji, a school excellence expert with deep expertise in school transformation and leadership. He'll be delivering the keynote address on transforming schools, empowering leaders, accelerating school excellence. Can we have a huge round of applause as he joins us on stage?
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's a privilege to be here and definitely a responsibility that how I use the next 900 seconds to leave something which may be useful. In my last 2,900 school visits, two questions have stood out. The second one got confirmed today. The first one is, it took me 500 visits to understand when a school principal used to tell me, Sanjay ji, aap nahi samajh rahe, mera school different. So when I go to Greater Kailash, they'll say ये Noida नहीं है. When I go to Andheri, they will say ये Ghatkopar नहीं है. To this extent, when I went to even in Gorakhpur, they said ये Gorakhpur है, Lucknow नहीं है. And what it took me so long was to understand the underlying shrieking thing that how demography plays on the school. If the demography dividends are good, the school says, I am it. If the demographic dividends are not good, they'll say, "That's the demography, what? First generation learners. How do you expect me to solve the problem?" And one of the reasons why I'm here for, let me answer both. And then I'll also share why I think this is a durandar of a pedagogy which is being suggested by ma'am. Is so this is the first one. And the other element is I can give you to this extent that how democratic dividends makes a school very heady. You know, I was in one school and the principal got a call and she was slightly, she said, no, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. So I said, ma'am, aisa kya ho gaya that you're looking little flustered? After all, you've handled parents for a long time. She said, no, Sanjay, you don't understand. This parent is calling me for an admission. She's just now the family day. So she's actually calling for something 5 years down the line. But when, so coming back, that's the point number one. Second point is every school, and today also we heard, believes we are doing everything. Na? So बड़ी बात क्या है? Art integration हम करते हैं, NEP करते हैं, so what's ये सब ठीक है. And the reason why I said is it took, imagine the genius of Mr. Sangeeta Gandhi to navigate, to make us believe, अरे बाबा हम सच कुछ कर नहीं रहे हैं. It took a lot, but our immediate defense is we are doing everything. So keeping these two in mind, and also the second one I want to just share, schools, in my opinion, because I'm an outsider, I visit schools, is they're very exhausted. They keep doing so many things day in and day out. So many days get celebrated. I think only September 2nd is not celebrated the coconut tree. Others, most of the trees days have been taken over. And whenever I ask a school, ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? नहीं कर रहे हैं यार. I mean, we have to do it, you see. And sometimes FOMO comes in. But however, let me just stick to what we wanted to. Uh, how do I play this? Yes. Very point. Yeah. So, like any OTT, I'll give you a non-statutory advisory warning. This can be watched without parental guidance because we are all watching it. And this presentation, let me just say, is that you want to make that change. The last one is important. If you continue to do what you do and you want to be different, that is insanity, right? That is point number one. The point number two is measure what you manage what you measure. So sometimes schools don't like it. I say, "आप assembly कर रहे हो? Tell me what's the output of this?" Yeah, don't ask me such questions. Just keep it in my case. So many activities. I think it's very important for a school to now learn what to cut out. Go deep. Not about offering a menu of services. and not knowing what it is. And why am I saying, let me link it to my next slide, is we all know we live in a Barney world and not get into a brittle, right, and non-comprehensible kind of a world. And, the life expectancy from 1800 is now going to go to maybe 100 years, and maybe the next to next generation will say, wow, we live for 200 years. What is the only thing which keeps most important skill, if I have to summarize in one sentence, whether it is a CEO, whether it is a leader, whether it is a school leader, is simple, is to ensure they don't become dinosaurs. They need to have the art of learning agility. And learning agility, please, ladies and gentlemen, is not about getting enrolled to the WhatsApp university where you get 3 messages and you say, this is what learning. Learning means you have to go through the pain and move away from the comfort zone. And that is why I'll give you a small example. There is no fun if I come and tell you, I did this and that. How does it matter? I'm, I've come to the party for the next 900 seconds. Can I add value? That's what you're going to remember. Then the food will be having a far better feedback than what I'm going to tell you. But the last thing I learned 2 years back, when I deal with a bunch of young IITians, they asked me my view. They said, Sanjay, why don't you give me your view? I gave my view. They said, 1 minute, wait, karo. They checked with AI. AI said, they said, AI is saying you're right. Why don't you go ahead? So what happens is all the information which I learned is gone out of the window. I think what people want today is perspective, whether you offer it or stay silent. And hence, in your staff meetings, please don't fill your staff meetings with verbos and ideas. We'll talk about a little later in terms of what I see. But the point is, if you don't want to become a dinosaur, please learn some more skills which is there. And I've noticed this from some of the greatest principals. I mean, even if you look at Dr. Sunita Gandhi, I think the most enchanting thing that drove me from Bombay just to be here is you see her learning agility is laced with humility, but her questions are very, very different. I just hope all of us are also learning by that demonstration. Here, this is for students, and I think every time she stands up, that's for educators, right? And the second important element I want to say is, see, please understand, when a principal catches cold, the school sneezes. When I used to go to school, even the Ramu Kaka will say, आज मत मिलो, आपका काम नहीं होगा, principal का mood ठीक नहीं। या ये भी कहेंगे, जल्दी से आपका काम हो जाएगा, because principal will meet. The point I'm trying to say is, the hot seats sometimes make you like a king and queen, but people around you don't tell you that the emperor has no clothes. And hence, our request is please have a mechanism where you get unfiltered information about your school. That is the reason the greatest kings used to go in disguise to the market to get a feel कि मेरा शासन किस तरह चल रहा है. Because, and the beauty about his English is it hides a lot than what it reveals. That is why you should see in meetings that people's little real critic will come by saying, it's a great idea, you have to wait for the word but. Now people have improvised, they don't use the word but, they say however. So the point is, when you are moving on, second, please strengthen, please go deep. We are educationalists. You must go for contradictions. You can't say any piece of 66-page document, let my neighbor's school read it, it's for them. No, you need to know what the document is. You need to have a perspective on it, and you need to stand by it and say what it means. The point I'm trying to make is please keep going deep in it, and that's how you develop your external perspective. And so let me go to the next slide. We'll talk about this quickly in a process point of view. Like ma'am said, again, I'm going to go back every time to the genius. And she said, uh, go to a school, they say, we are the best. And I hear it 9 out of 10. They say, kya naya pata nahi aaye ho? You know everything. But the point is, the only difference between an excellent school and all schools are excellent is because I don't want to miss, networking with you on lunch. I feel very isolated. So all schools are very good, no doubt about that. But the point is, if we have to try filling the blanks of what is excellence, at least I would say continuous improvement. But this continuous improvement should be a thud up from inside, not from outside. And that is why even when you meet Ms. Gandhi, she'll always have that gnawing thing. What can we do different? What is that we can do? That is why I've noticed that even the kind of questions principal asks tells you whether they are growth mindset or fixed mindset. So sometimes many principals who want to learn will ask you a lot of open-ended questions. Kya chal raha hai? Of course, we won't say fog chal raha hai, but the important element is, let me come to the other element, process. This is my favorite. You know, you need to be process-driven and people-led. Let me explain to you. If you are only process-led, then you become bureaucratic. And till today, I must have met close to 5,500 principals. 99% of them, when I ask them, tell me your career choice. Would you like to become a principal of a 200-year-old school or a new school? They'll say, नहीं बाबा, 200 school नहीं चाहिए. क्यों? वहाँ ना elbow room नहीं मिलता, सब चलता है. मतलब everything is fixed. Nothing you can go and change. But in a new school, I can dominate the proceeding. We'll talk what it means. But the point is, when you're talking about process excellence, it's very important that you should know what it is. It is not about activities. Every school has close to 65 activities. I keep saying measure, 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 or drop it. As simple as that. And finally, if I have to move to the next one, please understand. Of course, we know that it's no more a report card, it is a progress report. Because we all know a summative is postmortem, but formative is the journey. But and honestly, today we saw students doing it, but I can bet, and I'm ready to walk back to Bombay, not take a flight. If teachers are not going to be an obstacle in this process, because at the end of the day, the teachers are the delivery artists. And I'll give you a simple example. Take any school, CBSE or ICSE, good, give and take 190 days of teaching, something around that, 1800 of teaching, 6,000 teaching points, audio, video, IST. She'll say, yaar, ye sab karunga, the portion kaise khatam kare? And that is why a teacher has blind spots, what we identified. One, she will move within 3.5 feet because she has to. Second, she'll have 15% favorite students because portion bhi to khatam karna. And third, she will rally lot of attention. This is a mark. Children, listen. This is 6 months question. Let's do it all together. Nothing wrong or right, but your delivery artist must be free. And I can tell you a standard. One student told me, "Aaj teacher ka mood acha nahi hai," because students really can sense the mood of the teacher, and that's what they take. So, and a good school, a world-class school, will have at least 60% what I would say as lead indicator. What is lead indicators? Predictive. See, right from the in your school, students are there for a long time. How difficult it is in today's world to make predictive analysis. I'm not talking about marks. I'm talking about something deeper, whatever the school stands for. All you have to do is put processes in place. And that is why you'll notice the three inflection points. Students behave differently till standard 6. They behave very differently till 8, 9, and then they're off of control maybe at 11. But the process of pedagogy is not keeping in place. So look at those processes back. The other element is, for example, in technology, what amuses me, and that is what is technology in simple terms is maybe like a kitchen knife. But the kitchen knife doesn't decide the menu or the kitchen. You need to know where to use it, how much to use it, when to use it, be it AI or not AI. Of course, if you are using another problem I've noticed, the irony is when you automate a lot, people by nature don't go to the next level. They'll also try to go back and say, let's be a little more lazy. But that shouldn't come in the way of pushing ourselves. So hence, we want to say that everything you do, if you bought automation, then please share library. What has been the transportation time? How much has it been? Whatever you want to measure, whatever is important. And, very important, why I'm saying is, if you want to be a process, coming back, I said process driven and people led. I didn't use the word people driven. What is example of people driven? Somebody will say, Sanjay, you don't understand. मैं स्कूल नहीं जाती हूँ ना, पूरा स्कूल हिल जाता है. That's being people driven. But the point I'm trying to say, that is why you need a ballet of both. When you lead people, it's about emotions and taking them to the next level. But it's the process we decide. It can't be that you have a lesson planning, you have a classroom observation, you have a teacher appraisal, and you have an interview process all going in silos. They have to speak to each other because that's when you'll orchestrate and get something out of it, right? What we want to say is, please look at this at the end of this 900 seconds. You should remember at least two. One is, please go and test your school when you go back and just do a stress test for these words A, D, and that. And I just want to quickly say, what is, for example, vision of a school. Every school has a vision and mission. But you know whom you should test the vision and mission? Any guess? The non-teaching staff. Yes, with the driver. The first thing I noticed, there are two types of security guards, not in schools, in the other schools maybe. The first one, you go to the school, it happened to be in Bombay. He says, sir, wow, he's already बहुत. You write a 10-minute mobile number or 8-digit mobile number, to find your way. And then there is the other cyber security guard who says, Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have come to meet the teacher, go straight, take right. So non-teaching makes a big difference, and that is why you need to get the pulse. Please understand, we all know pedagogy is an art, but every art has a science behind that. And I think that's the beauty of the pedagogy which ma'am made it. That is captured irrespective of what it is. You can just go and deliver it. And the third one, I mean, when the benchmark study which we did, not less than, or I would say, not even 1% have reached integration. What is integration? When all processes speak to each other to the extent possible. Your parent-teacher meeting decides the persona goes into the admission process, your pedagogy process are all circling and speaking to each other, right? That's what you call about integration. And another example, CPD tells you you have to do how many hours of training? 50 hours, right? So in May, June, our phone will ring. Sanjay ji, आप free हैं? आ जाए ना थोड़ा 2 दिन तो आप अच्छा motivate कर आ ही जाओ. My question is, how does it fit into the competency development of the school? What is your long-term plan? So my request, when you are taking this very powerful transformation, please ensure that you will succeed because of our intention. And it will be very important that we prepare that ground for all that to happen. And this is the last but one. If you are able to use these processes, the ADLI, you will be moving from a leftist to a rightist. No meaning to government or thinking. It is just meant that you can easily move the way it was being suggested because the processes will help you shift rather than people. And the reason why I have put this up is no, like I mentioned, the guide to the side. Sorry, it was what stage on the stage when we studied. It was a guide on the side, and now instead of the guide on the side, what is the new word we have today? The galvanizer and the learning bit. So that's where you personalize your attention and energy. But if you want to personalize, you have to drop something in the school, reduce the administrative load of the teachers. And please understand, more learning happens without you cannot without arguing. That's something which you really and just wanted to leave this as a overall taste and framework with you all. And we talked about these 5 C's. And let me explain the background fault lines, but it was beautifully captured by what we saw. Performance is not. You can't say expert. That is why we have engineers. I don't want to say the companies I run who did not fix a bulb, but they were very good in their scores because performance is so different. But this kind of model removes these kind of fault lines. Short-term gains are not long-term. The skills you remember takes time. There's a difference in having noodles, and it takes a lot to make an achar. But each day has its own collateral effects and side effects. The point we are trying to make is I know we have to finish the portion. I know we have to move fast. I know we have to score that because the scores matter. That's what parents ask. And that's why all websites look the same. But the point is, we owe it back to education in terms of taking away some of these bottlenecks. When we teach, we can't teach values. Values have to be learned. You cannot say honesty, children, H for honesty. And that is the reason the collateral damage I see in the society is it's not generalization, but students who finish 11th, 12th in school, where everything is standardized, control, conformity. When they go to college, first year, most of the time they tank. They can't handle the freedom. Acha, lecture nahi hai. Acha, attendance nahi hai. And then they take time to come back. All I'm saying is empower the children like what you saw. I think that's the difference. And we can't teach like it's very beautifully said. I think teaching is 286. Now it's all about learning. And these words look very easy. All you have to do is control. And my talk to do ratio of your teachers, talk to do ratio in a class. It doesn't work in that sense anymore. But if you want to make these paradigm shifts, then look at your processes very gently. There's nothing great in terms of transformation which you want to do. Just want to close this with these fault lines. And this is how, I mean, the good news is I'm concluding because it's really not correct for me to extend it. But I just want to leave two important elements. You're in this room, it means you're demonstrating learning ability. So a big round of applause to all of you. And my only question is provoke. Ask those questions. I think those days are gone. Please understand whether it is wherever we have seen the unrest in the next generation, it is also because the connect we are losing with them. They're not interested in our experience. They don't care for that. They're not caring. We need to go to their understanding. We need to know what is Sololu. We need to know words. Not because we have to dilute our English standards, but we have to connect because the heart is the window to the mind. Even today, when I ask you, as I conclude, tell me, ladies and gentlemen, your favorite subject, you will say it's my teacher. When I ask you which is your subject you didn't like, you will say this was because of the teacher. Nothing replaces the teacher in the next 10 years. But next time Mrs. Gandhi asks this question, that have our schools radically changed? Let's be very careful and responsible and maybe not admit in private or admit at least in private, there's a lot we need to change. And I'm sure the fact that you are taking this only means we are taking baby steps towards this great transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. The good news is I'm done.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Radhakrishnan, for that impactful presentation and for letting us know and emphasizing on how learning has an edge over performance and how deep learning is more important than fast learning and how long-term mastery is required over short-term gains. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, may I now have the privilege of calling upon on stage Mr. Tom Delaney and Ms. Ria Gupta, the educators from Global Education and Training Institute, to give you a hands-on on clap and snap activity in numeracy.
Good morning, everyone. Some energy, please. Come on. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, a little louder, please. Can you please raise your hands up and say, good morning, everyone? Well done, well done. So I would like to begin with a question for you all. How many of you remember your favorite teacher from school? I do. You all do? Yes. So I have another question for you. How many of you remembered what chapter, not of course, you do not remember what chapter they taught, but you do remember how they made you feel. Exactly. So, children might not remember our PowerPoints, they might not remember our worksheets, and sometimes they also forget some of the content that we teach. But what they do remember is how you made them feel, how the learning process was in the classroom. Right? So today we all are here gathered to talk about it, understand what change is required in the field of education. Together today, we welcome you all to discover, to discuss a new path forward. So for that, to understand the process of learning with hands-on activity, I have my partner with me, Mr. Tom Delhi.
Thanks so much, Priya, and it's so wonderful to be here with you all today. My name is Tom. I'm originally from Australia, but शायद आप मुझे माफ करेंगे हम आपसे हिंदी में बात करेंगे आज क्योंकि ज़्यादातर लोगों को ये ज़्यादा पसंद होता है। तो जैसे आप लोग आज सुबह से देख रहे हैं, अल्फा प्रोसेस आपने देखा, आपने विटनेस किया, आपने समझा बहुत अच्छे तरीके से, but now it's time for us to experience it together. So Ria and I would like to share a very quick activity with you, and then we'll all do this activity together. So I'm just going to skip through this because we really have very little time, and we go straight to our favorite activity in alphanumeracy, which is writing and snapping. So I'm going to snap a number right? And here आप थोड़ा बता सकते हैं कि कौन सा number है? Okay, everybody listen carefully and see if he is said the correct answer or not. Okay, ready? Here we go. What's the number?
Is it 4?
Yes, well done. High five. Okay, now it's your turn.
I'll give you a harder
Okay.
one.
Okay, so this was a lot harder. Now, can somebody tell me in the audience? We already learned a snap is one, right? What is a clap in alpha? A clap is tens. So Ria, I think was your number 35? So Ria says, try again. She doesn't say wrong. She doesn't say stupid boy. She says, try again. एक बार और कोशिश कीजिए. Okay, so I'll try. Was it 45? Okay, awesome. So now in alpha, many of you are already familiar with this, but we have a four-step process, right? So we have first the teacher-student demo. So suppose Ria and I were a teacher and student. The next step would be the student-student demo, right? So now I'd like to request two volunteers to come up from the audience. Two people, preferably who have not used alpha before. Okay, perfect, perfect. Come on up, come on up. Okay, wonderful, wonderful to see the Josh. They all want to come and volunteer. And now it's your turn to do the same activity, right? So please come on up, ma'am. What's your good name, ma'am? Shrutangi, ma'am. Okay. And Doctor? Okay, come. So can everybody in the audience remind them a clap is and a snap is once. Okay, so as we saw with me and I, we'll take turns. So ma'am, first your turn. You can tap and snap a number and ma'am will say what the number is. One second, I'll just interrupt. This is excellent. A very good learning process. So there was one small mistake. Can anybody tell me what the mistake was? Snap first and snap second. Why is that? Pens comes first. Excellent. Good. I like this because we sometimes make deliberate mistakes to bring out the learning. So can you try once again, ma'am, with the clap first? Yeah.
The number is 34. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. And now it's ma'am's turn to clap and snap the next number. And if you want, shall we go to the 3 digits also? You know 3 digits? So, संख्या के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? 100 will be a shoulder tap, okay? The shoulder tap will come at the first or at the last? First, okay? So first 100, then tens, and then 1. Go for it, ma'am. I'm very impressed by. See, ma'am was not close to the mic. She said very softly, 432. But I think you could even hear it because why? There is pin drop silence. Now, why is there pin drop silence? Can anybody tell me? You were busy in counting. You were thinking. You were focusing, right? Now, how much effort do we normally need to do? है ना? हम अपने बच्चों को focus कराने के लिए हम बहुत हरकतें करते हैं. मैं क्या करता हूँ? 1, 2, 3 statue, right? सबको चुप कराने के लिए बहुत अलग-अलग तरीके होते हैं. तो यहाँ पे चुप कराने के लिए कोई भी तरीके की जरूरत नहीं, right? बच्चे सब लोग focus हैं क्योंकि ये interesting है, engaging है, right? और बच्चे इसको समझ पा रहे हैं. So many about different problems of discipline, so many of these problems dissipated once we use an activity-led process and a paired learning process. So thank you so much, ma'am. That's a beautiful demonstration. And the final part, yes, thank you so much. Final part, now it's your turn to experience this, right? आपने देख लिया हम लोगों को करते हुए, आपने teacher child demo देखा, child demo, अब आपकी बारी है, okay? आप अगर pairs में बैठे हैं, अगर नहीं बैठे हैं तो please, अगर आप अकेले बैठे हैं, please किसी के साथ में बैठ जाइए. And the person you're sitting next to, just pick up with them quickly. So I think Khyati ma'am and your good name I don't know, but Khyati ma'am, you are sitting together. You two are sitting together. So pair up, please. जल्दी से pair में जाइए. अगर आप pair में नहीं है, सर अकेले बैठे हैं. एक अशर प्लीज सर के साथ बैठिए. या एक अशर सर के साथ बैठिए. हाँ, बोलिए. बैठो. I don't want anybody to be sitting alone, right? Loneliness nahi chalega yahan pe alpha classroom mein. So please sit with sir. Okay, कोई अकेला नहीं छिपेगा यहाँ पे. And what we're going to do, जो left side पे बैठा है, right? यानी जो इस side पे बैठा है आपके पैर में, पहले आपकी बारी है. आप एक नंबर को clap and snap कीजिए. 3 digit number कर लो, है ना? So remind me everybody, what is this one? 100. This is, and this is. Okay, so person on the left will do it first, and person on the right will tell it. Ready, steady, go. Chalo.
Tom,
Yeah.
why your class is so noisy?
Oh, Sumita ma'am, it is noisy, but it's productive
Yeah,
noise.
I can hear some noise in your class. It's not pin drop silence.
It's not
I
pin drop
don't like
silence.
that.
It's not pin drop silence anymore, Sumita ma'am, but it's even better than pin drop silence, which is the sound of happy learning. Okay, and if you haven't, then swap roles. अब जो right side पे बैठे हैं, आपकी बारी है. आप बजाइए और जो left side पे बैठे हैं, आप बताइए. Wonderful. Okay, so I see everybody's done it. Would anybody like to share? Would anybody like to share how you felt with this activity? ये activity आपको कैसे लगा और आपको क्या लगता है आपके बच्चों को कैसे लगेगा? Yeah, you can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Yeah, nice. Can anybody share what type of concepts are you learning in maths through this activity?
Can I?
Yes. Okay, addition, counting. Yes.
Focus.
Focus.
Uh,
Let us focus on sir. He's saying focus.
Creativity. Cooperation, and I would say keeping attention is very
Keeping
important.
attention. Yes. Your memory power was stretched when she was doing 999.
It did work. I also want to say my immediate reaction was, अगर income tax की लेट आएगी तो अपनी बीबी को कैसा बताने का पैसा कहाँ पड़ा है?
कितना पैसा है जल्दी से
wants to
snap
say-
and snap कर दो नंबर कितना पैसा यहाँ रखा है कितना पैसा वहाँ रखा है
Ma'am also has one more point.
yes
Joyful learning. Very joyful learning.
visible
Everybody was engaged. It was joyful learning. Wonderful, right? And normally we talk about pupil-teacher ratio, which of course is important. But normally, whatever the pupil-teacher ratio, class में ज़्यादातर एक या दो जन involve होते हैं, teacher and top student, right? एक या दो लोग involve होते हैं. But यहाँ पे हम क्या 200-300 लोग हैं, सब लोग engage हैं, right? क्योंकि ये 1-to-1 ratio हो गया है अब. सब लोग जोड़ी में काम कर रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरे के साथ कर रहे हैं, and it's transformed from a passive classroom into a fully active classroom.
so another question do you think this process is something that can carry home without you assigning homework so we call it stretch home stretch do you think this is stretch at home and you don't have to teach children 5 numbers on the board but that process will allow them to do many numbers like with claps and snaps up to 99 and with short claps and snaps up to 999 with the tap up with the fingers we tap at the top can you show? Clap up, yeah, that's a clap up. So clap up is 1,000, shoulder tap is 100, as you know, and so on. So they can do 9,999, and they will learn faster or slower. Number one, number two, will they carry this home and will they work with their own siblings, parents, grandparents, and teach them the same thing? Yes or no?
So let's see a vote from the audience. Thumbs up if you think they can do this sort of activity at home. Thumbs down if you think they can't. Yeah, they can do. And what do you think? Can they go beyond this? मतलब ये तो 3 digit था, क्या वो उससे beyond जा सकते हैं? 4 digit, 5 digit? Yes. Awesome. I think also parents will be more engaged with this type of homework, right? They will also enjoy this. Wonderful. I'd like to hand back to Sumita ma'am to take it forward. Thank you so much. Ria and I will be coming periodically today and also tomorrow to just through a few activities for you to experience as well.
So Tom, just relating it to math process, the three-step learning process, if you can just say a one-liner on math MAT. So you did the modeling, they applied the acquired knowledge, and then how do they transfer? As ma'am said, they create questions for each other and give classwork and homework to each other.
Excellent, excellent. So you're hearing a lot about this MAT, MAT. That's what exactly what So it sounds fancy, another acronym. Why so many acronyms? But it's very simple, right? Model, what we're doing here, apply, which you all did, and then transfer, which means extend the learning at home or in the class with more challenging questions. Awesome. Thanks, Sumita ma'am. Back
Thank
to
you
you.
so much, Tom and Ria, for that very engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we will be now witnessing one very meaningful session, a panel discussion on stage. But prior to that, I would request Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan ji, who gave his keynote address on transforming schools, empowering leaders, and accelerating school excellence. Okay, so moving ahead, what we just witnessed through Tom and Ria's presentation was the educational transformation. It's not an abstract vision, but it is a living reality for all of us. When innovative pedagogy reaches classrooms, it does not merely improve learning outcomes, it transforms the culture of schools. It changes the way children think, the way teachers teach, and the way leaders have to lead. However, every successful educational initiative requires something even more powerful than methodology. It requires leadership, leadership that believes, leadership that inspires. On that note, may I now call upon our distinguished panelists for this panel discussion, which is getting moderated by none other than Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi. So first and foremost, I would like to have Ma'am on stage, who will be moderating the session with her expertise. At the same time, I am pleased to invite on stage Ms. Mohika Kohli, Principal, City Montessori School, Indanagar Campus 1, Ms. Kathy Lamba, Principal, Rajendra Nagar Campus 1, Ms. Deepali Gautam, Principal, Mahanagar Campus, and Ms. Priya Chatterwal, Principal, Lumina Chera. So these are leaders that we have on stage who have seen classrooms evolve, teachers grow in confidence, and children flourish through implementation of Alpha. Over to you, ma'am, Dr. Sunita Gandhi.
Okay, so this is not going to be exactly a panel because I've requested everyone to make a small presentation. So let's do it that way. I didn't even know that I'm to come here, but thank you very much. So please can you begin? Mike here.
The greatest reform in
Ma'am,
education
please
is
can you
not.
introduce yourself as
Oh,
you do? Yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mohika Kohli, and I'm Principal City Montessori School, Indranagar Campus 2. And it's a proud privilege to be with here with so many great minds. I can actually hear thinking going on in this auditorium today, all thanks to respected Sunita Gandhi ma'am. And I firmly believe that the greatest reform in education is not when a classroom teaching changes, but it is when a belief changes in the class. Because every changed belief, in turn changes and transforms a child. So often, as a principal, I've thought on a simple yet a very, very profound question that what truly tells that learning is taking place in the class. So, as school leader, earlier I used to think if there is silence in the class, if the rows are orderly, if the teacher is explaining the lesson very confidently, teaching is taking place. And if I saw that the last lesson was going according to the plan, I was very, very happy. And this was my belief. But trust me, Alpha has shattered this belief for me Because when I go into the class now, I don't look at the teacher. I look at the constructive noise that is there, where every learner is thinking, they're asking questions, they're even explaining their, thinking to others, and most importantly, they are learning from their own mistakes. So this was a shift that Alpha had brought to the learners. Now we are not only, concentrated the academic portion outcome is achieved, but we are also, ensuring that the 6 C's of 21st century, they are also achieved in our class. So we know that through Alpha, the meaning of learning has changed within us. Our children have become thinkers. I'll just share one very recent experience with you all. I happened to observe a maths class. I just went inside and I saw something a little unusual. Teacher was teaching one maths module in addition, and years back, what we went through was we would have seen that a teacher, she had come up on the board, she must have written one standard method and expected the whole class to follow. But no, that was not the case. Here, some children were using the maths kit, others were using number lines, and the third set of children were using object to solve the sum. The teacher did not ask who got the right answer, but she asked, tell me whose method is working well for you. And that particular question changed the whole nature of the class. Because now children were not bothered about finding the answer. They were delving deeper into it. They wanted to know which method of them was working very well. So they are exposed to multiple pathways of learning through Alpha. Now, as a principal, obviously, learners are the main focus group. When I come to teachers, often I get this question that does Alpha increase the teacher's work? My answer is no. Alpha changes the nature of teacher's work. Because as you had seen, there was no teacher moderator, there was no galvanizer. Children were doing everything on their own. So here, teachers, they enter the class, they ask the question, and then you'll be surprised. You will find some silence in the class. And after a while, that silence turns into, productive noise when children come up with their answers and they tell. But earlier, what used to happen? That silence in the class after asking a question was very unsettling for principals or for a teacher because we rush to supply the answer. We want to explain, we want to give them the prompt. But here, the whole process is made in such a way that children seek their own answers, and the teacher, who earlier used to speak a lot, is just the galvanizer, making sure that the lesson is, moving in the straight path. But apart from talking about students, teachers, if you ask me what great thing Alpha has given, so I would definitely say that Alpha has made me, you know, rethink about the way I lead. Like I told you earlier, when I entered the class, my eyes used to look at the teacher. Is she teaching according to the lesson plan? Is the learning taking place as per the MLOs? Are they achieved? But now my eyes are focused on learners. That are the teachers creating enough? Are they designing such experiences that can invite the children to explore, to collaborate, and to construct meaningful learning for themselves? And also, for one point, I would like to say that it's utterly important that if we want any educational reform to, outside the classroom area, we have to make parents our partners. So when we adopted Alpha, there were many questions that were raised by the parents, like Why my children are not writing enough? Why are they not working independently? Why are they working in groups? But these were not resistance from the parents, but this was, we can say a cumulative belief that a parent has it, because for them learning is when the notebook is filled and checked. They don't see that how deep my child is going. So we invited the parents also, and we explained them that now your children will be learning in a different way, so you also have to know that way. So after all these, I was so thrilled to hear when parents come and then they share with me that now my child is telling me the concept at home. She's able to reason out and things like that. And that is the true joy that Alpha has brought. So before I conclude, I once again want to revisit from where I started, that if we want education reforms to be changed, we have to change the belief, and Alpha is that belief for me. Thank you so much.
Alpha the beginning, not the end. We're just starting. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon, Jai Jagat, everybody. Myself, Kathy Lamba, and I'm the principal of Rajin Nagar Campus 1. I think Mohika ma'am has already taken up most of our points, and they were all similar. But what I would like to tell you is about the difference between a traditional and an alpha class. So first being that in the traditional class, the teacher used to moderate the entire session and she was leading the class. However, in that alpha class, it's the students who are leading. In the traditional class, we have seen that there is one teacher for say 40 kids, and they are working in isolation. In alpha class, we see that the kids are working in pair. And it was also mentioned by Matt that one of the active strategy that we take is think, pair, and share. So they think independently, they share with their peers, and then they share with the entire class. So think, they pair up, and then they share. That is one active strategy that has been implemented across all classes of CMS. I would like to touch upon one fact which you have not seen at the moment is collective feedback. Yesterday, I was attending one of the sessions in class 7, and the teacher happened to take a feedback. And I was seated right towards the end of the class. When she was collecting the feedback and she was just trying to gauge the understanding of that particular concept, there was one child who was not answering. And of course, I had gauged it because the child was sitting right in front of me. And the teacher was also able to identify. So she was able to identify that there is learning gap for that one particular child. Rather than correcting the student, she immediately took up 5, 6 questions and brought the child to where everybody else was. So that is the beauty of collective feedback. Collective feedback is one method that we do towards the end of a particular topic, and it is implemented right from Montessori class to grade 2 or 3. But I have seen it that since alpha classes we've all been observing, and other middle level leaders are also attending the classes, certain elements of alpha are there in the senior wing as well, ma'am. So that's my opinion for you. And as far as alpha is concerned, dear principals, respected principals, I would just say, until unless you are not convinced, your teachers won't be convinced, your parents won't be convinced. Taking ahead from what Mohika ma'am just mentioned, that parents are very important stakeholders of our institution. And it is important that they also understand how their kids are learning. So, just to elaborate a little on that fact, I would say that we have started receiving a lot of short clips and videos on our WhatsApp groups, which are prepared by the parents, and it's called home stretch activity, wherein the child is spending quality time with their parent, and they are creating Tina and Toto, that is in English, and Hira and Moti, that's for Hindi. And they are doing it with their parents. So they are spending quality time, the homework is taking place, and it need not necessarily be taking a pencil and writing it down. It can be verbal as well. And that's the beauty
of Alpha. I would, in fact, like to ask, yes, you've been sitting here past 3 hours. Don't you have any questions for us? Because we've been doing Alpha past 2 to 3 years. But if there is any question, we'll be happy to answer them for you. Any questions for us?
Sure, we'll take it, Kathy ma'am, just after the Shali ma'am and Priya ma'am. Immediately after. So keep your questions ready, please. If you write them down, that's probably even better, so you won't forget. Because I have a question already from all of you, but I'll wait.
Right. Thank you so much.
It's a good thought, really good thought. Yes, Dipali ma'am.
So good afternoon and Jai Jagat, all my respected dignitaries and esteemed educators. And I'm Mrs. Dipali Gautam, Principal of City Montessori School, Mahanagar campus. I would not, lot of theory has been spoken already by our all esteemed participants about Alpha, but then I would just like to share small insights from my life, not as a principal, not as a teacher, but someone who's walking in the corridors and seeing how learning, how growth and transformation is taking place in our children every single day. To begin with, dear colleagues, I would like to share that when I was a principal at a previous campus, at my previous campus, I've just shifted to a new campus a month ago. So in the previous campus also, Alpha came to us in the middle of the session. So that was, I guess, in October, we took over this new way of teaching. And we had a lot of doubts, but then the kind of gains that we started seeing, that I think helped us to overcome all our fears. So, what made us believe was in the process, not the outcomes were not more important, but the process became important. And with every passing year, our teachers got trained, they were better in implementing it, and we started seeing more confident communicators in the class. Now, when and we implemented this pedagogy for 3 years, and it's still going on in my previous campus. Now, when I shifted to this new campus, as Sunita ma'am said, there are 21 campuses among 22 campuses which have Alpha, and now the new campus where I'm working now. I guess, Sunita ma'am, that's the
This is the
Only campus of
which
CMS
does not
that
have this.
till now never dug down to Alpha. They said, no, we want to do it the way we do it. So this was a campus. Now she has moved from an Alpha campus to a non-Alpha campus, the only non-Alpha campus we had. Now, just a few months ago. Not a month ago, ma'am. You moved a month ago.
Yes, just from
Just a month
1st
ago.
July, ma'am. So, what I have been witnessing in my previous campus, all noisy classrooms, but lot of constructive, meaningful conversation going on, and where learning is joyful. Now, when I shifted to a new workplace, I found it was the very peaceful classrooms. Teachers were there, standing there, and students, teachers talking, and student listening. Teachers were all engaged in explaining, and students were passive listeners. And yes, information, it was just like filling the vessel. So, but then now what we see today, it's an alpha is about student-centered classes. So I was little perturbed seeing this way or this kind of traditional way or traditional classroom, and I called up Sunita ma'am that ma'am we need to change something here immediately. But then since the session had already started, children had bought their books based on the traditional curriculum. We couldn't change much there. But then I immediately wanted the process to change. We cannot change the books, we cannot change the syllabus. So we got Sunita ma'am's team on board and we started the training of our teachers. Because Alpha is it's not just Alpha converts us those four walls beyond what a traditional classroom looks like. It's much more beyond four walls. It is very welcoming. Believe me, the difference I saw in a month. It is very welcoming. Lot of there is inclusivity, and every children Every child is valued. And as Shati ma'am said, the kind of participation and engagement that you see among the children, I think the teacher is just a galvanizer, takes a back seat, and all the students they take they take the onus of their learning in alpha classes. So that is and giving the confidence to the children, the whole perspective of education therefore changes. From rote learning, it becomes more of understanding. From competition, it becomes it changes into collaboration because every child is participating. Lot of pair activities are taking place, and from fear it transforms into confidence. I also want to share one evidence with you, my dear colleagues. There is all CMS campuses go through Adhyan evaluation every second year or third year as scheduled by the management. Now, those campuses, almost every campus is now Alpha Campus. Last year, when this assessor, it is a private assessing company which comes and assesses our procedures and the culture in the school. So when they came last year and they visited the campuses and they saw this pedagogy like be implemented in grade two, they said that's what education should be like. And that's the true purpose of education. It's just shifting the focus from the teacher to the student. And we had this alpha pedagogy grade two. And when they shared their feedback with us. They said if you have this pedagogy till grade two, and if you're doing this good work, why should it not go beyond grade two? Take it up to the higher classes so that you get better results and the children and you are able to shift your pedagogy from teacher centered to student centered to the higher classes also. And one more feedback, very important feedback that he gave, Sunita ma'am, in one of the principals' meeting, it was shared that Mr. Spooky Wheeler said that when you go to a class to observe a classroom, don't see what the teacher is doing, see what the child is doing. And alpha is all about what children are doing. If you find engaged children, if you find children taking the responsibility, if they are enjoying learning, remember our purpose of education is already achieved. So that was small little observations what I have seen as an alpha campus in an alpha campus, and I believe once it's seeing is believing. If you visit these alpha campuses, you'll realize what great potential our children have, and we sometimes burden them by giving lots of information to them. They are competent enough to explore, to apply, and to learn. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. Priya ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the esteemed principals of schools and my dear co-panelists over here. You all have already got a bit of insight into what Alpha it's all about, accelerating the learning process. I am Miss Priya Chatrawal, principal of Lumina Terra School of Nations, and it's a completely non-conventional school in a conventional city given to us by none other than Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am. So really grateful for that for giving us Lumina Terra. And at Lumina Terra, we follow an extended version of Alpha, which we call as roots. So we talked about kids being resilient, taking the ownership of their learning, being open with one another, having the confidence to speak to each other, being collaborative, being able to work together, and have that climate consciousness, being stewards of nature. So all this comes together, and that's what Roots stands for: resilience, ownership, openness, togetherness, and stewardship. That is what we follow at Lumina Terra. Kids over here, of course, you've heard from the esteemed panelists over here, they are taking ownership of their learning. We even follow the mixed age group settings. So young learners are learning, let's say a Montessori child is learning from a grade one child. That is the beauty that we have over here. So it's not like Montessori kids are sitting together and the learning is taking place. It's an upper KG child and a Montessori child within the same classroom setup, and that's where the transfer or the learning is taking place. That's where the learning is happening. We don't even have those hefty books. So every topic has been beautifully divided into thin booklets. And all those booklets have, they have these beautiful modules. The kids don't need to carry those hefty books to and fro, home, school, none of it is there. All the learning material is there within the school campus. All the kids have to carry to school is a lunchbox and a water bottle, which reduces the burden on the kids as well as on the parents. That is the beauty of Alpha. Because nowadays, even the parents feel that I don't want to teach anything at home. The parents want to be relieved of taking up those sessions with the students. And with Alpha coming into the picture, with Roots coming into the picture, the parents, they don't have to do anything. You all witnessed it today, right over here on this very stage. It was just the kids who were doing the learning and the teaching. The shift has already taken place from teaching to learning. There are still many schools who are still implementing it, but over here we've already taken it up. I would just like to share an incident, ma'am. So the other day, day before yesterday, in fact, I just walked into the classroom, pre-primary, the Montessori kids. They were taking up a poem. So the teacher was trying that okay, every child should be there on their seats. I would just like to mention, in fact, we have circular classrooms, my dear principals. We don't have those square rectangular classrooms. It's the circular classroom, circular yurts, circular furniture, so no concept of front and back benches. I just entered the yurt. I went and I sat on one of the tables. One of the kids, the child got up and she started roaming around. When the other kids were reciting the poem, that child who was roaming around, she had a toy in her hand, but she still repeated, or she was actually saying, she was reciting the poem with the kids, already speaking. So it's not like just because the child is not sitting at one place, the learning has not happened. That is not the case, my dear. Even if the child is roaming around in the classroom, the child is engaged in some way or the other. It's our perspective of the child. We are the ones who decide that a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old can barely do anything. But 4-year-olds, 3-year-old kids are reading newspapers. That is the beauty of this pedagogy. And as I mentioned, you have the path, you have to decide the way. We as leaders are the ones who have to decide which vehicle we want to take to reach our destination. Is it alpha? Is it roots? It's all up to us. And the constructive noise, the productive noise, the Pali ma'am just mentioned it, of course. So the noise will be there. Why? Because the learning is taking place. The kids are all involved. Teacher is nowhere in the frame. They're all learning from one another. I would just like to share one more thing. When I was in grade 9, I used to go for my physics tuition. So there the teacher was teaching something on the board, writing something I was not able to understand. So the child who was sitting next to me, I asked her that, did you understand this? Can you tell me how this was happening? The teacher who was there on the board, instantly he threw that marker on me and he said, I'm over here. You ask me what do you want to ask. Is she teaching you better than me? Then you go and take tuitions from her separately. That shift of the teachers, that mindset of the teachers needs to be changed. And that can only happen when the teachers have that faith that yes, alpha, that is what is going to help us make that shift as per NEP 2020, make that shift from teaching to that is all I said. Oh, just one more thing. I'd just like to add one more thing. So when you, of course, talk about assessments as well, how you assess that the holistic growth of the child is at Naminachara, we don't even follow the traditional question and answer Q&A method. Every concept, we say that every child is going to be 2 grades ahead naturally. So every concept is divided into 3 parts. First, we call it as scope, gives you the grade level understanding of the concept. Second level is stretched one, that gives you 1 grade ahead understanding. And the third is stretch two, that gives you 2 grades ahead understanding of that particular concept or the topic. And be it assessments, be it worksheets, be it report card, each and everything, the way learning is taking place inside the classroom, everything it just follows. That is the beauty of this wonderful pedagogy that has been given to us. That would be all from my side. Thank you so much.
So Priya ji has been a Cambridge educator. She was teaching in one of our big campuses called Rajajipuram 1, grade 7, 8, etc. in Cambridge. And then I got the opportunity to cherry pick a principle for Lumina Terra. Lumina Terra stands for Light of the Earth. It was my father's slogan that every child is potentially, coming from the Baha'i writings, every child is potentially the light of this earth. So that idea of Lumina Terra, Light of the Earth, is the name of the school, and it's called School of Nations. So everyone can come. One of the attractive aspects of it, different from a, see, City Montessori School, like most schools, is in a traditional sense, children divided by age. That's what we do in all the schools practically. So I wanted to experiment with the idea that children actually work with mixed ages. And most of the time they're with each other and learning in mixed ages, just like at home. So the tagline for Livna Terra is feels like home, घर की तरह, घर में जैसे करते हैं. तो बच्चे feel करते हैं, लेकिन discipline भी उनके अंदर उसी तरह से आता है. Respect of the elder, respect for each other, respect for the fact that a younger child can have a view that's equally valid or more valid, without any kind of competition, goes a step further in that direction. Because when you have boys a lot of facts, in the same class you'll have a normal distribution. Some kids do really well, some kids do really badly, very around, very. The idea is that when you mix stages, the base broadens. We're not worrying about that normal distribution curve in the normal sense. But we still have a measurement. So like 2 grades higher. Every child should be 2 grades ahead of a traditional classroom. That is the goal for City Montessori School, for 30 schools have taken it up. Every child, like the age 3, can read 3-letter words. They can read sentence by the end of age 3. It is not possible in the traditional school. 2 years already. Similarly, in mathematics, they're 2 years ahead. So 2 years ahead is definitely a goal. That's a minimum goal. They should be all doing excellent when you give a grade writing test. Suppose you give a grade 2 test, then they should all be excelling in the grade 2 test because they're already at 3 and 4 level. Right? That is the thing we can accomplish with changing the pegs and putting them in a different order. That is the process that we're following. Okay, so that's good. But I had a question from all of you very quickly about writing, because I think Mohika ji, she alluded to the fact that parents had complained that writing was less. Any views from you? Is it true, or at the beginning it is true? How is it scaffolds differently? What is the way it works? Yeah, want to know about writing, because parents do swear by writing and they need the writing. Go ahead, please.
That's very, very true. For a parent, the true meaning of learning is copies, checked copies. So when it was introduced, like I mentioned before, there was a lot of little bit of curiosity in the parents that why aren't we doing the traditional way? But when we told them that before writing, it is so very important that a child understands what is he or she writing. So that was the thing that we focused, that it is important for them to know why are they writing and what are they writing. And of course, we have buddy books also. There is a reader, there is a complementary buddy book. So children write. But it was very categorically explained very well to the parents that writing alone does not signify learning. So we have taken in confidence. We had lots of conversations with parents when we explain them that writing is also important, but not only the thing that is important in the classroom learning.
Just to add what Mohika ma'am has already mentioned, that when we had taken alpha, the first apprehension was, अरे मैम बच्चे को लिखेंगे ही नहीं, ये कैसी किताब है, इसमें तो लिखने का ही नहीं है. So then we had consulted Sunita ma'am, and she very beautifully explained it to us that scientifically it has been proven that if from the age of 3 to 4 years, if you give a child a pencil, the grip of the child is not good. Even the way they hold the pencil, the child's hand automatically adjusts to it, and then they don't have the flexibility. So what we did for our curriculum, and this is across all CMS campuses, that we started introducing motor skills for them, scribbling, doing tracing in the sand pit. So we introduced all these activities. We introduced the same activities for our parents as well, so that they could practice at home with the child. And eventually, not from the very first phase, we have 3 phases in Alpha. Now we have 2. Initially, we have 3 phases. So the first phase is all about verbal, it's all about communication. But from the second phase onwards, slowly and gradually, writing was introduced for all the students. It is because the parents wanted it, not because we wanted to get. Initially, last year, we had 3 phases, and in the third phase, we had introduced writing. So, writing for parents, it is very important. However, we feel that first the child learns to speak. घर पे भी जब बच्चे बात करते हैं तो वही लैंग्वेज पिकअप करते हैं जो घर पे बोली जाती है, right? So they can identify. They know apple is red and green. So they already know. It's from going from known to unknown. Dipali ma'am, would you like to add?
When I remember when we introduced Alpha, now it's 4 years ago, we also had this, we also faced this issue. There was resistance, as Mr. Krishnan Rajan said today, that to bring the teachers on board is the most difficult task. And I think once we had been able to convince our teachers and make them understand the significance of Alpha and the gains of this pedagogy, things became easier and they started falling into place. The traditional way of teaching always had emphasized on lot of written work and filling the notebooks. And I think it was a sea change from that kind of perspective of the parents to make them understand that first comes listening, reading, communicating, and then writing. If we are able to read, if we are able to listen and understand, we'll be able to express ourselves better, and ultimately our writing skills are going to be enhanced. It took some time, but then I'm happy to say that the parents very soon, when they started seeing the results, they were convinced. And today, I would also like to thank Sunita ma'am. Whenever we gave these suggestions and the feedback we collected from the parents, ma'am was always very positive about it because we wanted to make it better. Because at the end, we were working for making education more fruitful for the children. So this year, ma'am gave us practice books also. So we have buddy books also. I think there has been no complaint. Rather, parents are all praises for this kind of learning, teaching and learning, because they know what they would have got in a traditional setup and what is their child gaining in this way of teaching and learning. And I think, ma'am, we don't face any problem now. The parents are happy, we see happy learners and convinced educators. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add one thing, ma'am. Every language, be it English, be it Hindi, French, German, has 4 aspects: reading, speaking, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. So, writing is something that comes towards the end. Before the child learns to write, there are other three things, right? So, of course, a lot of parent orientation, guiding the parents how to go about it, and it all works out. It all falls into the right place. Of course, the mindset is something that needs to be changed. It's not just of ours, but the parents, the teachers, and everybody. So once that happens, it just works wonders. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to also ask quickly, do you think by the end of the year, the children are writing less or same, or all of you, please? Just very quick, less, more, or just a word, or the same?
Ma'am, I would say that they are writing after understanding the concept. That is from for.
So I would ditto the answer. They are writing only after understanding. So understanding is the essential key over here. And thereafter, the writing will eventually take place because in the higher classes, they are writing more. But understanding needs to take place first. That's from my side.
I would say the essence is understanding, writing would follow.
Understanding, of course, and when they do research with their buddies.
So here's my take on this right now is that we are scaffolding in a different way. So we have the idea of growth motor skills as you alluded to. And growth motor skills are very essential. Climbing stairs, of course, one of them, jumping, catching up on work, doing parachute activities, all kinds of things. The parents need to be sensitized and let's do them at home as well. It's not about writing. Because writing too early, the children turn away from writing. We have seen, I think all of us here have seen enough examples of children who don't like to write, who turn away from writing. And this is a challenge that we have overcome, I think, because children should love to write. How can they love to write? They don't have the vocabulary. You're giving them words on the board, dictating words, and they're writing those words, memorizing spelling. They don't understand any of it. So that has been covered very beautifully. There has to be understanding first. The scaffolding goes from gross motor to fine motor skills. There's 6 different things they need to do before they write with pen and paper, at least 6. So gross motor skills and fine motor skills, 6 steps. And then in addition to that, they are, of course, when they start writing, they should know the strokes, the formation of the letters. How many of you have children writing in age 3, 8 incorrectly? कहीं से भी जोड़ दिया 8 बन गया कहीं से भी जोड़ दिया A बन गया. Do you have that problem? Yes or no? I will say yes, raise your hands. It's a big problem. They should know the formation. So how do we do? से पहले हवा में लिखो. A लिखना है, 8 लिखना है तो स्ट्रोक हवा में बनाओ. एक उसी का चलो. मैं बना रही हूँ 8, आप बना रहे हो 8. बीच में लिखो. Right? So the kids need to learn that formation first. Then comes expression in, let's say, sponge, wet sponge on the slate, or at home, thali mein chawal rख ke finger over karna with index and middle finger. We also emphasize lowercase letters because lowercase letters are more dominant in any kind of reading or writing context. Uppercase letters come later. But somehow we are all sold on the idea that uppercase पहले सिखाना चाहिए. जो भी reasons हैं, historical reasons हैं. Dr. Maria Montessori pattern here as well. So she was very much keen that we begin with the lowercase. And because children naturally draw wiggles more easily. So this, scribbling and all these things kids should do before they get into writing and getting to the formation. And uske baad phir, when you talk about like upper grades, what we have is the idea that in the first phase they learn to read. Because if you know how to read, then they are also, of course, they spoke language becomes better. So listening, speaking, reading, and writing LSRW. So when they speak, what is that they speak? Then they go to reading. The problem also is that they don't have speaking at home in English. So we want them to read first because their spoken English becomes better. We also want them to have that communication. It's not teacher saying, okay, everybody, look at me, look at the board, pay attention, open your tiffin, stand in a line. These are the only things little kids hear. What kind of English are we teaching them? Right? So the books steer you. So half the class is Tina, the other half is Toro, and the teacher borrows That's what Tina's will say and what Toto's will do. And then we swap roles, Toto's become Tina's, Tina's become Toto's. So they're learning language, right? So, for example, I'll say, this is an apple. You all say, this is an apple? Say this is again. This is an apple. You guys munch an apple. Pretend to munch an apple. Munch, 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 right? Munch an apple, right? So I have this side only. I have 3 apples. Jump 3 times. All of you, please jump 3 times. Excellent. Okay. So we are teaching them that language deliberately. Because without teaching that language, how will they know? Teacher only has limited vocabulary and limited time to even discuss with the children. So we teach this first. Reading, learning to read very early on. Their reading. Reading is, if you cut to the chase, and all the objectives we have in our minds for our children's learning, reading has to be number one. Unfortunately, reading has taken too long because we normally take 3 years. We are teaching Hindi even longer. Class 4 children still struggle with matras. Class 5 children struggle with matras. It is very difficult. We are saying, look, they can handle that in 45 years. Nobody will believe us. So we say, okay, let's get data. So we got Harvard University, AGSE to do research scrutiny on our programs. And that's what they said. This is some of the best results in the world in 45 years. How is that possible? Because of shift in pedagogy, not the normal way, a teacher doing a better job, that's not enough. So anyway, these kids should learn how to read as number one goal. After they know how to read, they're reading a lot more. The vocabulary is improving. When they express like this, their power of expression is improving. Their personality, their voice projection, their expression, their intonation, everything is improving. They're saying the expression. Even little ones can speak very well in English because they've been able to read and then connect with the spoken language. So spoken language is a big goal. My mother, who's going to join us tomorrow, she said that for her, all her life, she said that to her principals all along, that my main objective is that my children at City Montessori School, across the ages, should speak very well in English. Is that a goal that you have in your schools? How many say yes? That spoken English is a goal. My mother's made it number one goal because maths they can understand everything. Spoken English is रिक्शे में बैठते हैं, बस में बैठते हैं, हिंदी में बोलते हैं बच्चे. Can we turn that around so speak in English? So my second question to you, are the children speaking more in English, yes or no? Or can you just quickly, just one half a second?
Yes, I can vouch for it that 100% of my children are speaking in English. We at City Montessori Indranagar 1, we have only one language of communication, that is English. Not because we do not want our children to know Hindi, because our homes, their homes cannot give them that sort of environment where they can speak. So the moment, even when a Montessori class child walks into our school, of course, the teachers associate gestures like sit down, stand up, but we continue to speak in English, and within 6, 7 months, they all are a witness that all our children speak only and only in English.
When you say this, all of you, please compare and contrast, with how we used to do and how we You've always done new campus. Okay, got it. UW saw this.
So I would just like to say that you need to give them that environment. Only then they'll be able to speak. Because at home, everybody's speaking in their respective mother tongue. So to give that environment, one thing that we do at our campus is that we provide spoken English classes even to our support staff. Very simple terms, come in, sit down, say please. So these terms, even the support staff knows. And they will ask, do you want a glass of water? May I come in? Basic sentences, simple sentences, so that when they communicate with the toddlers, with the kids, they use the right terminology. So you have to give the right environment for spoken English. And I can also vouch for Rajen Nagar Campus 1. Right from Montessori till grade 12th, everybody is speaking English, including our support staff.
Even at my previous campus, at the new campus where I am, I can vouch that all the children from Montessori till grade 5, the only medium of language that is allowed is English, be it students, be it our teachers. And believe me, the kind of platform that Alpha gives to the children, it's not listening. All the time they are talking amongst themselves in their activities. So the kind of culture that you've created in school, it they listen a language and they speak the language. So it was not the case in the traditional setup of classrooms. But yes, with Alpha, because so much of talking is going on, so much of meaningful conversation happens in the class, that that naturally a culture is created where children talk not only like they know that that's the only way they can talk in the school. Not only in the classes, but you are going to see them in the fields, in the recess time, even at the dispersal time. Till they are inside the school premises, that's the language that they converse into. Thank you.
I would just like to mention that, of course, English is the language in which all students are speaking, ma'am. And if at times, if we see that, okay, a child is speaking in Hindi, you do not have to switch to Hindi to make the child understand. You make sure that you are having a communication in English. The child with himself or herself understand that, okay, ma'am is not going to switch to Hindi. I need to switch to English. And that change, I am vouching for that because I myself have done it with the students. There was a child when I was conversing, ma'am, the child was speaking in Hindi. I did not switch to Hindi. The child understood and she switched to English. And when we're talking about the environment that we give to the students, so there's one thing that we are going to start from the coming week is that at home, there are nannies who are taking care of the kids. So on weekends, on Sundays, we're going to begin with the spoken English classes for the support staff at home. Because after the child goes back home, after afternoon, the child is in the hands of those nannies. The kind of language they're using at home, that's what the kids are learning. So there is, one place where we can step into and have some support for the nannies as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So talking about Rajan Nagar 1 campus, by the way, long time ago, there used to be like a lot of Hindi going on among the junior and senior grades. And my mother was really perturbed. I'd be visiting India, so she'd send me there कि भाई कुछ देखो क्या कर सकते हो. तो मैंने फिर posters बनाए थे. So I said, congratulations, you speak so well in Hindi. Congratulations, you speak so well in Hindi. Now try to convert this into English. एंड सो मुहावरे डाल दिए थे हिंदी के, जैसे करत करत अभ्यास से जड़मति होत सुजान. अब इसको अंग्रेजी में बताइए, क्योंकि हाय हेलो करना, व्हाट्स योर गुड नेम इज नॉट इंग्लिश. वी टॉकिंग अबाउट इंग्लिश एज इन लाइक scholarly level of English. Appreciation of literature, like you should be doing appreciation of literature. So here the scaffolding is that okay, they learn to read, speaking goes with it, their vocabulary goes with it, that with a lot of understanding of the concepts that they learn reading. They're reading between the lines, the whole language context kicks in at this point. And as they read, they maybe understand 3 words in a sentence, then they understand the whole sentence. The more they read, the more they understand. It's well-known research outcome. Now, after that, they go into comprehension, as in like a passage is given, a poem is given, like in all the books, you get that. So, but this comes as a stage, as a scaffold, a different scaffold. When they come to that, they are writing and making their own questions. They're reading the skim reading that you saw earlier. They're reading for meaning, go back and read. They're making questions for each other. As they read each paragraph, they make questions for each other, children working in pairs. And then after that, after making questions for each other for paragraph, they make questions on the whole passage. And this way they are understanding more squarely than they just answer these 5 questions. So we've decided that the questions we give them will be arts questions only, or let's say the 4 top levels of the taxonomy. So beginning with analysis, evaluate, synthesis, and create. Those are the levels that they, we're not doing application. No, we're doing application. We're not doing knowledge and understanding. We're not doing application, analysis, evaluate, and create. Those are the 4 new Bloom taxonomy levels that we are dealing with. So the questions are from these 4 only. That means the kids are always trained, and this is the job of the teacher. As a galvanizer, you're supposed to raise the context. बच्चों को रूम के बारे में बताइए, बच्चों से कहिए ये तो बहुत अच्छे क्वेश्चंस हैं, लेकिन क्या आप और भी मुश्किल क्वेश्चन बना सकते हैं एक दूसरे के लिए? And you see the kids are making questions that we would never dare to make for them. Like grade 2 children, Smriti, Dwivedi, I don't know if that's your observation or not. And she texted me, sent me a video, an image rather, of her class, two children who were making questions on even and odd numbers. So they had to make a box in which there were small boxes like in a grid, and they'd write a whole bunch of numbers, and they'll color the ones that are that are even in a particular color, say orange, and the other in blue, others in blue. And so they make a quiz for each other because that's part of the process that they have to follow. So she sent a picture of these kids making questions for each other that had numbers like 10,452. Now color that is even or odd, right? So over time, these kids are going to get really good at answering more difficult questions. They're making for each other. But they should learn, and the context is raised by the teacher. What is evaluate question? What is create question? Especially as they get into middle grades and upper grades, they should be able to distinguish between a quality of a question and even being able to make options for questions that are similar and yet wrong. The kind of subtle differences. Right. So writing is third part of writing is creative writing. So comprehension writing, we think it's writing. It's not. It's like ये पूछा आपने जवाब दे दिया. It's almost like reference to context. And if you raise the profile with the hearts, yes, they're writing a little more creatively. But when we come to the third part of writing, that is actually writing creatively. So what maybe we want to do is give a model first. Because मेरी बिटिया थी 9th में और उसको टीचर ने कुछ ऐसे लिखने को दिया कि ये करो सीबीएसई में and she wrote whatever she wrote. She took it to the teacher, and next the teacher put a whole bunch of process and said no, not like this, not like that, right? She took it a second time, again she had objections to this and that and the other. So we had a nice talk with the teacher. I said, why don't you give the model first? भी आप expect क्या करते हो बच्चे को ये तो बताओ ना, right? So what should it look like? What does a good essay look like? So model, and then you write. So you give autobiography of a chair. Now write autobiography of a roti, a chapati, right? So you have a model, and kids can really understand with each other if they have a model. Then they get into further into creative writing. Give them a frame, five, what, why, where, and why. What is it? Why, where, how is the last one? No? So 4 W's and 1 H, right? So give them that paper, the 5-finger framework, or where you begin with an opening or so on and so on. So we give lots of frameworks to the children. So they know, okay, in this writing, I can use this particular framework. You give them a model, and they're on their own. They can do 20 other writings on their own. The idea is to accelerate the writing, but they already have the vocabulary, they already have a frame, and now they are just free to express within the frame the way they wish. For example, if you're writing on the bird, can you begin with a question mark? Where are the birds? Can you begin with a fact, a figure? Can you begin with some kind of a little anecdote about the bird or something? Etc. And how do you end? So those are the discussions that Galvanizer brings out, as well as the material that's in front of the children brings out. So children are empowered to actually write really well. They become all authors. And so I want to also let you know, by way of this forum, that we have just tied up with Montessori Australia, and not because of Tom, by the way, because my other friend. Anyway, so we've tied up with them. So there are 3 things we're offering. One is a diploma for up to grade 2 children, 6-month diploma, where they do certain things at home, they bring back certain things. Parents are also involved to some extent, like if they want to plant something, linked to SDGs also. So that's up to grade 2. Grades 3 to 8 are getting 7, so they get a diploma 6 months later with a hat and everything and a certificate. Then from Montessori, Australia. The second is where on 17 SDGs, the 3 to grade 8 can get 17 certificates. So they have to accomplish certain tasks for each of them, and then they get their certificates within 6 months, 9 months of a year. They get all the 17. And the third thing is about writing, and it is you write to change the world. Write a story, anything you like. You put it up on a particular platform. And there you can attach a price to it, 70 rupees ki kitab hai. And this site has a lot of causes to which you can attach your funding. So for example, if I buy a book on that platform from some child's work, that book has 70 rupees. The 70 rupees I can direct to, let's say, literacy of children. So that way it can be for health of children, for nutrition of children, for building of a building, whatever it is the causes are, you can attach it to that. So children are making a difference to the world by writing. And one school recently, my colleague in Australia told me, his name is Gavin McCormack, he said to me that one school has submitted 500 stories, right? So this is the kind of ambition that we can put in, but we can't ask them to write till they know how to write, right? अभी लिखवाओगे क्या लिखेंगे आप birds पे क्या लिखोगे? If you say write a story on birds, what will the children write? Birds have wings. Bird eats insect. Birds live in a nest. Birds are beautiful. 4 or 5 sentences. If you can convert, if you change the topic from birds to dogs or cats, what will they write? Cats have 4 legs. Cats are beautiful. Whatever, right? Very basic level writing, even up to grade 5. We don't see that amazing writing coming out. Writing is a major issue. We're just doing very little bit of work in writing, mostly comprehension based writing. नहीं ये समझो इसको लिखो प्रश्न आ गया जवाब दो और पेपर्स में भी यही आता है क्रिएटिव राइटिंग कहाँ कराते हैं बच्चों से बहुत कम कभी कभी कॉम्पोजिशन दिखा दिया हाउ मेनी कॉम्पोजिशन डू दे डू इन अ ईयर maybe 4 maybe 5 maybe 6 these kids are writing every day 4 or 5 compositions once they're empowered every day बस उनको आइडिया आ गया उनको मजा आने लगा फिर वो कहानी निकलेंगे बर्ड्स के ऊपर बहुत ब्यूटीफुल लिखेंगे बर्ड्स के ऊपर the span of the wings these are the physical features of course they'll talk about long distances they travel they'll talk about birds that do not fly but why there are some birds called scavengers why there are certain birds peace words did the pigeons actually carry the letters in the past what do birds teach us what can we do about saving the birds there are so many angles. And when they finish writing that, it's not a discussion at the front by the teacher, by the way. That is limiting, very limiting. But it is unleashing the process by which they can become super creative writers. And they can see. Then you will feel like reading that text. Teacher के पास जो आता है composition वाला, teachers are bored out of their minds वो पढ़ के. बकवास आता है, right? तो अब उनको मजा आएगा अच्छे बच्चे ने बड़ा अच्छा लिखा इसको ऐसे लिखा बड़ा अच्छा है. Teachers are also enjoying what they're getting back from the kids. So anyway, writing I wanted to cover because it's a big, huge issue. Parents should know that the children are learning to write, but in a different manner, different scaffolding, and they're becoming better writers because of enjoying what they're doing, and they're also developing a huge vocabulary before they get to writing. Mixed ages we've dealt with, breaking the age barriers. That's PRG doing, and here breaking in the normal classrooms, breaking the idea that children should be differentiated based on ability. That's a complete no-no. In the same class, you're going to see children of all different hues and colors, and of course, of different capacities, but we're not going to compare them in any form or shape. So that is also mixed abilities in the same classroom and how we handle that in a beautiful way. It is about research. I think very important that we have evidence. So a lot of us, we are perhaps guilty of being really running our education through textbooks. Are we guilty of that? Okay. एक टीचर उसके पास अगर टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं है तो वो क्या पढ़ा पाएगी कितने कॉन्फिडेंस से पढ़ा पाएगी मैं मेरी टेक्स्ट बुक आपने हटा ली मैं कैसे पढ़ाऊं right and how many years she's teaching from those textbooks and still doesn't know what's in it and teaches the same old way that they have always taught. So I think that's where we have to undo the idea. Either books are leading to a process or the books alone are not sufficient response to the crises we are facing. We're not going to say, oh, I changed books this year. We're going to see 10% improvement in our learning. Will we? Can we say that? Can anyone here say that I changed my books last year and we saw a 10% improvement in our education? So this is where we need to also consider what are the other things that are either built in within the books or they are processes that are built in within the books or they are or the processes that we do, for example, galvanizing the class or earlier we saw Tom and Ria do this about teacher child demo, empowering the class to learn by themselves. All these are processes. You don't, book is only an aid to that process. Um, okay, so and the last point, I think it came out from the discussion here. We did, talking about evidence, we did collection of data also from pre-primary to grade 2 between Cambridge 5 campuses and all of our alpha campuses for English and mathematics. Which do you think did better? How many say Cambridge children would have done better? Raise your hands in English and mathematics. Okay, Bharat sir, one lone brave, 2, 3, okay, 4. Okay, but not most of you. How about mathematics? Do you think Cambridge section would have done better in mathematics than rest of CMS? Actually, the answer is no. They did not do better. See, sometimes we kind of go for these things because they give a certain impression. I'm also guilty. We are also guilty. We've got 5 campuses of ours that are doing Cambridge. But we have to always check. It's not the book. It's not the board. What matters is what happens within the classroom every single day, every single minute. I think we can say that that's what matters the most. We also, Lumina Terra is Cambridge, just got affiliated to Cambridge, the school that PRG represents. So what? ठीक है, आपको केमिस्ट लेना है लीजिए, राइटिंग लेना है लीजिए, लेकिन अंदर क्या हो रहा है वहां पर हमें दोबारा सोचना पड़ेगा, right? So the board is very good, the books are excellent. I studied in Cambridge board. When I was a kid, I was in England, I was studying Cambridge board. But I do feel that question marks are more, or should be more, even now. We should not settle. Whatever we have come up to, जैसे एक पहाड़ पे जाते हैं, हमें लगता है सबसे ऊंचा पहाड़ है, वहां पहुंच गए, वहां पहुंच के क्या दिखता है? अनदर पहाड़. तो हमें वो चुनौतियों पे चढ़ते जाना है. अगर हम यहीं पे रुक, अरे भाई हम तो बड़े अच्छे हैं, हमारी तो पेडागॉजी बहुत अच्छी है, we are very happy with our roots, we are very happy with alpha, we are very happy with high path, that is where patan begins, the downfall begins. We need to be all very much continuing that sadhana, that mission to make every minute count, to make everything better and better and better. And for us, I say, galvanizer is not a title that you get or somebody bestows upon you. It's a title that you earn over time. So all of us have to become better galvanizers, better whatever, right? Okay, all of you, sorry, taking so long, all of us again.
Ma'am, just want to add one thing.
Okay, but
So-
burning thoughts, okay.
So as ma'am just mentioned, we recently got the Cambridge affiliation, and with that, we've actually become the first school of the city to have Cambridge early years affiliation, very first. And of course, we've been integrating Roots pedagogy into the Cambridge element, and it's turning out beautiful, ma'am. I would just like to mention that. Thank you so much.
So board कोई भी हो, लेकिन अंदर क्या हो रहा है वो बहुत मैटर करता है, ठीक है? Anybody burning thoughts on the podium? No. What's next, Smita ma'am? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I wouldn't take questions now, but later maybe.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Dr. Gandhi, and all our respected panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you would believe that school leadership is not merely about managing institutions, but also inspiring. And when you have such an insight from these leaders here, it goes to prove that how deeply they are involved in the entire learning process. May I now most respectfully request Ma'am Dr. Gandhi to felicitate our panelists by offering them the bouquets, the mementos as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Yes, may we have a huge round of applause for them for that wonderful panel discussion. Heartfelt applause for all of you. One quick group photograph. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we now present before you two galvanizers from City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar, Phase 2, Miss Vasudha Agarwal and Miss Gulbusha Sadaf from CMS GN2. In the next 2 minutes, math will never be the same. I'm sure you are now going to witness how maths can be done with 5x speed, with 100% participation of all the children, and above all, with zero fear. So that's the power of alpha math and following the three-step process, that is model, apply, and transfer. The math process will be now depicted before you all in mathematics. CMS Gumti Nagar 2 is ready to prove it in next 15 minutes from now. So keep your phones aside and all attention on stage.
Okay, good afternoon and Jai Jagat everyone. It's time for another group activity, pair learning. So I hope you must have got this numeracy kit and A4 size sheet with which you will be creating your own number cards. So it's paired learning process. So I request everybody to have this numeracy kit on the table and these number cards.
Also, you will be getting a sheet so you can create your own number cards from 0 to 9. A very good afternoon, everyone. We are the Galvanizers from City Montessori School, GN2, and we teach grade 2 there. So we are here to present a math activity, Math Alpha Math. So before we start with the activity, let us quickly talk about what is MAT. As you all are aware as of now, what is MAT? It is model, apply, transfer. So what is model? Basically, what we want from our kids in the class, how they should be behaving while studying, what they read, how to pronounce. So we model in front of them. That is how they are going to apply. So that is model, and application is what they have learned, they are going to apply that. So the whole class working in pairs is application, apply. So model is done through galvanizer student demo and student demo. The third is transfer. So the home switch activity basically is transfer. So there they explore, they give questions to each other, and they find out the answers for those questions. So basically, whatever they have learned, they get into the deeper, they get the deeper knowledge of that by exploring. So that is transfer. So math and alpha, they are basically the two different sides of the same coin. They go hand in hand, they complement each other. And as of now, I think most of you have got the numeracy kit. Can you show your thumbs up if you have got the numeracy kit? Okay. And how many of you have still not got? Okay. So you will be getting. So once you have got the kit, then we can start.
Okay, as you all know, Alpha is accelerating learning for all. It's a four-step learning process. First, we do galvanizer student demo, then student demo, and then entire class, they work in pairs. They are supposed to sit in pairs and they will be working in pairs. And the fourth step is the peers make questions and they set homeworks for each other. Today, the activity is regarding number sense. Let us know more deeply about numbers. So, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
So before doing anything, let us recall the counters.
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Mas these mastics, it represents
Ones.
one.
So one matchstick represents one one. Okay.
One ice cream stick represents
Tens. One
That's
tens.
lovely. Bundles of ice cream sticks.
Okay, so there are 10 ice cream sticks, which makes one bundle, and that represents hundreds. 100s.
Okay. Spoon represents
Thousands.
That's beautiful. Bundle of spoons
10,000.
and earbuds.
Lakhs. Okay, so shall I give you the number? And ma'am, we are going to take turns. So I'm going to use the number cards and you are going to use the counters. Okay?
Sure.
So I'm going to give you the number. So your number is, can you just identify this number?
So my number is 345. So this number has 3 hundreds, 4 tens, and 5 ones.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now I need to arrange this number using the counters.
Yes.
So 300, for 300, I will be taking 3 bundles of ice cream sticks. 100, 200, 300. Now, 4 tens, I will be taking 4 ice cream sticks, 1 ten, 2 ten, 3 ten, and 4 ten. And then comes 5 ones. So I will be taking mastics for representing ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But please note, when I am arranging the mastics, I have to arrange in pairs. Okay? So these two are in pairs, but one is left out. Can you tell me, looking at this, can you please check once?
Yes, ma'am. So as you have three at the place of hundreds, so 100s, 200s, 300s. At the place of tens, you have four. So one tens, two tens, three tens, four tens. And at one's place, you have five. So one, two, three, four, and five ones. And I can see that you have kept in pair, ma'am. Can you tell me why have you kept in pairs?
Okay. First, when we are arranging in pairs, we are telling about odd and even. Now here, looking at the one place, you could see one ice cream, one
Yes.
mastic is left alone.
Yes.
So that means it is odd or even number?
Ma'am, it should be the odd one because one is left out.
Yes,
It's
one
not
is
in
left
pairs.
out. So this number, 345, is an odd number.
Okay. 345 is an odd number because one is left out, right?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Good job.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Okay, ma'am. So please give me the number.
For you, the number is okay. Can you please read out the number?
Okay, so the number is 2306, right?
Okay, wonderful.
So I'm going to use the counters to make this number. Okay. At the place of thousands, I have two, so I'm going to use this spoon. So I'm going to use two spoons, 1,000, 2,000. At the place of 100, I have three, so I'm going to use three bundles of ice cream. Okay? 100, 200, 300. At the place of tens, I don't have any number. I have zero there. So I'm not going to use any counter since I have zero there. So no counter I'm using. But at the place of ones, I have six. So I'm going to use these matchsticks, six matchsticks. Ones,
So are you going to arrange the gymnastics in pairs?
Yes, I'm going to keep them in pair.
Very good.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Here, no pair is, nothing is left, no stick is left out, so it is an even number, right?
So let me check once.
Yes.
It is 2,306. Wonderful.
Okay. So now we would like to request any two of the volunteers to come here for the student demonstration. Who would like to come? Please come. Okay, we have one ma'am coming from this side. Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am, please come. Okay, sir. Okay, come. Ma'am, you can give numbers here to each other. So one in the number card. One in the counter.
The number cards also, ma'am, you may give the number. So we'll identify the number. Give the numbers using the number cards. Sir. Then sir will use the counters to arrange.
Yes, okay. No. So, okay, I'll take this one. I'll take this one. Okay.
So here we have just brought one set of number cards, but when we are sitting in pairs, we have two sets of number cards, so where the possibility of creating the numbers increases, right? So we can use two of the same kind of numbers there.
The number, you have to read it like 1,452. 1,000 is represented by spoon. So you will take spoon and put 1, as it is 1,000.
We are
Yes.
going to keep them back, and we are going to start in the 1,000 place. So one spoon represents 1,000.
Bundles you don't have
So
to.
100 is so this. And we keep on speaking that this is 1,000 or 100, 200, so that it is modeled in front of the class. Yes, ma'am.
So once is one spoon, four is a bundle of four ice cream sticks. Then fifth for again odd and even we are using ice sticks. Is it? Then again we are using for two number a small matchstick and that is again even number. Yes, captain pairs.
Ma'am, you can recheck the number. What's your number?
Yeah, this is correct. 145 is the number and sir arranged very well. Thank you.
And like the gestures we give, like well done.
Oh, this is very true, very good.
So you will be giving numbers, number cards, then the turn will be complete.
Thank you.
High
Just
five,
give a high five to each other.
Thank you.
The number is given by Sir 3204. And now I'm arranging the sticks according to thousands, hundreds, and ones and tens. Thank
Yes, now ma'am is going to arrange the position of the thousand, and she has taken three ice cream spoons, and these are put on over there. And the two positions are the bundle of the ice cream sticks and zero. It is vacant. Since it is zero, so no, nothing is put on over there. And four, there are two matchsticks which are in pairs. So it is absolutely correct. 3204. Thank you very much, ma'am. It's a nice. And thank you very much for calling us. Thank you.
you so much.
Okay, it's time for the audience to be involved in this activity. Like we apply in pairs, entire class is going to work in pairs now. Now, using your own number cards, you will be giving one number to your partner, and your partner will be forming the number using the counters. So entire class, uh, I would request to create any one number using the counters. Any one number of your choice. On the table, you may create any one number using the counters. You may take the help any number. This number you may create on the table. Now, the transfer is stretch activities. When they have created their numbers, they go move on to the stretch activities where they make questions and they set homework for each other. They try to give numbers as homework so that the students they may go back home and use the counter box to create these numbers and record videos.
Okay, I would just like to recall once this matchstick, one matchstick represents one one, one ice cream stick represents one tenth, one bundle of ice cream stick represents 100, one spoon represents 1000, sorry, yes, 1000, and this one bundle of spoon is representing 10,000, and this one earbud represents 1 lakh. So I hope, is this clear to everyone? Can you please show your thumbs up? Is this clear? Thank you so much.
I hope you all have formed the number on the table because so let's move to the perfection loop, that is taking collective feedback from the students. Check if your number is an even number. Please clap your hands. If the number which you have formed is an even number, please clap your hands. Well done.
If your number is a 4-digit number, please touch your shoulder. Okay, that's great.
Now, if your number, the number which you have formed using the counter on the table, if it is an odd number, please snap your finger 3 times. Okay. The last one. If your number is greater than 200, just stomp your feet twice. That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear audience, for engaging yourselves, and I hope we are clear with the counters. You can apply that. Okay, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was mathematics, math, sums, formation of numbers with the help of concrete material and thus understanding it more comprehensively. Now we move on to very quickly a presentation by City Montessori School, Aliganj Campus 1 on assessments. So let us see how, with the alpha pedagogy and with the math process, after conducting the complete math three-step learning process, how do we take the feedback from the children, how assessments work in this pedagogy? For that, I invite on stage Ms. Ritika Chakraborty from the school from CMS Aliganj Campus 1. And ma'am, if we can stick to another 5 to 7 minutes, and then let us see how you engage them, and entertain also at the same time, and ensure that they learn from this session. Thank you. Ma'am. So, good morning and Jai Jagat, respected Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am, respected principals, and distinguished educators. I, Ritika Chakrabarti from CMS Aliganj Campus 1, is going to present before you Math Alpha assessments. So I would like to begin with a thought that captures the essence of our journey today. Next slide, please. Thank you. It is not about theory. It is about changing teachers' mindset from assessment of learning to assessment of mastery. Assessments is not merely about finding out what a child has learned. It is about finding out what the child has mastered and what the child still needs and what the child galvanizer needs to do next. So when we talk about alpha assessments, we are not talking about another assessment system. We are talking about the change in mindset. So before we begin any assessment or a session, we always take up a short meditation, breathing exercise, stretching, rhythm and clapping games to set the tone of the class. So before we move ahead, I would like you all to join me for a short meditation.
As the shape grows, breathe in, and as the shape shrinks, breathe out.
So we can all just focus on our breathing just for 2-3 seconds so that we can all come
So
back
when you breathe
and
in,
gain that
your
energy.
stomach fills up with air and gets bigger, just like the shape.
Thank you. So now that we have prepared ourselves, let us think what usually happens when we enter an assessment situation. We have all seen it. The moment we say it's test time, the atmosphere changes. There may be pressure, anxiety, and a strong focus on getting the right answer. Traditional assessments can be tiring, stressful for the children. They often focus on marks, ranks, rote memorization, rather than real understanding and thinking. So here comes our savior, alpha assessments. Assessments become a continuous process. We identify learning gaps early, provide support, and give children opportunity to improve. The focus shifts from how many marks did a child get and how can the child achieve mastery. So as alpha assessments is a structured and continuous process with a total 14 assessments across 2 phases. Each phase has 6 years, 18 marks each, and one phase end of 45 marks. This regular assessment helps us identify learning gaps at every stage and provide timely correction, support, and ensure that we are progressing towards mastery. So let's see.
I have two questions over here. I'm going to ask you a few questions and you have to respond, but with your action. Are you all ready? Yes. So the first question is, see the picture and select the correct sentence. So just observe these two pictures carefully.
Okay, and we can skip this one. Yes. So after formative assessments, work does not end here. We reflect on the responses and we perfect them. So we are now going to take up a short hands-on on how we perform the formative assessments. So here we are going to have a question with three options. And for each option, if option A is correct, we are going to fly like a bird. So we give actions to the children and they enjoy and perform those assessments. If option 2 is correct, we'll swim like a dolphin. And if the option 3 is correct, we are going to wiggle like a jellyfish. Can we have the question? Thank you. So here is the question where I'm going to read the sentence and we have to find out which option has common noun and proper noun both. The children played football in Gandhi Park. So option A is children, Gandhi Park. Option B is football, played. And option C is the inn. So whichever option is correct, you have to do the, okay, well done. I can see the flying birds. Thank you. Okay, can we move to the next question, ma'am? Thank you. So here is the next sentence. Ria bought a storybook from Blossom Bookstore. Option A, here we just have to find out the proper noun. So the option A has storybook. Second option, Ria Blossom Bookstore. And option C is bought from. Swim. Okay, so I can see so many dolphins here. Thank you. So let's move to the summative assessments. So after formative assessments and corrective measures, we move towards summative assessment conducted through surprise test using OMR technology for quick and accurate marking. In phase and assessments, responses are recorded on an OMR sheet, scanned through the designated app, and the marks automatically entered into iProgress on the same day. This saves teachers time, ensures accuracy, provides real-time results, and enables us to track progress, identify learning gaps, and plan timely interventions. Thus, assessments become a continuous, efficient, and data-driven process that supports every child's learning journey. So here are some of the samples of our question paper. Can we show, yes, the samples? Yeah. So these are the samples of the assessment papers and the OMR sheets. So next we move on to a short video, how we'll just have it quickly so that we can see how the assessments are conducted. Okay, thank you. So now here we have the QR code for us assessment. So I would like how our assessments are being conducted, what type of questions do we get? So I would like the everybody to scan the QR and solve the paper. Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, okay. So it's okay. We'll move to the results. So after this, instead of giving children marks, our summative assessment results are reflected through Grow framework. It shows where each child is on their learning journey, and more importantly, focuses on progress and potential rather than comparison. So we have a Grow G for Golden Peak, dazzling performance, R, rising star, consistent growth. O on the right, progressing, and W, waiting to blossom, full of potential. This makes the report more positive and growth oriented. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just 5 to 7 minutes more wait before we break for the lunch. And in continuation, I would now like to invite on stage Ms. Komal Tiwari, Ms. Shreya, and Ms. Rohini Agarwal, representing City Montessori School, Rajajipuram Campus 1, to show us how Panchakoshas affect the learning of the children and how do we go beyond marks, beyond books, and beyond classrooms. And NEP, how does it represent Panchkosha, the 5 dimensions of a child? Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. Over to you, Rajapuram campus.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. We are the presenters from City Montessori School, Rajajipuram Campus 1. Today, we are going to explore Panch Kosha, an ancient concept that focuses on the holistic development of every child. The word Panch Kosha means the 5 layers of our existence. Every child develops through these 5 interconnected koshas. And when each one is nurtured, we help children grow into balanced, confident, and happy individuals. The 5 koshas are: the first, Anmay kosha, the physical body; Pranmay kosha, energy body; Manomay kosha, mind and emotions; Vijnanamay kosha relates to wisdom and intellect; Anandamay kosha signifies bliss and happiness. Today, we will experience each kosha through simple classroom activities that can easily be integrated into our daily teaching.
Anime kosha is the physical body. It reminds us that a healthy body is the foundation of effective learning. In our classrooms, we can nurture this kosha through energizers, action songs, yoga movements, outdoor games, and cross motor activities. These activities improve children's coordination, concentration, and readiness to learn. Now let's experience one such activity. I request everyone to stand up. When the music starts, simply follow the actions. Shake your hands, move your shoulders, tap your feet, turn around, and enjoy the movement. Let's shake and move together. Over to you, Priyanka ma'am.
Let's get ready to warm up. Shake 'em just like this. Shake 'em just like this. Shake 'em just like this. And throw your hands. Wiggle them just like this. Wiggle them just like this. Wiggle them just like this. And throw your hands. Clap them just like
clap, everyone.
Just like this.
Good going.
Just like this, and roll your head.
Fantastic, dear audience. You may take your seat. As we noticed, even 1 minute of movement is practice. Similarly, regular movement breaks help children remain active, focused, and ready for learning.
The second kosha, Pranay kosha, is the energy. It is closely connected with our breath and life. Classroom, we nurture this kosha through breathing exercises, mindful pauses, relaxation techniques, and transition activities. These simple practices help children calm themselves, improve concentration, and regulate their emotions. Now, everybody, I would ask you to please sit comfortably for some breathing exercises. Over to Priyanka. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Let us all lift both the arms up and just ask the heavens to give us the blessings. Pull down the heaven forcefully down. Can we do it faster? And relax. Just feel the tingling sensation in your brain. How many of you are able to feel that tickling sensation? It means you have done it very nicely. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now let us do the same with hands in front. Inhale and exhale back forcefully. Faster. And relax. Inhale and exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now this exercise has done a lot of movements in your brain neurons. So now let us do something for calming our nerves. We all know our school prayer. Let us recite that prayer. We will inhale, we'll hold, then we'll exhale, and we hold. You all know it very well. You all are well educated in all the fields. So let us start inhaling from our left nostril. For better results, we may close our right nostril with our thumb and inhale. Oh God, guide me, take me. Inhale. Now, hold. Illumine the lamp of my heart. Exhale. Close the left. Exhale from right. And make me a brilliant star. Hold. Thou art the mighty and powerful. This is the one round of breathing exercise. Our sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves are balanced and we are calm and quiet. Can we do it once more? Can we do, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Notice how calm and relaxed you. Just 2 or 3 minutes of mindful breathing can prepare children for focused learning.
नाम है कोशा. It is the kosha of wisdom, critical thinking, and decision making. In our classroom, we nurture this kosha by giving children opportunities to analyze situations, ask questions, solve problems, and connect learning with real life experiences. Today, instead of discussing a situation aloud, I would like to make this activity interactive. A QR code will appear on the screen. Please scan it using your mobile phone. Read the situation carefully and submit your response based on what you feel is most appropriate. This will give you about 1 minute to complete it. Imagine this situation. You find a wallet in your school. What you do it? Yes, you find the wallet in the school campus. No one is around. What will you do? Yes, I hope you all have given wonderful responses. There may be different answers, but this kosha teaches us to think wisely and make responsible decisions.
The fourth kosha, Manomay kosha, is connected with our mind, thoughts, and emotions. Children learn best when they are able to identify, understand, and express their feelings. In the classroom, we nurture this kosha through emotional check-ins, circle time, pair discussions, storytelling, and reflection activities. Now, I would like to invite 5 volunteers from the audience to come forward. Let's have the volunteers, please. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Ma'am, you have to draw one emotion on the piece of paper without writing any words. Draw any emotion that you feel most connected to without writing any words. And once you are ready, then please tell us which emotion have you drawn, why did you choose this emotion, and when do you usually feel this?
Yeah. So, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Sweet Singh, Principal RK International School. I have drawn this feeling of being happy because whenever I am there in the school, I am with the children and children are around me, I feel very, very happy. So that is what I use whenever I connect with a child. I happily listen to the child first, what problems they are facing. I happily relate with the teachers also whenever they come and discuss anything with me. So this is what I have drawn, the feeling of happiness.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, now would you like to share?
Good afternoon, everyone. This I have made. After joining this session, I am feeling very relaxed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
This is what I have drawn. This is a happy emotions, and whenever I feel something good, and whatever like good happens in my life, I feel happy. So this is what I have drawn.
Thank you, ma'am. It is good to see that most of us are feeling happy today.
The happy smiley, I usually carry this aura into my classroom because a happy child make a good learner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I chosen this happy emoji because whenever I go around, I meet people, this give me a positive response from if I go with a smiling face to anyone, automatically the person next to me feels happy. So that's why I have chosen this emoji. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for sharing your emotions, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. This my hobby is happy feeling that makes everyone happy.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, activities like these help children build emotional awareness, empathy, and confidence.
Anandamay Kosha is the layer of joy, gratitude, peace, and inner happiness. In our classrooms, we nurture this kosha through gratitude practices, appreciation circles, celebrations, act of kindness, music, and meaningful connections. Now, we invite everyone to scan another QR code. This QR will open a simple gratitude form. Please write a short message for someone you're grateful for. It could be a family member, a friend, a teacher, or anyone who has positively influenced your life. Thank you for making a moment to express gratitude. Small practices like these create joyful classroom culture and strengthen positive relationships.
Through Panchkosha, we move beyond academic learning and nurture every dimension of child's growth.
When we care for the body, energy, emotions, wisdom, and happiness of every learner, we truly create holistic classroom where every child can flourish. Thank you everyone for your enthusiastic participation.
Thank you so much, Rajajipuram campus. This session really highlighted how the Panchkosha philosophy continues to remain profoundly relevant in today's educational landscape. With that, we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. May I now have everyone proceed towards the lounge area. I request our Getty volunteers to, yeah, I announce the same, sir. So, Getty volunteers, please escort our all guests towards the lounge so that they know where the lunch is served. And I hope you all would agree to this that some of the most meaningful collaboration happens over a simple conversation and also over a meal. So, meal is ready, served, and we all will be happy to receive you back here after 45 minutes. It's 2 o'clock, 2:45. We all are meeting here once again for the post-lunch session. Thank you, everyone.
Jai Jagat, everyone. So, today we are going to learn something very exciting. We are going to learn about the big numbers and the small numbers. So, today we are learning about ascending and descending order. So, before we start, I have to do my random pairing. So, I have to get a partner because we will first do the step one of alpha, teacher child demo. So, I will just pick up my partner and on the stage. I have all the names here. Okay, random pairing. Our object. Welcome. Now, first you will see how we do the step one, how we do ascending order. Then you will go to do by your with your friends. Come. How are you, Toto? I'm fine, Tina. How are you? I'm also fine. So today let's do ascending and descending order. Okay. Are you all excited? Yes. Give me thumbs up. Okay. So, what is ascending order? Do you know? Ascending order means small to big. Very good. Imagine an aeroplane going from small height to big height and increasing its number. So, ascending is increasing order. What is, you can ask me your turn? Is that ascending order? Descend. So, descend D and D means going down. D for down, D for D. Aeroplane is coming down now. So we're coming from big number to small number. So we just, do you get this? Give me thumbs up. Yes. So now we have this module in our book, which is module 17. There are many numbers here. Can you say the number? 10, 30, and 19. So which is, first I will ask you a question, then you will ask me a question. So which is the smallest number out of these four? Great job. High five. Now your turn. Which number is the biggest? Okay, the biggest I can see here is 30. Is it correct? Good job. Thank you. Now I will ask them. Anybody from your number deck card, can you show me the biggest number? Pick up your biggest number. Okay, so they have, he has 10, they have 90, 85. Very good. 8 is your biggest number. Good job, amazing. Now, Arav, I have number cards here. Everybody, watch how you will do the demo. Arav, I'm giving you 5 numbers. You have to arrange these numbers in ascending order. So I'm giving you 10. Hold it. Okay, I'm giving you 1. Now let me give you random numbers 19, 2, and the last number 16. So now, can you arrange these numbers in ascending order on the table? Everyone, you can also do on your table, arrange in ascending. 1, 2, but 10, 16, very good, great job. Now your turn, you can ask me. Please arrange in descending order. Okay, descending is big to small. I will arrange them now big to small. So 19 is the biggest, 16, 10, 2, and the smallest is 1. Is it correct? Good job. Give me a high five. Amazing. Great. Did you enjoy this? Yes. Okay, so now we are going to step 2 of Alpha, which is child demo. My partner is going to call his partner now. And let's see. Morning. Okay, Andre. Descending order, where is your team now? Start. Hello, Tina. Hello, Tutu. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm also fine. Let's learn ascending and descending order. Okay. Hi. Let's learn ascending and descending order. Okay. Please read this number between 10, 30, 90. Good job. And what this number is the smallest? It's 10. Good job. This number is the biggest. 30. Well done. High five. Let's arrange descending and ascending order in cards. Five cards. Please arrange ascending order. Okay. This is correct, Toto? Yes, good job. Now it's your turn. Please arrange this descending order. Okay, Toto. 16, 13, 12, 10, and 2. This is correct. Yes, well done. High five. Thank you.
We've taught the same way for 100 years. Our children stopped learning the same way a long time ago. What if in just 2 days your school begins to teach in a very different way? For Namaskar, I'm Dr. Sundar Gandhi. I warmly welcome you to the first edition of the Getty Leadership Summit. Getty Leadership Summit is a gathering of principals, school directors, and founders. It is with a view to discuss the shift that new education policy wants from passive classrooms to active, from teaching focus to learning focus, and from academically to a holistic learning environment. You will experience high power, a path forward in education that is purposeful, active.
Tia, please tell me what is this? What is the first sound? So what is the word? Ah, you can high five. Yay! This is a rabbit. What is the first sound of rabbit? What is that? This is apple. What is the first sound of apple? What is this? This is a top. What is the first sound of top? Top. That's the sound. Hello. My name is Swastika. My parents I am 8 years old. I am 6 years old. I am a girl. I am a girl. I have sisters. I have sisters. We live in Vietnam. My school is City Mountain School. Nice. My name is Prishara. This is Tina. This is Toto. Tina, are you very good? Sun moon, sky and star. When we go to bed, the sky is dark. It is night. We see the moon and many stars in the sky at night. The sun, the moon, and the stars are called heavenly bodies. That's why they appear small. Stars are big ball of fire. They appear small because they are very far away. The times of India, Joshua, flats are up to half kilometer long to see why. Calling Uttar Pradesh the center of hope for all of India, just as India
has become hope for the entire world.
Oh, so my partner of the day is Ishan. Ishan, will you please come? Hello. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? Hey, okay. Jojo, can you read this question for me? Jojo, it means you have to small. Two friends. Yes. No. Okay. Well done, Jojo. Now your turn. Sure, Jojo. I have 11 small things equal among my friends. Yes, please. Yes, and make it to my toolkit. First, I will take number 11, that is 1 10 and 1 1. Because I cannot divide 1 10 into two people, so I will exchange the big thing and the nice thing with the small thing. One big thing will I will take out 10 small. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, now, total, I have 11 small things which I have divided into two pieces. Let's start. One, one, two, three, four, five. Now, each one will get 5 steps. Let's do it. Now, follow one. Very
Three, four, five, six, seven. I cannot just count it. Two I can six. So I will give Let's start. First step. My father. Asha, so forward. Good morning, Tina.
Good morning, Chocho.
How are you?
I'm great. What about you?
I am great. Now, Tina, shall we read the unique words?
Yes.
Let's start. Look, it's so cute. Now your turn.
You too. This girl is cute. Now your turn.
Good.
D. You. Do.
You too. New.
You. You.
So, you.
T. B. Chew.
Well done, Tina. Shall we change the rules?
Yes.
Now you start.
U. B. Q.
You too. Cute.
D. U. Duke.
Dude. Dude.
U. T. Mute.
You.
T. U. Tune.
Two. Good. Done. Shall we pick some more words?
Yes.
What is this written, Toto?
Volume.
Well done. Now my turn. Excuse.
Confuse.
Refuge.
Well done.
Now, can you show me how to play a tune with a flute? Well done. Okay, now we are going to move to the next step. Let's come. So, you know, your turn. Now, what are we are Tika. Hello, Toto. How are you? I'm great. What about you? Shall we start? You good? Yes.
Judge it, everyone, you may sit. Children, are you all ready for the random pairing? So let's start. Card. The inner circle may show the cards. The ones those who are picking up the card, just show it. Now, outer circle if your partner is here, come this side, and inner circle if your partner is there. Go there without changing your backs. Just go like this and sit on a chair. Yes, start. Those who have got the partner, you can sit. After getting the partner, put your card like this and sit down. Yes, very good, children. And now show your cards, those who are ready. Which is your E? Who is having E? Letter E? Letter E. Yes. Then you can come sit here with him. Letter M.
My letter is N. What's yours? It's N. We are partners. Let's sit together.
Random pairing cards. Okay, so you all have gone for partners. Done. You may keep the cards down on your table. Very good.
Good morning, children. How are you all? Okay, now sit down, everybody. Very good. What you should say? Yes. So, you know who is he? Toto. And this is? Ah, so your friends are back, right? So now I'll be calling one of your friends from the class and we are going to do the numbers, right? So this is, okay. Ayan, please come out. How are you? So let's start. Okay, what you have to do, Ayan, and you have to show the number with the help of sticks. Okay, I'll be doing it with the help of clap and snap. Are you ready? Okay, let's start. So tell me which number is this? Which number is this, Ayansh? Now show the number. Can you tell me? Well done. That was very good. Excellent. Okay, I pick up the name of friends from here and give it to me. Okay. Please come out. Take out one more. Take this. Yes. Devik, please come out.
Hi, Dima. Hi, Toto. How are you? I am fine. I am good. I am concentrated. Let's start. One. Second. Your turn. Number 14. Alpha is hesitant. Learn with my friends. We walk in pairs and with a new partner every day. I have my friend and my friend helps me. We both learn faster. We use Tina and Toto puppets, number flashcards, and naming in the class. My teacher made them once and we use them every single day. Learning with these things is so fun. I never get bored.
Random pairing is a classroom strategy in which the learners are paired randomly using number cards, picture cards, and other simple techniques. Random pairing promotes collaboration and it makes the children interact with each other. Random pairing enhances communication, collaborative learning skills, alpha pedagogy, time sense, educational approach. It enables learners to learn faster, deeper, and with full confidence can render their knowledge. It is a structured way to learn with match purpose, matters model, apply, and transfer. In model, a teacher demonstrates the module with the child. In apply, a child demonstrates the same module with another child. And in transfer, the whole class work in pairs to concretize their module or the knowledge of learning. It's all about learning joyfully in the class. Thank you. Today, I conducted a maths class using alpha pedagogy with MAT approach. That is model, apply, and transfer. The class started with teacher-child demo, child-child demo, followed by whole class working in pair. The approach helped the learners to stay actively engaged in the class and develop a deeper understanding of the concepts. Now, the concepts are more clear to the learners and they use their toolkit to solve difficult division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction forms. Now they can do it confidently with the help of their peers.
Become a traditional classroom. Nobody quiet with this facing the blackboard and teachers next to you. At CIS, we have completely disrupted this model. When you enter an alpha classroom, there's an immediate shift in energy. It's like a bustling collaborative workshop where students drive their own learning. We could achieve this because of path that is purposeful, active, transformative, holistic. Students team up to tackle their purposeful challenges. They actively involve in new ideas together. It's transformative because the focus is not on passive listening. It's on active, real world connection that builds true student agencies, molding students into holistic, well rounded individuals. In this student led classrooms, teachers evolve from a sage on the stage to a guide on the side. Alpha equips students with a voice, confidence, and skills to realize their unique capabilities and transforms them into older and articulate leaders of tomorrow. So adopt Alpha, keep growing, keep collaborating, and keep striving for a better future.
इस शिक्षिका सिर झुके टीचर के आगे झुकती है सारी दुनिया उस शिष्य के आगे। तो अगर हम आपके शिष्य बन जाएंगे तो सारी दुनिया हमारे पास झुके। इस बनने में कितना मजा। Among the greatest of all the great services which a man can possibly render to Almighty God is education of children, building their character and inculcating in their tender hearts the love of God. So, my dear friends, we are very lucky that we are in the greatest of the great services. So, we are in the highest service.
I'm delighted to be a part of this great conclave. I'm very happy that these organizations, CMS, Alpha, and KT are doing a marvelous job. Initiated, started by the great visionary, legendary leader Jagdish Gandhi Garu and Madam Bharati Gandhi ji. Every such program will add some value to the educators who are present here. We sometimes come to share, but sometimes we also learn. So, learning is a lifelong process for a teacher. And as an educator, with about 40 years of experience in the
Hello.
field of education,
Good
I've
afternoon,
traveled
everyone.
around the world and trained
I
a lot of
request Miss Anjali Joshi from
leaders
Gomtinagar
from Kashmir
Extension.
to Kanyakumari,
Please come
teachers,
at the back of the
parents,
stage.
students.
Indra Nagar 1,
I
Sonal Mathur.
believe that
Anand
this
Nagar, Miss
is a
Tayyaba
very
Fatma.
program. I'm seeing a
Wait.
lot of amalgamation of thoughts
And
and
Komal Tiwari
such
from
real
Rajipuram.
insights are
So we are just, I request all the guests to please settle down. So we start with our next session.
timely nomenclature that is adopted.
Please settle down.
The
Usherers,
insights that are shared by the experts that are coming here, the prospective teachers and team leaders, and help them take these insights into the classroom. This conclave definitely needs a wider audience from educational landscape. And there are people who have educators who have come from Egypt, like Nepal, Middle East, and everywhere. And now the point is that we are at a very sensitive and sensible point of history that where artificial intelligence is influencing the entire world, including education. Now, whether how artificial intelligence with our inner calling and inner preparation can we really prepare ourselves for the students. So those insights are very, very timely and very much useful. Now coming to path and alpha, of course, uh, purposeful, active, transformative, and more than all holistic. Okay, this is the beauty
from different campuses will showcase or will tell you the story how they conducted researches in their own classrooms and how they collected evidences and what challenges they faced. So it's a small request to all the audience, please settle down, and Jasmine ma'am, please call ushers to help them settle down. Thank you so much. So our next, the first candidate for the research presentation is Ms. Anjali Joshi, who is from Gomti Nagar Extension, and her topic is one-time preparation. I request Ms. Anjali Joshi to kindly take over the mic and tell about her story.
Just before we go to the research presentations, मुझे लगता है जोश थोड़ा कम हो गया है लंच के बाद आपकी एनर्जी डाउन हो गई जबकि एनर्जी ऊपर होनी चाहिए सो आई वांट यू ऑल ऑन योर फीट प्लीज हमने काफी कैलोरीज खाए हैं अभी हमें कुछ कैलोरीज को बर्न ऑफ करने हैं so everybody please join me in standing and we'll do a quick energizer before we go to the research presentations so please do join me in standing and we'll do our favorite clapping and snapping rhythm. हम एक rhythm बजाएंगे, हम सब उसी को साथ में करेंगे, ठीक है? Ready? Okay, now we're ready for the second step, which is the piche tali. Okay, so the back like this. Okay, so now the rhythm will be. Okay, faster. Okay, let's go for the third step, which will be clicking while we go. Okay, so all three steps together. Here we go. Ortiz. Okay, fourth and final step before we go for the research, the monkey step. You know you like this one, so okay, from the start, here we go. Final. Stop. Okay, give yourselves a warm round of applause, everybody. You just burnt off a couple hundred calories, I hope. And back to the wonderful galvanizers for their research presentations, which we're all looking forward to.
Thank you very much, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we all are back after the lunch. So we begin with the teacher's research presentation. As we all know that teaching is one of the few professions where learning never stops. Where teacher, when she creates such an atmosphere and environment in the class where children do not fear to ask why and what if, and are able to answer these questions also, then research naturally becomes part of everyday teaching. The next session celebrates that spirit only. So I would now like to call upon Ma'am Anjali from City Montessori School to give her presentation.
Good morning and Jai Jagat everyone. My name is Miss Anjali Joshi. I am from Gomtinagar Extension Campus. My topic of research today is Pillar 1, one-time preparation. So when we hear the word one-time preparation, we often think it means extra work. But in Alpha, it means making thoughtful preparation once, two, the everyday learning becomes joyful, meaningful, and child-centered. For the children, learning is not about just sitting quietly and listening. They learn best when they play, explore, and ask questions and interact with their peers. This is why the first preparation we make is creating an alpha ready classroom. An alpha ready classroom is a space where learning materials like number cards, puppets, popsicle sticks, flashcards, and activity envelopes are prepared and easily accessible. These simple teaching aids make learning visual, hands-on, and engaging. For example, while teaching numbers, children don't just memorize the numbers, they use number cards, popsicle sticks to represent the numbers. They use Tina and Toto puppets to ask questions and communicate with their partners. In this way, learning happens naturally through peer interaction. Another important part of one-time preparation is planning the classroom environment. Children are seated in pairs. Children learn from each other. The teacher becomes a facilitator and observer, while children actively participate and take the ownership of the learning. The Alpha approach also encourages teachers to maintain a reflection register. After every lesson, we reflect on what worked well and which children need support and how we can improve the next activity. This helps us to make our teaching more effective and responsive. The best part is that these preparations are done once, but they benefit children throughout the year. They make classrooms more organized, lessons more enjoyable, and children more confident, independent, and eager to learn. To conclude, one-time preparation in Alpha is not about preparing more, it is about preparing smartly by creating the right environment and using simple teaching materials. We give every child the opportunity to learn with joy, confidence, and collaboration. Okay, so now I will do just one small activity with you all. I want you all to face towards your partner and just say one adjective about them, like what they liked about them or whatever they felt about them. So I really want you all to please turn towards your partner and just say one adjective about them. I think we have been sitting for a long day together. So any one thing that we liked about them, and any two volunteers can come and say the same on the stage.
Hello, everyone. I felt that she is quite friendly and approachable. So that's the adjective which I thought the moment you gave this task. We just met, and I felt that she's approachable and very radiant. Radiant. Yeah, high five. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anjali Joshi ma'am. She was from Gomti Nagar Campus 2. May I now call upon Ms. Sonal Mathur from Indanagar Campus 1. Her topic is Nurturing the Inner Child.
Thank you, ma'am. Jai Jagat to all the respected educators and dignitaries present here. A warm welcome to each and every one of you on behalf of KMS Indranagar Campus 1. And it is my great privilege to present my research titled Human Connection in the age of AI, exploring the impact of pair learning and spiritual practices on socio-emotional learning in early childhood classrooms. Uh, as we all know that uh, we have entered into the age of AI, which is rapidly transforming the field of education. But AI can never replace human beings who are the supreme creation of God. So this gap inspired my research, and I wanted to explore how we as educators can preserve the human element of education while embracing technological advancements. So the inner child is nurtured not in isolation, but through safe, structured, and meaningful connection with others. To address this challenge, I designed a 6-week intervention with 21 nursery students by integrating alpha pedagogy, paired learning, and Panch Kosha based spiritual practices such as breathing exercises, mindfulness, nature-based learning, emotion card discussions, which I have made for each child, each pair, according to my own role, and role plays which are given in alpha books. We do every Saturday. So the findings of my research work were very encouraging. The classroom observation data revealed improvement across all 10 socio-emotional competencies. The most significant growth was seen in emotional expression from April to the month of July when I compared in July. So there was a lot change in children when they came back to school. So teacher reflection records showed that children became more willing to work collaboratively, express their feelings more confidently, demonstrated greater empathy towards each other. The parent feedback further validated these findings. Parents reported that their children had become more confident, socially expressive, and whenever they go out, so they said they have become more confident and they are emotionally more aware, and that is all we want our children to be when they go out, so they behave nicely. And we took them to Spencer's, also a supermarket. There I saw a great change in the children when they interacted at the billing counter. They waited for their turn and they walked in pairs. They walked with their partners. We paired them up and we walked to the Spencer's market to the billing counter, and they were appreciating which school, which campus, everybody there was asking. And because children were looking very confident. So these findings clearly demonstrate that paired learning combined with Panch Kosha's alpha pedagogy, which is ultimately building the character of our children through Panch Koshas, which I love the most and I do every day in my class. It is creating an environment where children develop not only academically but also emotionally, socially, and spiritually, which is not possible at home. And every day we used to do these breathing exercises. And when I start my class, I'm doing Om before starting my class. So children are becoming calm and they are behaving nicely. I can see a great change in my class. Now I would like to do one activity. It's just 1 minute activity, the essence of my research work. May I request everyone to please stand up and pair up with the person sitting next to you. Or you can turn to your partner if you don't want to stand. Just pair up and okay. So thank you. Now decide who will be partner A and who will be partner B. Okay. So partner A, please share with your partner one classroom moment when a child made you smile or touched your heart. You have just 30 seconds. That moment when a child made you smile and touched your heart, it happens in a day. Every day something happens. Now, partner B, your role is only to listen without interrupting, without giving advice. Once your partner finishes, simply say, "Thank you for sharing. I understand how that made you feel." Sometimes I ask my children, "What made you happy?" So they say, "Ma'am, toys, sometimes chocolate, sometimes a hug from mama." I keep asking, and Asking the children, now let's switch roles. Partner B, it's your turn to share. And partner A will listen with the same empathy. Thank you, everyone. You may please take your seats now. I would like to ask a few questions. How many of you felt truly heard? If somebody listens to us, it feels good. How many of you felt emotionally connected to your partner? Yes, yes. So, this simple 1 minute activity demonstrates the heart of my research: human connection, active listening, empathy, and emotional safety cannot be created by technology alone. They grow through meaningful interactions like this. When children they interact and share their things every day, they share. One boy is there in my class. He says, "Mom, my father has brought an airplane to me, and he just want to share that happiness with me. Every day he comes with something or the other." So AI can provide information, but only human connection can transform information into compassion. Thank you, Alpha Pedagogy. Thank it's great for children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sonal. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call upon our next presenter, I would like to give you a beautiful piece of information for this evening today. City International School, Manas City musical team is going to be here with you. And very soon, immediately after this event, with a very brief break, we will be having a musical night which will definitely mesmerize you. So please keep your evening safe for that event. And dinner will be definitely served. We after dinner देंगे जरूर बिल्कुल पीछे lounge में हमारा dinner रहेगा after the musical evening. So next I call upon Ma'am Komal Tiwari from City Montessori School, Rajapuram campus, and her topic of research was nurturing pillars, creating classrooms that nurture joyful learning.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I am here to present my research on the topic Foundational Pillars, creating classrooms that nurture joyful learning. So before beginning, I would like you all to think about a scenario. Just think of a child who's sitting quiet in the classroom, not because they don't have anything to say, but because they don't feel they belong. What if our classroom could make every child feel seen, heard, and valued? Through this research, I explored how classrooms practices can foster academic growth, social emotional well-being, and active participation. The five pillars, my findings revealed five foundational pillars through that support joyful learning. First is equity, then is collaboration, creativity, feedback and growth, and resilience. When these five pillars work together, classrooms become places where children don't just learn, they flourish. Alpha emphasizes active engagement, collaboration, reflection, and continuous improvement. The strategies identified in the research directly support these principles, like classrooms that speak. We all have wonderful display boards in our classrooms, and it becomes the silent teachers that support independence. Next is joyful peer learning. A simple puppet like Tina and Toto asking a maths question can transform fear into curiosity. So, alpha classrooms have number cards, alphabet cards, and many more for joyful learning. Then is random pairing. But in our classrooms, we do random pairing that ensures every voice is heard and every child gets an opportunity to connect. The next is four-step learning process that says I do, we do, you do, and we share. The last is perfection loop. Instead of just test, teach, and grade, in our classrooms, we test, practice, take feedback, refine, and test. Children learn that mistakes are the stepping stones, not the stopping points. Now, I would like to
I would like you all to return to the child that I talked about in the very beginning. The quiet child exists in every classroom. Our responsibility is not only to teach lessons, but to create environments where every child feels that they belong. When classroom speaks, peers collaborate, mistakes become learning opportunities, and every voice is valued, joyful learning naturally happens. My research finds that five foundational pillars, when they work together and they are implemented through Alpha, classrooms becomes places of joy. So in the light, I would like to quote that inclusive classrooms don't happen by chance, they happen by design, and we, the galvanizers, are the designers. Now, I would like you all, or I would like to request everyone, please turn to the partner who's sitting next to you, smile, and just shake your hands and say, I am glad that you are here today. A smile and a kind word can make someone feel valued. Imagine the difference this makes to the child every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Komal Tawari. Now I call upon Ma'am Tayyiba Fatima from City Montessori School, Anand Nagar campus. Her topic of research was fostering 21st century learners through alpha pedagogy. Before that, I would like to seek one help from you all. Any of our delegates, if you are moving tonight to Delhi, then please contact Ms. Jasmine, who is sitting right here behind Dr. Smita Gandhi, ma'am. So we would like to seek your help for something. So if you can please come up to Jasmine and tell us about your time of leaving. Thank you so much.
A very good afternoon, respected ma'am and all the educators. I am Tayyeba Fatima from City CMS, Ananagar campus, and I'm presenting my action research titled Fostering 21st Century Learners based on Alpha Pedagogy. This research explores how alpha pedagogy develops character, communication, and environmental consciousness among learners, preparing them for the 21st century. The study was based on constructivist theory, social learning theory, and experiential learning theories. Learners were observed through classroom activities, assessments, reflections, and surveys. Before the intervention, it was observed that students needed more opportunities for active participation and experiential learning. The intervention focused on three main pillars: character development, communication development, and environmental consciousness. Through role plays, peer learning, and collaborative activities, students become more responsible, empathetic, cooperative, and independent learners. Storytelling, discussions, presentations, and peer teaching improve students' confidence and speaking, listening skills, and they are more confident in expressing their ideas. Environmental consciousness, they become more environmentally aware. They participate in clean campus activities and they develop the environmental consciousness amongst them. So post-intervention data showed significant improvement in all three areas, highlighting the positive impact of alpha pedagogy on holistic development. In conclusion, alpha pedagogy is not just a teaching method, it is a transformative approach that nurtures confident, responsible, and future ready learners. Thank you so much. Now, there is a small activity. You can see that in front of you, there is a small crossword puzzle. And in that, there are many characters, virtues given. So, teachers, you have 1 minute time and you have to find as many as you can the virtues given in that crossword puzzle. So your time starts now. You can do it in pairs. You are supposed to do it in pairs. So pair up and start hunting for the words. I hope everybody is having this sheets on their table. So let's see who can get maximum words in that particular 1 minute. Come on, teachers, you have to work in pairs and find all. Oh, okay. Some of the teachers are raising hands. So, ma'am, you are done all? Okay, thank you so much. Very good. That's amazing. In such little time, you're able to find all the words. I hope you enjoyed. So these are the values which we inculcate in our children, and they have become all of the virtues which are given in this crossword puzzle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tayeba. Every presentation, ladies and gentlemen, reminded us, all these four presenters, that meaningful change begins with one courageous teacher who is willing to ask a question, try a new idea, and reflect on the outcome. Research is not about merely uh, complicating the statistics that we have. Research is about improving children's learning. To every presenter, a big congratulations. And now I call upon Ma'am Dr. Smita Gandhi on the stage to please felicitate all our presenters from different campuses. We request Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi to felicitate our presenters. Miss Anjali Joshi from CMS GN2. Can we please encourage them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? It really takes courage and guts to take upon anything challenging and then practice and implement it with the students. They did with the topic that is selected and came up with their research. Ms. Sonal Mathur, Indanagar campus, Ms. Komal Tiwari, Rajajipuram campus, and Ms. Tayyaba Fatima from Anand Nagar campus. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. It is often said that teachers shape the school days, parents shape the children at home. When these two worlds come together, children surely flourish. The next session gives us an opportunity to hear from the perspective that matters most, the parents. We have our presentation up now from Ma'am Dr. Shweta Shukla, and to invite her on stage, may I now call upon Dr. Vijaya Sethi on stage.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I want to invite Dr. Shweta Shukla. Shweta? She's a proud parent of twins Ayan and Ayansh, who have studied the alpha pedagogy for 2 years. And Dr. Shweta also is an alumni from CMS and a parent now. So we want to hear it from the parent, what she can tell us, all of us, about alpha pedagogy. Thank you. Yes, she's an associate professor, and we have been colleagues in the university once upon a time. So she's here. Thank you.
A very good afternoon and Jai Jagat to everyone present here. It is indeed a very, very prestigious moment for me to stand at my alma mater and thank all my distinguished teachers, principals, and of course, the one who made us, late Shri Jagdish Gandhi sir, Bharti Gandhi ma'am. For lifelong, we are indebted to their vision, to the approach they instilled in all their students. As a parent, I can't thank CMS enough for nurturing me in a manner that I can adopt each and every pedagogy with enthusiasm and with the same spirit that CMS wants. When I gave birth to twins in 2017, everybody said it is going to be challenging. I knew it was a big, big challenge. It was a surprise, and it was a big, big challenge indeed. When I admitted them in CMS, the voice that echoed everywhere was, "पढ़ाओगी कैसे? CMS में पढ़ाई बहुत tough है." I said, "Let's see." I myself have studied from there. Tough चीजों को handle करना ही तो सिखाया गया है, तो देखते हैं कैसे handle करेंगे. Then the COVID thing came, but thanks to those online classes, where with every child, even the parent learned. We were so much engrossed in those online classes. Trust me, till 12 o'clock, I was just sitting in front of the laptop, enjoying those classes, learning the phonics, learning mathematics in a different way. Then when they started going to school, I was told that CMS has adopted some new pedagogy named Alpha, and the students would be introduced through Alpha. I was bit perturbed. What is this now, Alpha? Teacher said, "Ma'am, see, it is going to be fun-based activities. You won't be having books. You won't be having workbooks. Everything would be taught in the class." Now, as a traditional mindset, everything, it was like, without books, what will they do at home? You will do something in school, but what will I do at home? They said, "Ma'am, don't worry, you will see the results within a month." Keeping my fingers crossed, we were sending them to school, but the first experience was when we went to buy the books, whatever kit was available. And when we bought those boxes containing ice cream sticks, matchsticks, and spoons, wooden spoons, the first reaction was, "भैया इनका क्या करेंगे बच्चे? ये तो तोड़ के फेंक देंगे." "मैम पता नहीं, स्कूल वालों ने बोला है अब इसी से पढ़ाएंगे." I thought, okay, but I kept them so safely in my drawer that I will not let you touch, otherwise you will break it. Then they came and told me that it is compulsory to carry to the school. And then in the evening, both of them, and here I would like to thank Alpha that we were least engrossed. We were engrossed, but not involved. Because it was so much fun with them. They they took out that box, and then they said, "Avya, do you remember what was taught in class?" "Yes, I am." "This means 100. This means ones, and this is tens." And simple additions they started doing at the age of 2, they were perfect in multiplications. I would definitely like to thank the class teacher who introduced Alpha, Gulfasha ma'am. She was their first mentor for Alpha, and she is indeed a great mentor. Great mentoring. English concepts Trust me, even till today, I don't teach them English or maths. I make them practice, but I don't have to make them understand the concept. They are very well versed with the concepts. They come home and many a times they teach me, Mama, ये ऐसे नहीं होगा. मैं आपको बताती हूँ. Yeah, I will tell you. And the only demand that came from their side was, Mama, we want a whiteboard and a marker. I said, what will you do with that? Please, Mama, हमें एक whiteboard और marker लाके दे दो और रूम में लगा दो हमारे study room. I said, okay. I bought a big size whiteboard and a marker. This was the only gift they asked. And what do they do in the evening? Their favorite game was teacher teacher. Hello Tina, hello Toto was the favorite thing they used to do. And with that, they learned maths, they learned English. And the best part was they applied that to all their subjects. I used to come home seeing them framing questions and asking to each other. And the questions are not only related to the subject. The best part is whatever is their hobby. For example, Ayan is very much fond of cricket. You can ask questions, he would love to answer, and he's always very inquisitive about it. Or Avya, she loves to know about different forms of, she is herself getting trained in Kathak, so she is very fond of different artistic forms. So she would like to collect information on that. So flashcards became their best choice. Instead of playing with dolls or other toys, what they enjoyed was, the best part was that they insisted to buy flashcards. And they used to frame questions on that. So, indeed, Alpha stands to its term. It not only accelerates, in fact, it promotes learning among. If it can instill inquisitiveness and question framing ability in such small kids, it can actually do wonders when it is scaled to greater heights. The four C's of Alpha: collaboration, communication, critical thinking. I am actually seeing how my children are growing with them. I can see them learning the concepts, learning English, applying the articles, or learning past and present tense now. They are very well doing it in collaboration. They were born in pairs, and touch wood, they are learning it in pairs. And that is the best thing. Where Avya lags behind, Ayansh comes up, see, this is not done this way. This is how you explain. And even after, so the best part is that no child is what in traditional knowledge system we labeled as weak. No child is weak. Every child has the potential to grow. And this is what their grow concept says also. When they give their report card, and when we saw GROW, I was so much as a being into the same field of education, I must say that was so very innovative that we were telling a child that, see, you are not weak. You are just not applying your potential. Your potential is to reach to the golden peak. You need to outshine. You, you are just waiting to blossom. So it was such an innovative concept that I told my children, see, though they touch wood, they were G, but I told them how important it is to be W. Because without W, you cannot reach, the word is still incomplete. So I would actually like to thank CMS that today CMS has provided me this opportunity to present my feedback. Special thanks to Ma'am Sunita Gandhi for letting me be here on this stage and present my views regarding Alpha. Thank you, Vijay Sethi ma'am. I know how you take me, but this is a real thanks from my heart that you chose me among so many parents to give my feedback, to present Alpha before you. I am really thankful to Alpha, and actually I'm a proud alumni who can say that such an innovative pedagogy was introduced at my alma mater. So it is not only adopting a pedagogy, my more, you may say, honor my more prestige comes with the fact that this very initiative has been born and brought up at my alma mater, and I am a proud CMS. I know how other schools are working. I know they are putting in a lot of efforts. And every school out is there to outshine. But trust me, amongst those, we always have outshined and we will keep outshining just because CMS has never stopped learning. It has never stopped instilling new pedagogies among its teachers, among its students. The best part is students learn what is new and they carry with what the tradition is. So carrying tradition along with modernity, along with this world is what CMS has taught us. So thank you so much. Uh, just as a token of respect, as a token of love, and as a token of what we can just repay to CMS, though we can never. I I have my kids who do small role play. They would be acting as Tina and Toto. So I would be introducing Ayan Shukla and Avya Shukla. Currently, they are studying in CMS Gomtinagar Extension Branch, Class 4. So since last 2 years, they had Alpha. This year, they don't Alpha. But trust me, Tina and Toto carries forever. Thank you so much.
Hello, Tina. Hello, Toto. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm also fine. Are you ready for today's lesson? Yes, Toto. So let's start. We learn through Alpha. Alpha? But what is Alpha, Toto? Alpha is accelerating learning for all. It is a fun based platform where we learn through games, stories, and activities. Oh, that's wow. It sounds interesting. We'll begin with articles. But what are articles? Articles are the words that are used before nouns like a, an, and the. And how to use them. A is a word that is used before nouns, starting with a consonant letter, like I am a boy, you are a girl. An is a word that is used before a noun, starting with a vowel sound, like A, E, I, O, U. Sentence I am eating an apple. You are peeling an orange. The is a word we used when we are talking specifically about something, like the United States of America, the universe. Oh, Toto, you mean to say that A is used a apple, sorry, a boy, a girl, but an is for an orange, an apple. But then we have the universe, the weather. Oh, that's great, Tina. Oh, Toto, it is too simple and easy to learn with Alpha. We, the students of CMS Alpha Pedagogy, is our strategy. We learn it best to work properly, asking questions and take questions through Alpha Pedagogy is easy to learn.
Thank you.
Math was very lazy.
And what he learns later on?
Ma'am, he started teaching the animals in the jungle. Mm, yes, ma'am. He started to do he started to and started building his own nest. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
So they understood that story of lazy, and that's the reason how I could answer that random question from ma'am here. So thank you, Dr. Shweta. Your reflections beautifully reminded us that true educational success is measured not merely through examination scores, but smiling children, confident ideas, and curious learners, and happy families. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come close to the end of day one session, prior to the prize distribution ceremony, for all those who would be leaving tonight, I would like Dr. Gandhi and Mr. Tom Delany to please take over to take a quick feedback from all of you. So, Tom, it's over to you. And okay, so Tom, you will have to take the lead, as feedback is something that is required so that we move ahead with a very positive note and rectify wherever corrections are to be needed. So over to you to take a quick feedback from your attendees.
Thanks so much, Sumita ma'am, and thank you everybody for being here. I would like to ask you all to just take a moment to reflect, right, and turn to the person next to you for just one question. What's one thing you learned today, one thing that was inspiring, which you would like to do differently in your school moving forwards, right? Because I know we've had a lot of different sessions today. We've had a lot of interesting discussions and explanations and also demonstrations, activities. काफी अलग-अलग चीजें हुई हैं यहाँ पे. But now let's just take a moment to turn to the neighbor with us and just share one thing which we would like to do differently moving forwards in our own school or in our own classroom. And so I'll just give you a minute to do that. And as you do that, I also want to open the floor. I have a mic here. I'm going to ask anybody who has any question, right, any question or any comment you'd like to share, you could please just come up here. We'll take 4 or 5 comments or questions maybe. And just very, very brief, 1-2 minutes each, because I know we're all tired, but just a couple of very brief reflections or comments. So first turn to your neighbor. We have a mic here. Yep. I'd like to ask you to come up. We could put mic को हम floor पे पहुंचा सकते हैं, but ma'am's suggestion was come up so that you can also get a feel of what it's like on the stage and everybody can see your beautiful face. So let's have a couple of volunteers to come up and share their reflections. Yes, yes, please come, please come. Yes, ma'am would also like to share, please come. And please also do turn to your neighbor and share one thing that was interesting or inspiring today, which you would like to do differently in your school as a result. Okay, wonderful. We have a couple of people. I especially request somebody from the back of this back left as well to come. Awesome. And we're just going to keep it very, very brief. 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, over to you, ma'am.
So, greetings to one and all present here. Thank you, Ma'am Gandhi, for making us a part of this. It was indeed wonderful. And one thing, as you said, I must honestly confess, since the morning we are sitting here for the session, everything has been so interactive, so involving. Without us moving from any place to any place, we have been involved through all the activity-based learning so beautifully that we could not get a time to take a nap or feel lazy or lethargic. So thank you, ma'am, for giving such wonderful alpha to the educators, which means so much from NEP you've decoded and you've got to the classrooms. We've been talking about activity-based learning and research. The first session that your students had shown was definitely brilliant, integrated learning, and together coming as researchers, this is exactly what the new education is needed in the classroom so that homework, that buzzword, is removed and no parent or teacher has to actually compel to go back and do that homework in the notebook because the research-based and integrated learning said it all, that extended research that we are talking of would be taken back homes and children would be doing it, learning so nicely in their own ways that all that headache of parents, I'm sure, is going to lessen. And of course, the energizer which you did was really wonderful, which I enjoyed. So thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for this brilliant work, and thank you to your team who's constantly taking the feedbacks and working through the live classrooms. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Parush and I'm from Bareilly. I attended the whole session sitting on the first chair. And while in the session, when I went back, I had an interaction with a couple of folks from class 10th. So rather than understanding alpha from the teachers, it was a wonderful experience chatting with a wonderful girl, Bhumi of class 10th. I really don't know the branch. And she explained me the alpha in such a wonderful manner. And I think that she was one of the best mentors of today that I could actually implement little bit part of it in my school. I don't know how, but yes, she was a great child. I'm sure Dr. Sunita Gandhi and your team is doing a wonderful work. बच्चे भी समझा पा रहे हैं mentors को कि कैसे mentoring करनी है. So thank you so much. God bless you.
Hello everyone, I'm Wadi from SNR Academy from Bangalore. I'm the director of SNR Academy. I would like to inform you that I want to adapt uh, Alpha. So this year we are implemented. Yeah, this year we are implemented in our school, and the most important thing is inspire me. That is the what is that Panchakotas. Yeah, it's very it goes back to our years ago. So it's like a Vedic learning. So the Vedic learning enchants the child, and also it awakens your inner childness also. Whenever I being with the children, so it awakens a child with me. Okay, and always I would like to be friendly with the child. And always, when I start my day with going with the kids, the nurseries, Montessori schools. So they are so, innovative and they're informative also. And they won't hide nothing. Okay, sometimes they'll say, "Ma'am, I love you." Yeah, one boy. He came to me and he said suddenly, "Ma'am, I love you, ma'am." Then what makes you to love me? I said, "Ma'am, you are always smiling. You are always friendly with me." So this is the thing what we are learning, and we are with you, Sunita ma'am, since from 9 years. We started our school in 2017, and we opted first Global Me, and this year Alpha. Thank you very much.
All right. First of all, the compliments to this entire team, which is headed by Mrs. Gandhi. I could see the energy floating throughout. I could see the people, giving and giving away. एक मैंने शेर कहा था कि फकत डिग्री का होना क्या, फकत दस्तार होना क्या, जो वक्त पर काम ना आए उस तलवार का होना क्या. अगर आप एजुकेशन हासिल कर रहे हैं एंड वो वक्त पर काम नहीं आएगी तो there's no use. I said train your brain because training your brain is important. अगर खाली डिग्री हाथ में आ गई, we could not train our brain, then there is no use of that degree. What I could see here, the complete translation is a training the brain. Training the brain for the better decision making. Why we take decision? Because we want to do better in life. So if we train a child brain since the beginning, why, where, and how, and who, then he will be able to analyze and interpret things in a much better way. So this alpha I could see is basically the main effort to train the brain from the beginning. When the child understands the logic and reason, that makes his minds grow and take a better decision for the better happiness and prosperity. So I must compliment to the entire team for this entire show and the hospitality they have extended and the service who is here. I am a retired wing commander from Indian Air Force, Mansoor Siddiqui. I come from Muradabad. Me and my wife is managing a school, Delhi Public Global School, Muradabad. So all the best. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're doing a wonderful job.
A very good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am. Really, ma'am, I was enjoying from the morning, and it's really a wonderful pedagogy which I have seen, and definitely going to adapt this in my school. And definitely, I would like to pay thanks to Vijay Sethi, ma'am. She has shared me the invitation and informed me on the phone that it's a beautiful things we can do for our children. So just because of her call, I just made the plan and attended this meeting. So thank you, Vijaya ma'am, for this wonderful opportunity. Because when, as an adult, I was sitting, from the morning and enjoying every pedagogy, whatever be it the clapping method or the sticks and spoons method, whatever they have shown, the galvanizers, sugars, everything. So it was really fantastic. And we are definitely going to adopt this technology and these kind of concepts in the classroom. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Gandhi ma'am, for giving this opportunity. Today, I have this privilege and honor to have my Vijaya ma'am in front of me. She was my dean, and my program officer, Dr. Shweta ma'am, is also here. So it is very emotional moment also for me to have this to be here, where my seniors are sitting, where my ma'am is sitting. Still, my number is saved as Vijaya Sethi Dean ma'am in my contact number. I just want to say thank you, ma'am, for giving us this platform. If you were not there, we would have not been here. So thank you so much, ma'am. और आज के सेशन के बारे में बस मैं इतना बताऊंगी, इतना अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहूंगी. बच्चों ने सभी शेयर किया हाउ दे आर मेकिंग यूज ऑफ चार्ट पेपर्स, कलर्स, chalks, different colors. Even though I'm teaching UG and PG students, I'm assistant professor teaching social work in SRU University. तो मैं जो भी अपने क्लासेस में पढ़ाती हूँ, I'm never into like बोट बोर्ड्स पे मैं ज़्यादा अपना चीज़ें नहीं शेयर करती हूँ बच्चों से. I'm more into writing with gel pens, with chalks. Even today in my bag, I have 8 colors of pens. I'm very into कि if we want to make our teaching more effective, colors are very crucial. They play a very important role in that. And that example I saw today here also. So, ma'am, thank you so much. And Gandhi ma'am, thank you to you also for making this day possible for all of us. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Tanvi Sharma, come from Ambala City, Haryana. My school's name is Indiana International College. And since 7 years, we have been teaching this Getty education in our school. And for that, I really thanks Sunita Gandhi that in collaboration we are teaching this education system in our school. शुरुआत में मैं इतना भी नहीं ज्ञात था कि एक बच्चे के लिए जो है पेंसिल पकड़ना उसकी उंगलियों बहुत ही गलत है साइंटिफिकली. उसकी उंगलियों पे प्रेशर पड़ता है. और इस पेडागोजी के साथ जुड़ने के बाद हमें उस इंफॉर्मेशन के बारे में पता चला और हम वही ट्रेडिशनल एजुकेशन सिस्टम को लेके चलते रहे. हमारे स्कूल में ज़्यादातर खेती-बाड़ी करने वाले लोगों को बच्चे हैं और मैक्सिमम अनएजुकेटेड पेरेंट्स के बच्चे हैं. हमने बहुत चैलेंजेस इस सफ़र में देखे हैं और इन चैलेंजेस को फेस करते हुए 7 साल इस ट्रस्ट के साथ, इस इंस्टीट्यूशन इंस्टीट्यूशन के साथ जुड़े रहे, इस पेडागोजी के साथ जुड़े रहे और बहुत थैंकफुल हैं कि हमें इस मार्गदर्शन और इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम का साथ मिलता रहा। और आज कई सवालों के साथ मैं यहाँ आया था। पिछले बार भी मैं 16th लीडरशिप कॉन्फ्रेंस में आया था और मुझे यहाँ से जितने सवाल मैं लेके आता हूँ, मुझे यहाँ से उतने ही पॉजिटिव और अच्छे जवाब मिलते हैं और इसका मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir and ma'ams, for that lovely piece of feedback. It was really very heartening for us, very encouraging. We have one more. Okay, okay. Please come. Please come. Let's take the last one or two, and then I know we have last five. Okay. Okay, we have 6 minutes until 4 o'clock, so we can have 3 or 4 more if we keep it really brief. Thank you so much, ma'am. Would you like?
Well, good evening, everyone. More than today's feedback, uh, long congratulations are due to this institution. Not very long ago, maybe in 2007, 8, 9, 10, I used to come here as a teacher, an English teacher participating in Odyssey with my children. And today I stand here as one of the educator leaders. And that's in these 15 years or so, the journey has been long, inspiring, and gained a lot of experience because maybe right from my young age, I had fallen in love with education and being a teacher. And that is what I wanted to be. So as I stand here, I owe a lot to this institution. I was never connected because, of course, I am from Kanpur. But every time I came here, I took away a few things and would do it back there. And after attending few international festivals, with the first one to initiate some international festivals in Kanpur. And every time my reference would be this place. And here, when I stand here, this is after being the leader, educator, I am here for the first time. And again, I think I've learned so many things that will take back. I think this place stands, Madam, now, of course. We met for the first time, but when your parents were here, we would come and meet for, I mean, 3, 4 consecutive years. We kept meeting and we kind of recognized each other. And I especially found same kind of affinity and affection. I guess love is the only thing that flows and flows very naturally. Thank you so much for such enriching experience. And I'm sure High Path has really taken on higher. It's really on high path. Alpha, as I was just talking, is one of the components of high path. Correct me if I am wrong. Well, it is innovation in a sense, if I can tell you, friends, because anything, when it had come, we were in a lurk, fix, and confusion. We didn't know how to give it to the classrooms. We knew it in our head, but to give them there in the classroom was a big challenge and a task for us as well. Sitting in our offices, we would rack our brains, try and take reference from the traditional methods that we had come from. I mean, being in our early 50s, of course, now you can understand that we were from all traditional backgrounds. So, this presentation that we are here for and we've been watching has given us a clear idea how do we steer through. And thank you so much for for this great time that you people spend on your research. Thank you once again, and I'm sure UP, India as a whole, is looking up to you for these kind of educational initiatives. God bless and thank you so much, and great going institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We've just got time for 2 or 3 more. So if 2 or 3 people want to be here, ready for it, so that we can just move through really quickly. Okay, ma'am is coming as well. Yeah, we can take up to one more if you want to come now. Okay, yes, please, sir. And now we will close the gate now. The flight has boarded, and tomorrow we would love to hear more feedback from others as well. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tom. Initially, I'll speak my heart honestly. When initially Tom invited that some of you should come and share your experiences, so I was thinking that there are many educators and principals from the CMS team. There are many educators who have already taken this program, so better they should speak. So I genuinely try to refrain myself, but I felt it will be injustice if, as a fresher, I'll not speak my heart. I came here as a blank slate, ma'am Gandhi. I was completely unaware about this project Alpha. First, I was little apprehensive to attend this seminar as well because every second day we get invited for so many seminars. But one personal touch when Tiger sir called me and I said, definitely I'm coming. Do I have some prior commitment? But definitely I'll come. So that first personal touch, that was amazing. Second, when we all were invited for a small dinner where Mrs. Gandhi was personally ensuring that each one of us should be taken care of well, that was something that stolen my heart. And today, trust me, I have attended n number of such sessions where the chairman or the director are hardly there for few minutes or few hours and then they leave the campus. But today, seeing you till now attending the session shows your confidence and belief that how much you are passionate about education, and that is increasing my belief in this project that after going back my school, I'll definitely talk to my management about taking this initiative only and only because of your trust in this project and you are sitting till now. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Very good evening, all dignitaries present here, and super evening also, क्योंकि मैम ने ये सुपर इवनिंग बना दी है। मैम के लिए मैं 2 शब्द बोलना चाहूँगी क्योंकि मेरे जीजाजी के दोनों बच्चे सीएमएस के पढ़े हुए हैं। मैंने बहुत डाउन से देखा हुआ है कि घर में टीचर्स आते थे, कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है, कहीं कुछ है तो नहीं है। तो एक-एक चीज़ को फाइंड आउट करना, तो 2 शब्द याद आ रहे हैं, कौन कहता है आसमाँ में सुराख हो नहीं सकता? कौन कहता है कि आसमाँ में सुराख हो नहीं सकता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो। तो मैम के लिए मैं ज़ोरदार क्लैपिंग कराना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि मैम ने वो चीज़ करके दिखाई है और एक मेरा ये ड्रीम था कि मैं उनसे डायरेक्टली मिल पाऊँ, तो मेरा एक ड्रीम कम ट्रू है आज मैम आपसे मिलना। यू आर सो मच हम्बल। पेड़ वही बड़ा होता है जिससे कोई मिलना चाहे तो बहुत ईज़िली मिल सके। लदा हुआ अगर फलों से पेड़ है वो झुका हुआ ही होता है। नहीं तो बड़ा हुआ तो क्या हुआ, जैसे पेड़ खजूर, पंछी को चाहा नहीं, फल लागत ये दूर। तो मैम इज़ सो मच हम्बल। आई एम वेरी मच इम्प्रेस्ड। मायसेल्फ अमृता तिवारी, principal in Maya International School. I have 25 year experience in education sector, 10 year in central government. मैंने 10 साल नवोदय में पूरे ऑल ओवर इंडिया वर्क किया है। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगी कि आज का दिन मेरा वन ऑफ द बेस्ट डे एवर है। मैंने बहुत सेमिनार अटेंड किए हैं, लेकिन एक चीज़ होती है, एक हम्बलनेस होती है। मैंने मैम को देखा है, उनको फ़ोटो से लेना-देना नहीं है। हर आदमी उनसे मिलने के बाद कितना प्लीज़ हो जाए, कितना खुश हो जाए। तो अगर हम किसी को फ्लावर्स देते हैं, फूल देते हैं, तो खुशबू हमारे हाथों में रह जाती है। तो मैम मुझे आपसे कितनी भी तारीफ़ करूँ, तो मैं ये कहूँगी कि सभी कम हैं, क्योंकि आपने एक जगह एक ऐसा प्लेटफ़ॉर्म प्रोवाइड किया है, जहाँ पे सभी एजुकेटर यहाँ पे जुड़े हुए हैं और सभी ने अपना बहुत ही अच्छा एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर किया है। डेफ़िनेटली मैं भी अपने स्कूल में कई सारी चीज़ें यहाँ से लेके जाऊँगी और सिखाऊँगी, क्योंकि मैंने जब राजस्थान में वर्क किया था, तो मैं नहीं जानती थी चरी का मतलब क्या है। मैंने कहा मेरे घर में चारपाई उठा ले जाओ, उन्होंने कहा चारपाई को घड़ा कहते हैं, मटकी है तो मैंने कहा ले जाओ। तो जब हम लोग कहीं जाते हैं, किसी से मिलते हैं, तो कुछ ना कुछ नया लेते हैं और कुछ ना कुछ नया देते हैं। और ज़िंदगी जीने का ही नाम है, बहता हुआ पानी हमेशा फ्रेश रहता है। तो मैम मैंने एक चीज़ आपसे और भी सीखी है, कभी भी अपने आप को ये ना कहें कि हमेशा लर्निंग प्रोसेस होना चाहिए। ज़िंदगी चलने का नाम है, बहते रहने का नाम है, रुका हुआ होता है तो आप भी जानते हैं कीड़े पड़ जाते हैं। तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट कि ये एजुकेशन सेक्टर एंड प्लेटफॉर्म मेरी लाइफ का भी बहुत ही टर्निंग पॉइंट होगा। थैंक यू वंस अगेन ऑल ऑफ यू। थैंक यू।
Good evening, everyone. I am G.S. Bhadoria, Principal of Rising Sun Institute, Rising Sun International School, Etawah. Basically, I belong to Agra. For last 22 years, Gandhi ma'am, these are the words for you. For last 22 years, I am in this education system. For last 10 years, I am holding the chair of the principal. I am a CBSE resource person for the, especially for the learning outcomes and pedagogy. Many of the seminars, conclaves, circles, and many more assembles throughout the pan India I have attended, and most of the times I was the speaker. But definitely, ma'am, this is the amazing. I have never joined such type of event. While more than 100 events I have joined till the date. Even I'm the resource person, so I don't have the words to explain. Thank you very much. I want to thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sumit Raval from SR International School, Meerut. ये इस तरह का जो सेमिनार है मेरा फर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस है। लास्ट ईयर मैंने सीमस के बारे में फेसबुक पर एक वीडियो देखी थी। उस टाइम माइंड में आया था कि मैं भी कभी ऐसे स्कूल में विजिट करूंगा। हमारा स्कूल एक गांव में चलता है। कोरोना टाइम में स्कूल हमने ओपन किया था। आई एम द यंगेस्ट प्रिंसिपल इन माय एरिया। 21 की एज में मैंने बीएड की थी। आफ्टर बीएड पहले मैं गेस्ट फैकल्टी में जाता था 2-3 स्कूलों में। उसके बाद एज ए प्रिंसिपल मैंने ज्वाइन किया। मैंने 6 साल के अपने एक्सपीरियंस में एक बात जानी है और आज भी मैं ये देख रहा हूँ, बिना एसओपीज के जब तक आप सिस्टम नहीं बनाते, कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं चलती। होता क्या है, एसओपीज बना दी जाती है, लेकिन वो पीडीएफ में फाइल में रह जाती है। आज भी यहाँ पे कई स्कूलों के मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, प्रिंसिपल है, टीचर्स है, लेकिन मैं सभी से ये चाहूंगा जो आपने यहाँ पे सीखा है, आप अपने स्कूल के अकॉर्डिंग, क्योंकि एक जैसे रूल सभी जगह अप्लाई नहीं हो सकते, ये हम सब जानते हैं। आप अपने स्कूल के अकॉर्डिंग, अपनी सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग एसओपीज बनाइए और उन्हें किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं अपने यहाँ पर, उसे कीजिएगा। अराउंड 100 प्लस एसओपीज मैंने अपने स्कूल में बनाई है, उन्हें अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ और मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूँ। मैंने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप भी बनाया हुआ है, ऑलरेडी उसमें टीचर जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग का भी प्रोग्राम रखता हूँ। टीचर डायरी, क्लास डायरी या एटसेट्रा, जो इस तरह की डायरीज होती है जो स्कूल को चलाने में सहायक होती है, मैंने वो सब बनाई हुई है और उनके सबके पीडीएफ फॉर्मेट भी बनाए हुए हैं। अगर किसी को इस तरह का सहयोग चाहिए, मैं उसके लिए देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। तो सभी आज यहाँ से प्लान ले। अभी मैं 3 दिन यहाँ पे रहने वाला हूँ। मैं 2 दिन के लिए आया था। पहले मेरा प्लान ये था कि 2 दिन रुकूंगा, लेकिन मैं मैम से मॉर्निंग में मिला। लेकिन अब मैं 3 दिन यहाँ पे रुकने वाला हूँ और सारे प्रोग्राम देखूंगा और जितना भी मुझे सीखने को मिलेगा, मैं आगे उसे और लोगों को भी सिखाने के काम करूंगा। क्योंकि मैं मेरठ से हूँ, वहाँ पे भी लंबे हॉलीडेज चल रहे हैं शिवरात्रि की वजह से, क्योंकि हरिद्वार के नजदीक आता है। तो जैसे ही मेरा स्कूल ओपन होगा, मैं वहाँ पे मीटिंग ऑर्गेनाइज करूंगा और जो अल्फा का प्रोग्राम यहाँ पे बताया गया है, कुछ चीजें मैंने अपने यहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट की हुई है और जो मुझे यहाँ से अच्छा मिला है उसे भी इम्प्लीमेंट करूंगा। संजय सर ने बोला था, आपको अपनी प्रोग्राम में डीप जाना होगा, तभी कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस हो सकता है। कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस ये नहीं कि आप 1-2 दिन में कर दो। जब तक आप अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स को आइडेंटिफाई नहीं करेंगे, कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस नहीं हो सकता। मैम की मुझे एक बात अच्छी लगी, पहले हम यूपी बोर्ड का बैच चलाते थे इंग्लिश मीडियम, लेकिन अभी हमारी जो फाइल लगने वाली है सीबीएसई की लगने वाली है। लेकिन मैम की एक बात अच्छी लगी है कि बोर्ड मैटर नहीं करता, मैटर करता है अंदर क्या हो रहा है। अगर अंदर अच्छा हो रहा है तो बोर्ड मैटर नहीं करेगा, आप कोई से भी बोर्ड से करा लीजिएगा। एक मैम ने बोला था, प्रिया मैम थी आई थिंक, कि पेरेंट्स इंगेजमेंट से बचते हैं। देखो, पेरेंट्स को हमें इंगेज करना होगा। हमारा जो कल्चर है ना, अगर हम इस तरह की एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं कि पेरेंट्स को दूर रखे, वो नहीं समझेगा। पेरेंट्स की एंगेजमेंट जरूरी है। इसका मैं एक एग्जांपल अपने स्कूल के देता हूँ। मैंने अपने स्कूल में अगर कोई भी चैप्टर हो रहा है, पेरेंट्स का सिग्नेचर कंपल्सरी किया हुआ है। डायरी में अगर कोई वर्क दिया जा रहा है, तो बच्चा उसकी टाइमिंग लिखता है कि कौन सा वर्क किस टाइम से किस टाइम तक किया है, और उस पे पेरेंट्स का सिग्नेचर कंपल्सरी होता है। इसका एक सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट ये है कि बच्चे के साथ मैं गांव देहात में स्कूल चला रहा हूँ। इसका सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट ये है कि जो पढ़े लिखे हुए लोग नहीं होते वो भी अपने बच्चे को समय दे रहे हैं। जो पढ़ा लिखा पेरेंट्स है शहरों में वो तो समय देता ही है, लेकिन जो गांव का पेरेंट्स है उनसे समय निकलवाना, उसके लिए मैंने कई चीजें इंप्लीमेंट की हुई है।
सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग योर थॉट्स। और आपके इस जज्बे के लिए, जो उड़ने का शौक रखते हैं वो गिरने का खौफ नहीं रखते हैं। तो और आप सभी एजुकेटर्स ने जिन्होंने ये आइडिया का फीडबैक हमसे शेयर किया, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर showing your trust and confidence in our pedagogy. And now I would like to invite Dr. Benita to take over for the felicitation ceremony and the award ceremony here from now on. I request Tiger sir to please do the needful. Please grace the stage, sir. We would like to have you here on stage. A big round of applause for our Major General Manoj Tiwari, sir, fondly called as Tiger, sir.
देवी संस्थान के कुछ ट्रेनर्स के द्वारा हमारे जो परिचय विद्यालय
जी महोदय और हमारे आदरणीय इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को पढ़ा करके 210 विद्यालयों में ये इंटरवेंशन का कार्य किया गया। उनके अध्यापकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया।
200 विद्यालयों में जो हमारा चला, उसके बाद हमने 200 विद्यालयों में इनका सहयोग लिया और उसके बाद है 22 उसमें बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट हमारा आया।
अल्फा की शिक्षा को कम करने में हमारा बहुत योगदान दिया।
अल्फा का जो मेथड है जोड़ियों में बच्चों को सिखाना, बच्चे एक दूसरे से सीखते हैं और एक दूसरे से सहज होकर बिल्कुल भयमुक्त होके आपस में मिलजुल कर कार्य करते हैं।
बच्चा जोड़ियों में ज्यादा सीखता है क्योंकि एक बच्चा दूसरे से सवाल करता है, दूसरा बच्चा उसका जवाब देता है, उसका अस्थायी रूप से इसमें जमा रहता है।
को लेकर बच्चों में काफी उत्साह है, उनको बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग ये सब लग रहा है और एक बच्चों की तरफ से पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स, उनमें इम्प्रूवमेंट भी है काफी।
टीएलएम वाली किट दी गई थी, विधि है वो बच्चों ने सबसे ज्यादा एंजॉय की और बहुत सारे उनके वर्ड्स बने, जिसमें एक सर्कल में अक्षर और उससे बच्चे शब्द बनाते हैं अपने हिसाब से, कोई भी किधर ही जोड़ के। और इसके अलावा मैथ में बच्चों ने ताली चुटकी वाली एक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छे से सीखी सभी बच्चों ने।
बहुत अच्छा उत्साह है और बच्चे अल्फा की जो किताबें हैं और किट है वो खुद मांगते हैं कि सर हम दोनों प्रोवाइड करवाते ही हैं, लेकिन वे बच्चे कहते हैं कि सर वो क्लास कब लगेगी।
जो बच्चे विषय को नीरस तरीके से पढ़ते थे वो अल्फा के माध्यम से, इसकी टेक्निक के माध्यम से बड़े ही रोचक तरीके से अपने विषयों का अध्ययन करते हैं, जिससे वे अस्थायी ज्ञान प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
जब हम लोगों ने सुपरविजन किया तो ये देखा कि बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से सीख रहे थे, बहुत जल्दी सीख रहे थे, बहुत रुचि से सीख रहे थे। बच्चे जोड़ी में कार्य कर रहे थे। आदरणीय वर्तमान जो हमारी जिला बीएसए मैम है, इन्होंने भी जाकर के स्कूल में निरीक्षण किया और अपने सुपरविजन और निरीक्षण के दौरान देखा गया कि बच्चे काफी रुचि लेकर अल्फा टूलकिट का प्रयोग करते हैं।
इनका एक स्पेशल प्रकार का टीएलएम मटेरियल है जो कि अल्फा टूलकिट है। अल्फा टूलकिट अपने आप में यूनिक है जो कि देवी संस्थान के द्वारा निर्मित किया गया है।
सर सामान्य तरीके में जो हमारे नेचुरल तरीके हैं उनसे हम पढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन अल्फा की जो पुस्तकें हैं इनमें जो बेस है चित्रों के माध्यम से नवाचार दिए गए हैं, उनके माध्यम से तो किसी भी अक्षर की शब्द की जो पहचान करवाई गई है बहुत प्रभावशाली ढंग से की गई है। गणित का प्रोग्राम है, स्टिक्स के द्वारा लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग करवाई, उससे बच्चे बहुत जल्दी सीखते।
कोरोना काल के बाद जो हमारे शिक्षण में नुकसान हुआ है, उसमें देवी संस्थान ने एक ही पुस्तक के अंदर उसने सब चीजों को ऐसे समेट के रख दिया, हमारे लिए बहुत ही सहायक सामग्री सिद्ध हुई।
जब से प्रशिक्षण लिया हो अल्फा का, तो कुछ नई चीजें वहां पे मिली है, उससे
तो हम चाहते हैं कि आगे भी देवी संस्थान जो है हमारे साथ काम करता रहे, फाउंडेशन न्यूट्रिशन यूनिवर्सिटी, इससे हमारा जीवन और भी अच्छी ऊंचाइयों को छू सके।
इसके साथ ही देवी संस्थान को धन्यवाद, और चाहूंगी कि अगर भविष्य में भी इस तरीके के कोई प्रोग्राम हमारे जिले में या फिर अन्य जिलों में चलाया जाए तो उनके बच्चों को सीखने में काफी मदद मिलेगी।
देवी संस्थान के द्वारा खिलौली में 5 सितंबर 2023 से अल्फा प्रोग्राम चलाया गया है। अल्फा पद्धति जो बहुत ही कारगर है, जिसमें बच्चे जोड़ियों में सीखते हैं।
मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पूछना चाहूंगी कि कितने यहाँ पर बैठे बैठे लोग सोच रहे थे कि हमारे टीचर ये नहीं कर पाएंगे। Honestly, how many of you were thinking that our teachers cannot do all this? हमारा तो गांव का स्कूल है, हमारा तो गरीब बच्चों को सर्व करता है, हमारा तो हमारे टीचर्स इंग्लिश इतनी अच्छी नहीं जानते, कैसे पढ़ाएंगे, टीचर्स कैसे मोटिवेट होंगे। Any of you felt any of those emotions? Yeah. So thank you for sharing those, because now you can see government teachers कितनी अच्छी तरह करते हैं। इनकी अंग्रेजी अच्छी नहीं है ज्यादातर की, ये बहुत ही खराब कंडीशन में बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, कोई प्राइवेट सेक्टर फैसिलिटी नहीं है, और रिजल्ट इतने अच्छा है। जहाँ हमने शुरू किया शामली में, जो हार्वर्ड ने कवर किया, हार्वर्ड ग्रेजुएट स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन से, जिसमें कि उन्होंने दिखाया तो वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट इफेक्ट साइंसेस है इसमें 40 के अंदर। और शामली जो कि लो परफॉर्मिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ इंडिया था, जब अनीता कारवाल जी ने देवी संस्थान जो हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसको दिया था, और जब अभी परख हुआ है, परख राष्ट्रीय सर्वेक्षण जो कि 24 दिसंबर में हुआ है, उसमें शामली उत्तर प्रदेश के रैंक 2 पे आ गया। तो ये बहुत ही बड़ा आउटकम है, क्योंकि सारे टीचर्स ने इसे अपना लिया, अपना बना लिया। हम कहते हैं हम आपको एक गिफ्ट दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में एक पैसा भी नहीं चार्ज करते, तो हमने केवल अटेंडेंट के लिए बनाया है, केवल 45 डे इंटरवेंशन है, फ्री में देते हैं, जो आपकी मदद से अगर आप इस प्रोग्राम को लेंगे तो हम और भी बच्चों को कर पाएंगे। 1.5 लाख स्कूल हैं, 23,000 में अभी हमने शुरू किया है, इससे ज्यादा आप लोगों की मदद चाहिए हमें, ठीक है। तो क्या होता है कि वो फ्री में जब देते हैं तो ये टीचर जब अपना लेंगे तभी तो उसका फायदा मिलेगा, नहीं तो शेल्फ पे रखा रहेगा। तो टीचर्स अपना रहे हैं और बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं। हमने 25 जुलाई को पूरा हिमाचल साइन अप किया है, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने जो पिछला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया था उनके साथ इतने अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आए थे। तो मेरे ख्याल से रिजल्ट्स पर ही हमें जाना चाहिए, जैसा आप लोगों ने बोला, कुछ लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से इसके बारे में। तो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि कोई भी टीचर कर सकती है, कोई जरूरी नहीं कि एक्सपर्ट टीचर हो, एक्सपर्ट अंग्रेजी बोलती हो। मेरे पास कितने वीडियोस आते हैं हिमाचल के कहाँ के बच्चे अंग्रेजी रफ्तार से पढ़ रहे हैं। शामली में एक टीचर है मीनाक्षी, तो उनके डेली वीडियोस आते हैं, डे 1 डे 2 अंग्रेजी सिखाना शुरू किया उन्होंने, डे 4 डे 5 अभी डे 34 चल रहा है उनका, जब अभी पिछला हमने देखा। तो डे 34 में बच्चे रफ्तार से अंग्रेजी पढ़ रहे हैं। नॉर्मली गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में, इवन प्राइवेट स्कूल में ABCD सीख रहे होते हैं, करेक्ट, रफ्तार से पढ़ रहे हैं। तो वो छोटे छोटे सेंटेंस पढ़ रहे हैं, बाद में जाकर बड़े बड़े सेंटेंस मोड विद डायग्राम्स एंड कॉन्सोनेंट्स, वो सब बाद में पढ़ेंगे, लेकिन अभी बहुत सारे वाक्य पढ़ रहे हैं। तो ये सब बिकॉज ऑफ पेडागॉजी शिफ्ट इज नॉट जस्ट टर्म्स ऑफ लर्निंग कर रहे हैं। Pedagogy shift is at many levels. Tomorrow you will learn about language, how language is done. Today focus more on mathematics. So yes, any teacher can do is what I want to say. ग्रामीण के टीचर इतना अच्छा बोल रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, हेडमास्टर्स हैं, कई सारे टीचर, कई सारे, तो आप देखेंगे कि ये क्रांतिकारी तरीका हो सकता है भविष्य के लिए, और सभी से अपनाएं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। एक बच्चा आप लेंगे, अपना टेक्स्ट बुक आपको केवल बदलनी है, बैग के अंदर बच्चों के अंदर टेक्स्ट बुक है ना, ये भी कंफ्यूजन है, भाई टेक्स्ट बुक है कि क्या है ये। तो हमारे 3 मॉडल्स हैं, A, B and C। A मॉडल बहुत ही इनएक्सपेंसिव है, most के लिए वो cheaper भी पड़ेगा than what you're paying maybe. Then there's a B model which is little more like normal, what most middle CBSE schools and Montessori schools will pay. And third model is more like city Montessori school, not too expensive again. It's not expensive, any of the models. We're not just giving books, we're giving you a lot of other things, including training, including assessments to some extent, model, other things. We'll see, I don't recall exactly the whole thing, but I know that it's not just books, it's a whole bunch of other things. At the price of books. तो books का आप देंगे, उसी प्राइस पे हम कई चीजें एक्स्ट्रा इंक्लूड कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि गोल हमारा सोशल है, गोल ये है कि सब स्कूल इसे अपनाएं. So I think one of the models will fit. तो वही कॉस्ट पे आपको आपकी किताबें बस बदलनी है, और उसके बाद देखो आप इसको लागू कर सकते हैं. तो हम ट्रेनिंग भी ऐसे कर रहे हैं कि डेली हम कुछ ना कुछ ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, तो टीचर्स अटेंड कर सकते हैं ऑनलाइन कभी भी. ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग तो हम बहुत सारे अब ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं डेली. आपने देखी असेसमेंट शीट्स? ओके. Alpha. Which school remind me? Acha, you are someone, yes, from Gujarat. Right. Okay. So you're liking the assessment sheets? Okay, that's great to know. Yeah. So हम assessment sheets भी दे रहे हैं, तो मतलब टीचर का काम easy हो जाएगा इसमें, और हम चाहते हैं कि भाई उसी कॉस्ट में हम लोग ज़्यादा करके दिखा पाएं. That's right. तो वो डिस्काउंट भी आपको मिलेंगे, डोंट क्योंकि ये नहीं कि हम डिस्काउंट नहीं देंगे, डिस्काउंट भी मिलेंगे आपको. जो आप ऑलरेडी करते हैं उसी में हम करेंगे ज़्यादा. जी बोलिए मैम. How do you work? Oh, Benita, she's on stage. Dr. Benita is the main person looking after our books. And then she has a team of some 20 people under her. We also have a training team. That is Sumita Bhatt, who's been on the stage anchoring today. So she has a training team. We have also a content team. Dr. Vijaya is looking after that. So assessments वगैरह सब आपकी team create करती है. और there's team to help you with this and that and the other. There's a warehouse team, there's a whole bunch of people. There's an EdTech team, there's an AI team. We have built a lot of AI tools now, which are absolutely wonderful, like for senior classes and middle grades. We have something called CWI. Tomorrow you'll see a presentation of that, very brief presentation by Saurabh Saha and his team of AI team, which are just amazing people who know a lot about AI and agentic AI, all that they're using it to create programs that are absolutely designed on the idea of what should happen in a school, not AI for the sake of AI. क्योंकि हमने इतने सालों से रिसर्च करी है, सीएमएस में क्या वर्क कर रहा है, क्यों बच्चों के रिजल्ट्स अच्छे नहीं आ रहे हैं. तो एक जो बच्चा टॉप पे है, जैसे एक बच्चा था 2022 का, तो उसको ये नहीं पता था मैं क्या पढ़ूं क्योंकि सब में वो अच्छा था. तो जब उसने ये वाला CWI लिया, compete with yourself, ये वाला लिया उसने टेस्ट, इमीडिएटली उसे पता लग गया कि उसको सर्कल्स में प्रॉब्लम है. उससे वो क्या रैंक 8 आ गया पूरे भारत में. तो वो छोटी-छोटी मदद उसको मिली, और जो बच्चे बहुत ही वीक हैं उनके लिए बहुत सारी मदद है. जैसे कि एक प्रश्न पे आपके 5 पॉकेट्स बनते हैं. वो सारा कल समझाएंगे आप लोगों को. ओके, बट इट्स ऑसम. वो AI ड्रिवन है, उसमें AI ट्यूटर भी है उसके अंदर. हाँ, बिल्कुल. Tiger sir is here also, and Sabha ma'am is one of our great trainers. She's there as well. Who else is there from my team? There are 200 people working with me on this particular goal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A leader is someone who knows the way, shows the way, leads the way, and goes the way. Good evening to all the gallant and gorgeous galvanizers present here. Nothing in education is possible if our educators, principals, directors, and founders do not have passion. Today, we are honored and privileged to have among us such visionary, thought-provoking leaders like all of you, and acknowledge your contribution to the field of education. Our esteemed Dr. Sunita Gandhi has taken the initiative of giving you all multiple distinctions which you rightly deserve. May I now request Major General Manoj Tiger Tiwari, sir, to please come on stage and give away the awards to the rightful owners. We'll first start with the outstanding contribution. May I now request Mr. Bharat Malik, Chairman, Arya Global Kalyan School, Mumbai, to please come for his outstanding contribution to the field of education. This is once in a lifetime award. Can we all put our hands together? Mrs. Kiran Dalal, Principal, Bright School, Senior Secondary School, Sonipat, for Radha Krishnan distinction. Mrs. Kiran Dalal, Principal of Bright Scholar Senior Secondary School, Sonipat, for Radha Krishnan distinction. We'll now start the awards category wise. The first category we have is Montessori distinction. May I request Ms. Sunita Gupta, Coordinator, City International School, to please come and collect her award. Ms. Sunita Gupta. Ms. Jyoti Rai, Principal, Blossom Academy School, Gazipur. Ms. Jyoti Rai. I'll request the gathering present over here. If you could see your name, please get ready to come and collect your award. Next, Dr. Neha Chaturvedi. Dr. Neha Chaturvedi. Ms. Anjulata Sharma. Ms. Anjulata Sharma, Principal. Next in sequence, we have the Escalante Distinction Certificates and Awards. May I request Mr. Paritosh Kumar Ranjan, Founder Director, Paritosh Dhanesh Foundation Trust. Do we have Mr. Paritosh Kumar Ranjan over here? The most awaited award, the Tagore Distinction. The first to receive the Tagore Distinction is Mr. S.P. Verma, Principal, RDRK Public School. Mr. S.P. Verma, are you here? Next. Mr. Dharmendra Singh, Principal, Ramdoot Bal Vidya Mandir. Mr. Dharmendra Singh, Principal, Ramdoot Bal Vidya Mandir. Mr. Amit Pandey, Principal, Holy Angel School. Dr. Ashok Kumar Sharma, Principal, Mount Litra Z School. Mrs. Azam Ruby, Coordinator, Shah Fairs Public School. We have Mrs. Azam Ruby with us. May I request the August gathering to please put our hands together for her. Life is all about give and take. You clap for the person who's now receiving the award, They will clap in return when you come to take the award. Next, Mrs. Shama Adami, Administrator, Mother Mariam Global School. Mrs. Shama Adami, Administrator, Mother Mariam Global School. Next, Mrs. Kranti Mocherla Chaitanya, Coordinator, Niva Academy. Mr. Yogesh Vaishnav, Principal, Samaritan Defense Arena. Mr. Vivek Arora, Principal, Delhi Public School, Kathua, J&K. Mr. Punnasis Rath, Principal, CP International School. Dr. Jain Chaudhary, Principal, the Cambrian School. Mr. Rakesh Tripathi, Principal, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Sanatan Dharm Vidyalaya. Ms. Nidhi Tangri, Coordinator, City International School, Balaganj. Ms. Nidhi Tangri. Delegates, if you can see your name on the screen, please, I request everyone to please come as close as possible to the stage. So all the names under takeover distinction is already flashed. If we have someone in the list, you're requested to come near the stage. Ms. Nidhi Tangri, Coordinator, City International School, Balaganj. Next, Mr. Abhishek Mohan, Founder Director, St. Xavier Group of School. Next, we have Vivekanand Distinction, Mrs. Amrita Tiwari, Principal, Maya International School. This is for the Vivekanand Distinction. Mrs. Amrita Tiwari, Principal, Maya International School. Mr. Claudius Dalmeda, Principal, Sacred Heart Higher Secondary School. Mrs. Punita Tiwari, Principal, Gyansthali Public School. Mrs. Punita Tiwari, Principal, Gyansthali Public School. Mrs. Khushbu Singh, Coordinator, State MR Jaipuria School, Varanasi. May I now
Which floor?
May I now request Major General Manoj Tiger Tiwari to please give away the award to Mrs. Shweta Singh, the proud parent who just shared her experience with all of us. Shweta Shukla. Mrs. Monica Gupta, Principal, St. MR Jaipuria, Jagdishpur, Amethi. Mrs. Monica Gupta, Principal, St. MR Jaipuria, Jagdishpur, Amethi. Dr. Ritu Verma, Director, Siddharth Public School. Dr. Indu Verma, We now move to our next distinction, that is the Kalam distinction. Mrs. Prajesh Kumari Jha, Founder Director, Niba Academy. Dr. Keval Trivedi, Founder Director, Champs Academy. Mr. Rajiv Anand, Principal, Harmila Mission School. Mr. Rajiv Anand. Mr. Aman Katia, Founder Director, Dr. ASK International School. Mr. Sheikh Mohammad Ayan Hassan, Manager, SB Modern Education Center. Mr. Rakesh Bhatia. Okay. Mr. Sheikh Mohammad Ayan Hassan, Manager, SB Modern Education Center. Mr. Rakesh Bhatia, Principal, Mount Litra Z School, Mau. Dr. Ruchi Seth, Educationist, Kanpur. Dr. Ruchi Seth. The two best friends. Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma, Principal, Kanha Makan Public School. Mr. Ranveer Singh, Founder Director, Asha Convent School. Mrs. Sindhu Alam, Founder Director, SAGHS. Mrs. Sindhu Alam, Mr. Pratik Goyal, Principal, Krishna Public Collegiate, Kashipur. Mr. Pratik Goyal, Dr. Dharmendra Yadav, Founder Director, Genius Inter College. Dr. Manisha Khanna, Director, Principal, St. Andrews World School. Miss Deepika Mishra Khurana, Entrepreneur, Chandigarh Angels School. Miss Krishnan Kumar, Principal, Siddharth Public School. Mr. Krishnan Kumar, Principal, Siddharth Public School. Mr. Avasti Shravan, Principal, Vidya Bharati. We have one awardee for the Tagore distinction. Mrs. Sudha Singh, Principal, St. M.R. Jaipuria School, Banaras. Mrs. Sudha Singh, Principal, St. M.R. Jaipuria School, Banaras. We have Principal of St. M.R. Jaipuria School in front of us. Thank you, General Tiwari. Thank you, General Tiwari. May I now request our very gorgeous, our beloved Sabha Mirza ma'am, educational consultant and master trainer CMS, to please come and give away the awards. distinction is Fuller distinction. First awardee for this, Dr. Prem Deshwar, Principal, Rose Valley Senior Secondary School. Dr. Prem Deshwal, Principal, Rose Valley Senior Secondary School. Sania. Mrs. Manju Joshi, Principal, Universal Convent Senior Secondary School. Mr. Ravi Singh, Principal, RBS Public School. Dr. Meherotra Fatima, Founder Director, The Guru School. Mrs. Ruma Tiwari, Principal, Northern India Public School. Mrs. Ruma Tiwari, Principal, Northern India Public School. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put your hands together for her? Mr. Santosh Kumar Upadhyay, Founder Director in New Horizons Academy and Technology Center. The next distinction is the Radhakrishnan distinction. Mrs. Pooja Yadav, Principal, Santosh Education Foundation. Mr. Parush Arora, Founder Director, Padmavati Academy. Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma, Principal, Kanya Makan Public School. Mrs. Richa Bhadoria, Principal. Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma. We have Mr. Pramod Kumar Sharma, Principal, Kanha Makan Public School. Mr. Amba Dutt Bhatt, Founder Director, Ways of Learning Initiative Foundation. Mr. Amba Dutt Bhatt, Founder Director, Ways of Learning Initiative Foundation. Next, Dr. Sharad Verma, Director, Bharat Mata Saraswati Bal Mandir Senior Secondary School. Dr. Sharad Verma holds immense experience in guiding the education system of our country. He is the director of Bharat Mata Saraswati Bal Mandir Senior Secondary School. Dr. Shilpa Sharma, Vice Principal, the Gurukulam School, Varanasi. Dr. Shilpa Sharma, Vice Principal of the Gurukulam School, Varanasi. Next, Dr. Pragya Sharma, Principal, SRBS School, Varanasi. Sabha ma'am, thank you. We are really grateful for your kind act of giving away the awards. May I now request Dr. Vijaya, Dr. Professor Vijaya Sethi, the head of the content team, to please come up on the stage and give away the awards. Mr. Avni Kamal, Principal, SDSN Public School, for the Radhakrishnan distinction. Mr. Avni Kamal. We'll now start with the prayer distinction. Mrs. Saloni Priya, Founder Director, Ummeed Counseling and Consultancy Services. Mr. Ajit Singh, Founder Director, Kids Aura. Next is the Bloom distinction. So, are you Mr. Ajit Singh? Okay. So, we have Mr. Ajit Singh with us, Founder Director, Kids Aura. We now move to the next distinction, that is the Bloom's distinction. Mr. Mukesh Chandra Sharma, Founder Director, Northern India Public School. Mr. Mukesh Chandra Sharma, Founder Director, Northern India Public School. The next category is the Korezak distinction. I'll request Mr. Bharat Malik, Founder Director, Arya Gurukul Group of Schools, to please come and collect his award. इसमें ढूंढो.
Your company about when 40 and above, your experience should be the biggest asset. But companies are now treating it as a liability. And no one tells you that there is one career where experience beats everything.
School. Next we have Next we have Mrs. Richa Bhaduri for the Radhakrishnan distinction, Principal, Red Eagle Army School. Thank you, Dr. Vidya, for your kind contribution in giving away the awards. Heartiest congratulations to all the winners present over here. The ones who have not received the awards today are the ones who will be receiving it tomorrow, so please do not fret about it. I will request, before I sign off from the stage for today, I'll request everyone to please join us for the musical evening that we have planned for you. Over to Sumita Bhatt ma'am now. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we have some last moment requests. Some principals will be leaving the station. So, may I request Major General Manoj Tiger Tiwari sir to please come and give away the awards. Mr. Rishabh Sharma, Director, the Kalam Distinction. Mr. Rishabh Sharma, Director for the Kalam Distinction. Do we have Mr. Rishabh Sharma here? We also have Certificate of Excellence with us. I'll request Ms. Zaid Aliza from SPCS Sarsenda to please come and collect her award. Ms. Zaid Aliza from SPCS Sarsenda. Ma'am, do we have you here? Are you present? Next, Ms. Nishchal Bundela, SPCS Sarsenda. Ms. Principal, Ms. Simran Upadhyay, Ms. Nishchal Bundela, Ms. Shruti Shukla, Ms. Anchal Verma, Ms. Kanis Fatima, Ms. Jaya Gangadhar, Ms. Arthetu Mishra, Ms. Shruti Shukla from Wisdom Learning Center. Can we all put our hands together for her? Ms. Shruti Shukla, Wisdom Learning Center. Ms. Nazia Nazam. Ms. Nazia Nazam. Ms. Sarah Mariam. Mrs. Fatmatul Iqbal, City International School. Are you all here? Okay. Miss Anchal Verma, please come as per your names. Please come as per your names. Are you Miss Anchal Verma? Miss Anchal Verma. Mrs. Fatmatul Iqbal, City International School. Miss Minnie Nigam. Ma'am, I'll request please come as per your name. Miss Sana Ahmed. Miss Sana Ahmed. Are you Sana Ahmed? Okay. Miss Bhavya Shukla. Miss Bhavya Shukla. Miss Ashna Khan. Ashna Khan from City International School. Miss Kainat Fatima. Miss Bhavya Shukla from City International School. Miss Kainat Fatima from City International School. Miss Ayat Siddiqui. Miss Ayat Siddiqui. Miss Maheen Fatima. Maheen Fatima from City International School. Miss Ariba Khan. Next is Miss Ariba Khan, City International School, Balaganj. Next, Miss Malaika Ali, City International School, Balaganj. Miss Amima Afshin Khan, City International School. Miss Amima Afshin Khan. Miss Shivya Upadhyay, the New Horizon Academy and Technology Center. Miss Shivya Upadhyay, the New Horizon Academy and Technology Center. Miss Nazia Parveen for the Kalam distinction. Miss Nazia Parveen. Next, Mr. Ranvijay Singh for the Vivekanand Awards. Mr. Ranvijay Singh. Miss Anushka Shukla, Vivekanand distinction. Miss Anushka Shukla. Mrs. Anupam Sharma for the Vivekanand distinction. Miss Anupam Sharma. Mrs. Neha Arora, Director, for the CORSAC distinction. Mrs. Neha Arora. Dr. Ajay Kumar Tiwari. Dr. Ajay Kumar Tiwari. Dr. Namrata A. Jani. Do we have Dr. Okay. Dr. Namrata A. Jani? Thank you, General Tiwari, for your kind presence and august presence over here on the stage to give away the awards. Artist, congratulations to all the winners. May I now request Smita Bhatt ma'am to please come up on the stage and carry forward the evening.
Well, I think most of us have already left for the day to get ready for the musical night. Some of us are still waiting here. So I'll not take much of your time. Thanks for staying till the end of the day. And on behalf of Global Education and Training Institute, I, Sumita Bhatt, extend a very warm, heartfelt thanks to all of you. I extend my gratitude to each one of you that you stayed till the end and made this day a very valuable and insightful one for all of us by sharing your ideas and thoughts. With these two lines, I'll rest my words. बेशक आप सभी जो कुछ चुनिंदा लोग बैठे हैं उनका ध्यान मैं अपनी ओर खींचना चाहूंगी इस इन दो पंक्तियों द्वारा बेशक बुलंदियों में पहुंचने का यकीन रखते हैं हम सब जितने लोग यहाँ हैं बेशक बुलंदियों में पहुंचने का हम यकीन रखते हैं पर पाँव के नीचे हुजूर वो जमीन जरूर रखते हैं तो पाँव हमारे जमीन में हैं और आसमान छूने की हमारी ख्वाहिशें हैं we all would like definitely to collaborate with each one of you on this path of movement. Thank you very much. Have a very good evening. Waiting for you for the musical night conducted by City International School Music Band. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I take that compliment.
गुड मॉर्निंग मैं वीनू विनीता जीएमएस बीएमपी डोरंडा रांची 2 की शिक्षिका हूँ जो मैं जो स्कूल की जो गतिविधियां हैं खुद सबको देखभाल कर उनकी गतिविधियों की इंचार्ज। तो हमारे यहाँ जो देवी संस्थान है जो लखनऊ में स्थित, उन्होंने अल्फा के माध्यम से स्कूल में एफएलएन की बहुत सारी गतिविधियां कराई है। देवी संस्थान ने जो अल्फा शुरू किया वो सच में ये बहुत ही अच्छा कोशिश है देवी संस्थान के द्वारा कि हमारे बीच बच्चे जो हैं वो खेल खेल में बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं। इनका जो चरण है 5 पिलर्स, उसके माध्यम से बच्चे बहुत अच्छे तरह से प्रोग्रेस करते हैं। जैसे इनमें टीना और टोटो, ये जो दो अच्छी चीज तो ये बच्चे बनाए भी हैं टीना टोटो, और उसके माध्यम से बच्चे एक दूसरे से पढ़ाई करते हैं और एक दूसरे से प्रश्न करते हैं और प्रतिदिन नई नई जोड़ियां बनती हैं और जोड़ी में ये लोग आपस में प्रश्नोत्तरी करते हैं और पढ़ाई करते हैं। और टीचर्स टीचर्स क्या करते हैं अपना, जैसे एफएलएन का है जीआरआर मेथड, ग्रेजुअल रिलीज ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, उसी तरह टीचर पहले छात्र को समझाते हैं, फिर छात्र और छात्र जोड़ियां बना के एक दूसरे से पढ़ाई करते हैं, समझते हैं, प्रश्नोत्तर करते हैं, फिर पूरी क्लास जोड़ियां बनाते हैं और हर दिन नई नई जोड़ी बनती है। एक ही जोड़ी हर दिन नहीं होती है, हर दिन अलग अलग बच्चे जोड़ियां बनाते हैं ताकि नए बच्चे भी पुराने बच्चे के साथ मिले, अपना इंटरेक्शन करे। और यहाँ पर ये देखने को मिला कि ये जो पढ़ाई करते हैं बच्चे वो टीना और फोटो लेके फ्लुएंसी से पढ़ते हैं। जैसे इन्होंने चुटकी बजा के नंबर चुटकी बजा के 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 और 10 में ताली बजा, ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा इनका। क्योंकि बच्चे जैसे होते हैं ना, आप यदि उसको डायरेक्ट पढ़ाइएगा, नंबर पढ़ाइएगा कि एक ऐसे बोलते हैं, दो ऐसे बोलते हैं, तो नंबर का उनको ज्ञान नहीं होगा। लेकिन आप एक्टिविटी इस तरह की एक्टिविटी कराइएगा तो वो क्या करेंगे, उनको अच्छी तरह से और आसानी से याद हो जाएगा। ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं देवी संस्थान को धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि उनके माध्यम से हमारा क्लासरूम बहुत एक्टिव हो गया, कि हमारे बच्चे बहुत ही प्रोग्रेस
मैं हूँ अशोक प्रसाद सिंह, प्रिंसिपल बीएमएस डोरंडा रांची। आज मैं इस वीडियो के माध्यम से आपको अवगत कराना चाहता हूँ कि देवी संस्थान के तत्वावधान में हमारे विद्यालय में अल्फा योजना के तहत बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं संख्या ज्ञान की जो प्रशिक्षण चर्चाएं चल रही हैं, जो वर्ग चल रहे हैं, जो कक्षाएं चल रही हैं, वही लाभदायी, अनुकरणीय एवं अन्वेषी है। प्रतिदिन इस पद्धति से विद्यालय के कक्षाओं में शिक्षकों के माध्यम से बच्चों को टीना और टोटो के युग्म के माध्यम से कई नवाचारी गतिविधियों से उन्हें भाषाई ज्ञान और गणितीय ज्ञान दिया जा रहा है, संख्यात्मक ज्ञान दिया जा रहा है। बच्चों की जोड़ी बना करके आपसी समन्वय वर्ग से एक दूसरे का साथ देकर के कैसे शिक्षा को किया जा सकता है, खेल खेल में और अपने शारीरिक गतिविधियों के माध्यम से, वर्ग की गतिविधियों के माध्यम से एक अल्फा योजना का बहुत ही सराहनीय योगदान है। प्रतिदिन विद्यालय में इसकी कक्षाएं आयोजित, इस योजना के जो भी जानकारी एजेंसी के द्वारा अनुसरण किया जाता है। बच्चों की अगर हम संख्यात्मक ज्ञान की बात करें तो इकाई अंकों का ज्ञान चुटकियों के माध्यम से और दहाई अंक का ज्ञान उनको तालियों के माध्यम से, सैकड़े का ज्ञान इसके माध्यम से और 1000 का ज्ञान ऊपर की ताली के माध्यम से उनको कराया जाता है। निश्चित तौर पर यह योजना विद्यालय के छोटे छोटे बच्चों में बुनियादी साक्षरता एवं